Where's the storage unit picked up the piece of marble's been sitting in there.
Okay, so you're moving that into the new house.
Anyway, yeah, we're trying to put some stuff together. We've got a lot of progress this weekend, so we're trying to keep together.
Oh my gosh, I gotta go pee so bad. I just stood up. Oh me, get.
So,
Wow. Everyone, no one told me Happy Mother's Day here. It's very sad. Yeah, Jared.
no,
He didn't know because Jared didn't tell them, and he just called me. He asked me on like Thursday or Friday. He was like, "Mother's Day this weekend." I was like, I don't know."
Yeah.
And then we did spend the day together yesterday, which was nice, and we had a good morning together. But I've seen everyone in the house, so nobody said it. And then he just called me and said it. So I was like,
Who's in the house?
everyone, minus Jared. Yeah, Damon, everyone.
Okay.
But he was like, yeah, our kids. He was like, he didn't tell our kids. I was like, that's pretty lame.
Yeah, Jamie and Jared both just texted me. That's all.
Yeah.
So, nothing fancy.
Nothing fancy. Mark, did you open Mark's talk to you, or did you do anything with Mark?
Do what?
You do anything with Mark?
Yeah, we just been working around here. I mowed the grass today. So,
Dude, this lizard is so crazy.
yeah, no, we're just working around here trying to get shit done.
Yeah, I really need to get started. I'm getting that echo thing again. Why is this happening?
I don't know. Yeah, there he goes.
Am I crazy?
Yes.
They were playing the song in Walmart. I was thinking of you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the painting in there. It's got music on it.
That's so funny.
Uh,
Did you guys watch the Weird Al movie?
No, not yet. We had to buy a new TV yesterday. This one down here croaked. And then we just stopped painting. No, the last couple weeks at work I've been so busy, and then at night I just sit there. But,
Yeah, and you're traveling and stuff, right? You're gonna be traveling. Weren't you just traveling and then you gotta travel more?
yeah, so it's hard because you get back and you're swamped. So you feel like you don't have any time to do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You do have some time, but you don't think you do. You just feel like you're rushing around. So. Yeah, we went back always going on about Mother's Day there. Like I said, I just got a text. But maybe I did try to call, but I was smelling.
Yeah, I wish Jerry would have told the kids. It's not the end of the world. I didn't really expect much.
I feel like as long as people are trying to linger long, it's just a commercial.
Right.
Some people don't talk to their moms twice a year. Like my sister Melody, she calls my mom about 3 times a year.
Yeah.
So then it's important for her to do something for Mother's Day. But for me, I talk to my mom every single day. So
I think it's nice though to just be like, hey, you're doing good.
like today, she said, if I didn't see her on the map, I wouldn't have known that she was home. I would have thought she was at work.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you okay? She's like, I don't feel very good. She's still in bed. Her blood pressure's been out of control. You know, I don't know. So
Is she just having like a flare up or something, or?
well, she said I just don't feel good. Because I'm like, what's wrong? You know, your blood pressure can make you feel sick. It was bad.
Yeah. Does she have blood pressure issues?
She went up to 213 over 159.
Is that?
In a medical emergency.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
She's drinking less?
But she's hitting the age where she's starting to have problems.
Is she drinking less?
Yeah, she's drinking less.
That's good. That's probably the. She's not drinking at home. You said.
Yeah, not at all. And then Bruce fusses at her if she drinks too much. So. He doesn't break up with her or do anything crazy, but he'll be like, he videoed her. They went out and she had 2 old fashions, which is, I guess, pretty strong, but not for her. Anyway, she got back and grew up.
Pickle, stop.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Stop, Pickle.
I didn't think she'd remember, and she did. She didn't remember puking.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was only for pure old-fashioned food. Could have been super strong at a restaurant.
That's not good.
So maybe affecting her. Hair's wet, so sorry, I look weird.
No, I look
The grass, it's our yard here is it's a little bit smaller than the other one. Not, it's like half the length of the other house. Remember we did the front, so this yard has two sides, but they're not as long. So
yeah. Yeah.
But still hot. But I got there and mowed. There was a breeze. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed getting out there and getting fresh air.
In your yard. Yeah, your yard's gorgeous.
It was really cool. I was gonna weed, but then I was like still too hot.
Are y'all doing mosquito treatment?
Yeah, they've come out once, and I haven't seen them again. I don't know if Mark told them. He said when they left, he said we'll see how it goes. And so they haven't come back. But yeah, no, we do have it, but they've only been here once. So, and I have tiki torches on the table. They're on fire right now.
Yeah. Jared and I, we worked out. He moved the weights outside and a bench and lit some candles. And we worked out up at probably it was 10 o'clock at night, so it was really cool out. It was awesome.
Okay.
It was really.
There's people around too.
Yeah, so we're gonna probably move some stuff out, but yeah, it just felt good to be outside. Yeah, y'all should get a hammock in your yard. You have a.
Well, we're gonna cut down that one weird tree.
What? What tree?
The tree is right by. When you walk outside, there's a tree, and it's small. It's young. Blocks the whole view of the yard.
Let me see it. Show me.
We're gonna chop it down. All the other trees can stay. Hold on. Got my glasses. Gotta get sunglasses.
Okay. I hope you guys could like our video. We'd very much appreciate it.
Hold on, here I am. They're turning around.
Is he grumpy?
No, he's trying to lift something.
Oh.
This tree right here.
Okay. What kind of tree is it?
I have no idea, but it doesn't do anything.
Okay, yeah, you could do something pretty nice in that little corner. You put it in, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you're gonna have to of these. Yeah. She needs like a flower bed or something.
Yeah, so that tree's pretty.
That's
great. See in the corner how it hangs down?
Yeah.
Yeah. That branch is real pretty.
Yeah, I like it. It looks like your grass is like mossy too.
In the very back there, I have to get some kind of ground cover. It's so shady back there that no grass is really growing, and
what moss back there?
Gotta get probably gonna start growing stones. Anyway, yeah, this tree it blocks the whole view.
You should look up what tree it is though.
It's in a text. My mom sent it to me, but anyway, I got to remove that, and then
because you can get a hammock with like with the frames, you know.
Side, but
hammock
see that
right
moss right there on the tree, that bird on the tree.
Yeah.
So it's weird. During the day, it looks like it's alive, and at night, it curls up.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You could probably set up a camera and capture it on camera, it reports curling up.
Yep, it's very cool. But anyway, yeah, I'm going to do something with this tree here, and it'll open the yard up a little bit. So there's my torches. Trying to keep the bugs down. I wanted to show you this tree out front before I go. So pretty. I have several of them on the property.
You should put like some pothos or something in that walkway, like hanging plants, like
Yeah.
road shades. That's a plant, and the leaves look like pot leaves, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, my neighbor
It's a
had
laurel
one.
tree.
It's a what?
Tree. It's called a laurel. Laurel.
What's it good for? Or just pretty flower? Yeah, I feel like my neighbor does them.
So let me walk over here and show you. See these?
Yeah, those are great.
And then
That'll be loaded with
I got
pollinators.
And
I got a wisteria. I got a plant. I just don't know where to put it.
yeah, my neighbor's not gonna grow one, so I gotta go this way. Anyways, I have a couple of these trees. I got one in the front. But if you look down, you see down there. Right close. Anyway, got a connection. I see my titties.
What?
I think I got them from church. But anyway, yeah, we gotta solve labor and put that up right now the way so you can see.
All right, fair enough. It's in a pretty crappy spot.
Yeah, I'm cleaning this up. This was left here.
I gotta figure out why pickle's so itchy. What allergy do you?
I went some oatmeal shampoo and some medical shampoo. Once I rinsed them really well because I kept feeling dirt on them.
Did you notice the difference?
When I washed them with flea shampoo, when I rinsed them, it looked like, you know, when your dogs have fleas, it'll rinse that bloody brown color.
Yeah.
So like, I washed all 3 dogs out one single flea.
So they're just getting muddy in the back of the yard.
Yeah, and they said here that the grass is different. That animals do not. They're not used to it. It makes them get allergies.
Huh.
So, anyway, I gotta actually go in your house. We'll go in, okay?
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm glad. Thank you for showing me the trees. I gotta go just a minute. Either 1:30.
Yeah.
Trying to get some stuff done, but naturally, every time I have windows to get things done, I'm always like, wait, what do I do? How do I do it? Like, what am I supposed to do?
We'll pay this off today.
Yeah, that's gonna be, you're gonna have to work hard to keep that clean.
Yeah, it's just from us. But we did get this. Here, I'll show you before we go. So, see, we've got this table in. This wall's painted.
That's your table. Yeah.
Yep. And then, okay. And then we managed to pack them back books.
There you go.
Yeah. Hang on, right good. It's too noisy. I was going to show you real quick. Oh, you can't see it from here, but if you look on the left, the bigger bush.
Hold on, give me a second. I'll be right there.
Really.
All right.
Can you see the green? Oops. I'm trying to do it through the glass here because the dogs are right. There it is.
You're gonna cut the. Oh, that's that laurel tree.
That one right there.
What's that bush? You should like shape that bush in front of it.
We will. We just.
That bush is. That's a nice little bush. Those are pretty. That's gonna turn into a really big bush, won't it?
Yeah, it's a hydrangea.
Yeah.
I need them all around the.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Well, they're awesome, dude. They're so pretty. Are they different colors?
I don't know. They're all like the dark pink.
Oh.
Really pretty.
Okay.
They're popping up everywhere.
Yeah, I want to put some of those in the yard. I want to like do like 2 different colors, so.
You know, she just had tiny ones and they're growing, so they grow fast. They're a fast grower now. Trying to get
This lizard is so cool today. Thank you for the like.
Yeah, I gotta go get a plant for that table.
I'm gonna give him a roach really quick. You're gonna put a plant on that table?
Yeah, because the corner's empty.
Yeah.
I think a tall plant look nice. Trying to make it fill in, you know.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe I'm chopping it off halfway. Maybe. At least this part out.
What? Wait, what? Oh, your hair? No, no, your hair looks really pretty.
Huh?
Your hair looks really pretty.
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, let it grow again.
Yeah, I heard Texas gets really hot in the summer.
It's as humid as it's cold.
Yeah. You're so pretty, Joy. You're so pretty.
Oh, whatever.
You are. The light looks great, whatever room you're in. The lighting's good. Yeah, but you can see, you can still see that you were a bombshell. That you still are a bombshell. Yeah, that always helps.
I was looking for if you remember.
You were oh I just not think that was funny. Yeah, no, you had some you're a little chubby. But I'm chubby right now, dude. I'm like on a bad day, I saw 155 the other day. On a good day.
It's almost 180.
Yeah, no, I would just cry.
I couldn't see you there for a minute.
No, on a good day, 148. On a bad day, 155. But Jared's he said he's gonna try to focus on working out with me.
I think I'm at 156.
Yeah, that's awesome. That means we're the same size right now.
That's good. We both look cute.
Yeah. Too bad we're 2,000 miles away from each other.
No, we don't that. We'll see each other.
Imagine we could have gone to the beach like this.
I've been to the beach right now.
Yeah, that's true. These are facts.
Just wait a second.
I'm very excited though, Jared. We got the sand filter and we're taking care of the pool.
Yep.
So we got the sand out front, pool in the back.
Yep.
It's just like this.
Good. Is it too cold to get in it?
Yeah, it's like 68 or 65 or something.
Oh, what are you doing?
Look at it.
Yeah.
This is what they do. I try to pet one.
Yeah. You want to see this one? Look at this one.
Aww. Look at that butt, dude.
She sits at the door. Watches for people to walk by in the park. She's not.
That's hilarious. So she was working on anyone. So.
Yeah, I made her give a big pie. She was not happy. Yeah, forced her into the shower. Oh my god, it was hard to watch that. She don't like it. She doesn't do it with you. So you're exhausted by the time you're done.
Yeah. And she shakes. Does she shake?
And she's a big dog.
This one shakes.
Yeah. They all shake when they're done, but not during.
No, they like vibrate, like they're scared.
No, they don't do that in the shower anymore. Yeah, Max shakes. Max is just tremble. Hear him barking, it comes to where I have to get the shake like this. There's nothing getting it at all. Just the colors are barking.
I hear the world outside. Make it stop.
Max is very scared. So Mark's in there singing songs. So anyways, we'll journal back to later, huh?
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go potty and I gotta clean. They're so cute. I need to start doing safe. Dude, it's so bad. We gotta do these.
do face exercise.
Yeah, those.
So Jolie bought this thing, and it's like, you know, the face mask from COVID.
Yeah.
Stick that, except it's very elastic, and she sleeps in it. Looks like it goes around like a hip thing.
It keeps her mouth shut.
Yeah, it holds it in too, so you don't get.
Yeah, that's actually. I'll check that out. If it's, I don't know, it might be on but yeah, I mean, I have it at Walmart because I'll do mouth tape, but it does make my lips start to get peely and stuff.
Yeah, this wraps around your chin. Like,
yeah, because I want August. I want the kids to all use. I put mouth tapes on all of them, but half the time they don't keep it on. So
yeah,
but I can get that. Yeah, no, they say. I mean, that's what they say. Like my mouth, my lower jaw is so recessed because I was a mouth breather. Like genetically, like they're gonna, I wasn't set up, but then I not. I don't want that to happen to August.
What's your false thing with my mouth open? And then I started forcing myself.
Yeah,
which is also bad.
it's bad too. So, all right, well, I'll look for a product like that.
Yeah, look for just when you're out and about. I don't know if y'all ever go to the dollar store. Y'all should be.
Sometimes.
That's where you should be.
We've been shopping at Aldi sometimes.
I hate all it. It smells.
Do you see how he acts?
So silly. That's
no, but he's always acting like this, like the wild.
Yeah.
Look at that. Like, you're just petting him.
Coco does that. He reminds me of Coco.
Like, I'm like petting him, and he's like worried about what everyone else is doing while also.
He has real long hair like Coco.
He's so hairy. I'm like, oh my gosh.
What you guys doing?
And then Jerry's, it's so ridiculous because I vacuum. You know why I vacuum? Oh man, he's so cute, dude. Gosh, I just love him.
We found those bandanas in a crate. And from when they were babies, we never put them on.
Yeah.
And I was like, this, they had just gotten back to stick on.
I know y'all bought a couple of those things for them to wear.
Yeah, they were on the domes. They were in the clearance rack at Walmart.
But yeah, Jared's like, because I vacuum, and my vacuum is I have a Dyson, but it's 13 years old. I bought it off of QVC when August was nursing at like 9 o'clock in the morning. But anyways, it's loud as crap. And he's like, it's really unpleasant. You should sweep. Because I've been vacuuming every day. But I'm like, dude, it doesn't clean the amount of hair with like how frustrated we all get. It's hard because it kicks, even if you get some of it, you're kicking 50% of it back up into the air.
Yeah, it's hard to sweep.
Like, so yeah, I was like, I don't know, I was like, it's more unpleasant to me to be like having dirt around than it is to hear the vacuum. But
I like the floor clean.
Yeah, I gotta go clean upstairs too because I gotta run training. Yep. Okay, yeah, I do have to go. I have so much work to do. Look at these.
George, so pretty. He's so pretty. They're all very pretty.
No, but George is. I still, for some reason, think Todd is the cutest, but I know that George is like the most handsome.
He's very.
Todd.
He's very pretty. He's very unique.
He walks funny.
Todd.
Todd, where'd you go? All right. I love you. We'll talk soon. All right.
I'll talk to you later.
Bye. Love you. Happy Mother's Day. Love you too. Bye. Oh shit. Bye. Oh, where'd you go? Day. Dogs need a bond. Hey. Sorry, I didn't remember. Oh, you don't like to be scared? Wait. It's probably not scare you. You do. Hey. I have to. It's not all. What? Thank you. What? Yeah. No. Here, come here. Everyone. Here, go do your laundry, and then you're either you're right. Your laundry. I'm allowed. Okay, so like you need to try that. Like shutting down my computer. Anybody with Is this your coffee from today? Sue? See, I didn't throw it out. I walked it off. All right, I'm letting them out. You guys grab them. Go. The world a day without a world where there are like merchants. We have school, we have farmer. This game is about civilization. Me, Suzu, and Tune, and Dempsey. I've all been building a civilization, and finally, now we have enough houses. Other people are beginning to join the civilization. Okay. We have 10 people. You know what I'm gonna say? What is that? I woke all of y'all up and politely told you guys that I expected. You didn't tell us it was Mother Day. I expected cleaning. And if you guys planned on playing a game that is that immersive, what do you think would have been the responsible thing to do? What? April first? Yeah, it's okay. So you understood the question. Okay, thank you for now making your review. So, yeah. So that's how I feel about it. Okay. So I think it's cool that you guys play games. You know, I love when y'all are able to do together. But when it comes to the stuff of my comfort and respect, the good thing is now that we've gotten it to this point, it should start growing. Yeah, because I compromised with y'all, which no one even said thank you. So I gave you guys an hour to play straight, and now I'm asking for assistance. And nobody was like, "Yeah, that's fair. Thanks." Now we are in a good place that we can, and I worked with you guys. You see. That is so funny that he's laying down like that. That is so funny. Sun basking in the window. Love that. Oh, someone finally said hi. Hello. Thank you for the likes.
Today is my 42nd birthday, and these are 42 life lessons that I had to learn the hard way. Fear occurs in proportion to importance. The more afraid you are to do something, the more likely it's exactly what you need to do. The best relationships only come once you've learned to be at peace alone. Confidence is the ability to unapologetically like yourself. Self discipline is the ultimate form of self care. Not bubble baths, not treating yourself, but the most loving thing you can do for yourself is to show up and do the hard thing you know your future self will thank you for. Boundaries only piss off the people who benefited from you having none. If someone gets angry when you start saying no, that tells you everything you need to know about why you needed to start saying no in the first place. You don't need more motivation. You don't need a guru. You don't even need a plan. You just need a higher pain tolerance. To deny pain is to deny our own potential growth. Every meaningful thing you've learned about yourself came from a moment of hurt, not from a podcast, not from a book, but from a moment where life smacked you in the mouth and you had to figure out what to do next. The cost of inaction is often higher than the cost of the wrong action. Always be in motion. Strength is not being tough. It's choosing not to turn into an asshole when you have every right to be. Anyone can lash out. Anyone can get revenge, but it takes something else entirely to absorb the hit and still treat people with decency. The most important thing family teaches you is how to love somebody you don't necessarily like. The struggles never get easier, you just get better at bearing them. This is important because people keep thinking they'll reach some level where things stop being hard. They won't. You just stop being surprised by the difficulty. Most time management problems are really just fear management problems. You're not procrastinating because you don't know what to do. You're procrastinating because the thing you need to do scares you. And watching videos like this on YouTube is an effective way of feeling like you're doing something without actually doing it. Not every problem needs a solution. Some simply need time, some need acceptance, some aren't actually problems at all. They're just discomforts that you've taught yourself to fix instead of feel. When life gives you lemons, lean back and squeeze that shit to your eyeballs. Then stare back at life and say, is that all you got, motherfucker? Emotional intelligence often looks and sounds like silence. It's the pause before reacting. It's choosing not to win the argument. It's knowing that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do or say is nothing. The older I get, the more I realize there's wisdom in simply letting other people think they're right.
You guys?
A true friend will risk your anger to help your future self.
Yeah.
The people who only tell you what you want to hear are not your friends, they're your audience. A real friend will say an uncomfortable thing and then let you be pissed off about it because they care more about your future than your feelings. If your 8-year-old self met your adult self, would they be proud? Not of your job title or your bank account. Would they be proud of how you treat people? Would they think you're fun? Would they think you turned out to be the kind of person worth becoming? Self awareness without action is just another trap. Knowing your patterns, naming your triggers, understanding your attachment style, none of this means shit if you don't actually do something differently. Insight without change is just a more sophisticated form of laziness. It's mental masturbation. Healing starts when dysfunction stops feeling like home. For a lot of people, chaos is comfortable because it's familiar to them. And the first time they experience a healthy relationship or a calm environment, it feels boring. Your ancestors survived centuries of floods, wars, famine, slavery, and plagues for you to sit on the toilet and compare your life to people on the internet you've never met. Be grateful, motherfucker. You don't need more. You need less of what doesn't matter. We are drowning in options, information, commitments, and obligations, most of which we said yes to without thinking about it. The most powerful thing you can do in your life right now is not adding something, it's cutting. Talk to yourself the way you would talk to your best friend. If you speak to your friends the way you speak to yourself in your head, you probably wouldn't have any friends left. Try this. The next time you catch yourself in some victim inner monologue, like you're an idiot, you always do this, you'll never figure things out. Imagine saying that exact sentence to a 10-year-old version of yourself. You wouldn't. So why is it okay to say that to the current you? The intensity of your grief will match the intensity of your love. People who never hurt deeply likely never loved deeply either. Grief is the receipt for something that mattered to you. And if you've ever been truly wrecked by a loss, congratulations. It means you had something incredible in the first place. Freedom starts when you stop needing to be liked. As long as your decisions are filtered through, but what will they think? You're not really free. You're performing. And the performance never ends. It just gets more exhausting. There are only three things that change your life: love, discipline, and loss. One is hard to find, one is hard to master, and the other hurts like a motherfucker. The best moments of your life will not look like the best moments of your life while they're happening. They will look like a random Tuesday with your kid, a boring afternoon with a friend, a quiet morning where nothing is wrong. You only realize they were the best moments in hindsight. By the way, this is why you should stop waiting and expecting some grand event to eventually make you happy. It won't. Maturity is developing the ability to put up with things you don't like and honor the things that matter. By this definition, adulthood is what is not fun but worthwhile, and childishness is what is fun but not worthwhile. Forgive yourself for not knowing earlier what only time could teach. We tend to judge our past selves by our current knowledge, and that's just not fair to our past selves. Be gracious with your past failures. They are what made you who you are today. You can't build self worth by trying to be like someone else. Whether in art, fashion, watches, or people, counterfeits are always worth less than the original. The whole point of self worth is that it comes from the self, not from a curated imitation of a bunch of douchebags you saw on the internet. Growth doesn't threaten real friendships, only fake ones. If you change your life for the better and someone resents you for it, then they weren't really your friend, were they? They wanted you to stay where you were because it justified them staying where they are. Accept this: you don't have to prove anything to anybody, including yourself. I'm sorry to break it to you, but it's impossible for someone who destroys your mental health to be the love of your life. If they make you anxious, insecure, or constantly unsure of yourself, it's not passion, it's trauma. We walk into parties, dates, job interviews, obsessed over whether these people are going to judge us or not. When the real question is, are they worth impressing in the first place? The people who are best at making everyone like them are the most empty at 40 because they spent 2 decades building their personality based on other people's preferences instead of their own. And by the time they realize this, they have no idea who they are or what they want. When you live your life according to what other people want, you're outsourcing your dreams to people who don't have to bear the costs of achieving them. Chances are nobody asked you for your fucking opinion. This is good. It means you don't have to have one. Opinions have a way of imprisoning you and enforcing a view on the world. Try having fewer of them. A great partner makes everything else in your life easier. A bad partner makes everything else in your life harder. People will obsess over their career decisions, their body, their investments, but your romantic relationship is the single highest leveraged decision you will ever make in your life. Motivation is a feeling, feelings come and go, like the weather. The people who actually change their lives are not the ones who found some magical inner fire. They're the ones who learn to keep moving even when it sucked. Getting over it isn't about pretending it didn't hurt. It's about admitting that it did, fully, without shame, and then choosing to move forward anyway. Chances are many of your problems are the result of achieving the dreams of your past self. You wanted the job, now you have the stress. You wanted the relationship, now you have the arguments. That doesn't mean something went wrong, it just means that you leveled up and you have a new set of problems. Learn how to take moments and be grateful for those problems. The world rewards people who go first because so few of them do. You'll face more rejections when things go wrong, but you'll get all the credit when things go right. Fear kills more of your dreams than failure ever will. Most people think that they failed when they really just never even started. They rehearsed the failure so many times in their head that it felt real, and then they use that imaginary failure as an excuse to never even try. Adulthood starts when you stop waiting to be saved. No one is coming to save you. Not a partner, not a mentor, not a windfall. The moment you accept that you are the only one responsible for your life is the moment that your life begins.
Our new studio space.
Sorry. Okay. And we are rolling. Hold on. Okay. Just do a 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mark. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, holy cup. Homie.
Yeah.
Did he eat it? No. So cute. Oh. Try again, Papa. His tongue feels so weird. Oh yeah. You should get a tattoo of a bug. There we go. Wow, you should get a realistic tattoo. Why did I get a realistic tattoo? Of not our style. Of a bug that probably will beat you. Alright, who's taking care of your village? So I'm going to take care of the village. And Toonie's coming here? Where'd you poop, bro? You just smeared your poop on me? Or is that calcium? He's so cute. Golly gee.
So I was just reading this study on mental toughness, and the results are so mind-blowing. I should see, in 2012, scientists conducted MRI scans to active duty military soldiers to try to
What is those active days?
before and after they were exposed to live combat. What they were looking at was this part right here. It's called the hippocampus. And it's
Thank you
the
for the
part
light.
regulation. 18 months went by. These soldiers, they went off to war, they did some things, they saw some shit, as they say, and then the soldiers came back and they got another scan. And this is where things get absolutely fascinating. See, even after going through some of the most gruesome, stressful events of their lives, the scans revealed that many of the soldiers weren't as emotionally messed up as you would expect. In fact, many of them, their hippocampuses grew. Hippocampi, is that a word? Hippocampi? But not only that, the connective tissue to the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, which is here, also grew in size. This matters because the prefrontal rational decision making. It's the part of your brain that overrides your emotions and your fear and your inhibition.
Okay, do the
What's more, these
cigarettes and put it on the counter. Something full of water and put it on the counter. And then bring back, take this, take this.
or PTSD symptoms. It's as though their brains went to the gym and came back bench pressing 300 pounds. So this raises the question, can you train your emotional resilience the same way you, I don't know, train for a marathon or go to the gym? So my team and I, we've been studying episode on resilience. And as you guys know, we go really hard on these podcast episodes. It's like 4 to 5 hours, hundreds of citations, and I can't escape this question. I've become obsessed the past couple weeks. I did something a little bit crazy. I decided to run an experiment on myself. I signed up for an endurance race. It's an endurance race of 15 kilometers through mud and freezing water. It has about 20 to 25 military style obstacles, everything from crawling under barbed wire to climbing over walls, up ropes, dealing with electrocution, basic stuff. Oh, and it's done in like nearly a 3D. And what's more, other than a moderate running habit, I have not trained for this. I'm going to be completely relying on my mental preparation based on my research in the past few weeks to essentially endure 5 hours of intense pain and discomfort. Sounds like fun. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But first, we need some groundwork. We need to actually define what is mental toughness, what is resilience, and what is the method you go about building it. There's actually a really good book about this. Let me grab it. Nassim Taleb writes in his famous bestseller that every system falls into
It's not going to be tracking you down because it's in a workplace.
anti-fragile. Now, fragile systems are harmed by stress or volatility. Think of glass breaking or a house of cards falling. Robust systems resist volatility and outside stress. Think of like a cement block. These things are strong, they resist change. But then there are anti-fragile systems. And Taleb argues that if fragile systems have negative responses to disorder and stress, and robust systems are different to stress, anti-fragile systems actually have a positive response. They get stronger. He uses the example of the Hydra from Greek mythology, which each time you cut off one of its heads, it would grow two back in its place. Taleb goes on to argue that the human body and mind are anti-fragile systems, that they actually grow stronger, more adaptive, and more resilient when they're exposed to outside stress. Now, he used an example of deadlifting a heavy weight, and he goes on to brag for a few too many pages about how much he can deadlift, but the point remains that when you stress your body, it grows back and adapts to become stronger. Similarly, the mind is an anti-fragile system. We gain from our failures. We learn from our unexpected setbacks. We become better because of the stresses in our life. So the key seems to be if we can just find out what stressors that we push onto ourselves, we can improve our mental toughness infinitely. We can train our mental strength much in the same way that we go to the gym and train our physical strength by sustaining conscious periodic challenges and then recovering and growing from them. But there's a problem with this theory. Let's go back to the soldiers and the brain scans. Not all of the soldiers came back with enlarged hippocampi. Not all of them improved their self-control and self-discipline. Some of them came back with much smaller brain volume around the hippocampus. And you want to guess which ones those were? That's right. They were the soldiers who suffered from PTSD. Shocker, it turns out that stress is both a good and a bad thing. It has a way of bifurcating outcomes for people. The more extreme the stress, the more extreme that bifurcation. So when you go through really, really traumatic shit, You either, on the one hand, become David Goggins, or on the other, have PTSD. There's not really an in between. So this means that we have to take a step back. And before I can mentally start preparing for my endurance race, we have to understand what types of pain actually make you stronger and what types of pain. So it turns out that not all pain is created equal. Imagine pain on a spectrum. Over here on this side, you have very minor pain, and then over here, you have very intense pain. Now, if you were to graph out the relationship between pain and growth, you get a graph like this. And there's three different categories that our pains fall into. Let's call them inconveniences. These are just minor nuisances. They don't really add a whole lot to your life, but they're also not very challenging. Here, we have challenges. And then over here, this is trauma land. And this is where the struggle is so severe that it debilitates us and we end up becoming far more fragile. The research shows that inconveniences do nothing for our mental toughness. In fact, inconveniences just make us miserable and weaker. Challenges increase our mental toughness. The more we overcome, the more capable we are of overcoming even more. The question is, where are the boundaries between these three categories? Ideally, we want to be in this middle area as much as possible. So it raises the question, what is the difference between an inconvenience and a challenge? The primary difference is a mindset. An inconvenience is something that feels meaningless, pointless, but as soon as it feels meaningful, well, now it becomes a challenge. For example, when your mom bugs you to take out the trash, it feels like an inconvenience. But if you just bought your first home and you're trying to take care of your living space because you care very deeply about the quality of your own life, suddenly that just feels like a minor challenge. Now, what's super interesting is that the difference between a challenge and a trauma is also a question of mindset and perspective. So, in both cases, moving both out of trauma and towards challenge is a question of mindset, and moving from inconveniences to challenge is also a question of mindset. And this is where the real fucking magic happens, because the difference between becoming fragile and anti-fragile is merely a difference of our perspectives. And it turns out you can actually train yourself to adopt the right perspectives to make sure that you're always living in this world of challenge and improving yourself. When you put people in difficult situations, when you force them into difficult situations, when you make them commit to difficult situations, their limit to what they're capable of is often way further to the right than they ever suspected. And so, in a way, what I'm doing with this endurance race is I'm making that myself. I've never anything like this before, but I know that I've done a lot of great things in the past. Part of this experiment is forcing myself to have an experience that in this very moment does not feel possible to me. But I think once I get in it, I will realize it's much more possible than I ever thought. Now, in my research, I've identified 5 mindsets that help you see things as challenges that you can overcome. I fly to Chicago in about 10 days, and I need to prepare both my body and my mind for this thing. Enough talking, I'm going to start training. So part of the tough mudder is that the water gets off the makes it tough, I guess. Work up my resilience. I got these cold punches for the next week. Cold water. Not a fan of it. But I'm not gonna let myself say that, because here's the thing. Research shows that like the most important thing when it comes to doing something difficult is the belief that you can do it. In psychology, it's known as self-efficacy. Basically, people who feel that it's realistic and possible.
Yeah, watch out.
I can't do this to myself. If you don't want to do something, your mind starts making up narratives and stories about why you shouldn't do it. So I'm going to practice narrative free and just fucking doing the thing.
You gotta walk backwards.
Yes. Oh, God. So, what was I talking about? So right now, my mind is all sorts of reasons not to do this. Telling myself, it's too cold. Don't need to be in here that long. I'm gonna be racing. This is fucking video. We can just edit it to make it look like I did a cold plunge. I didn't really do a cold plunge. This is really I was not expecting it to be this cold. How many minutes has it been? Do we know? Four of them. All right, fuck this shit. Go get a towel, Madison, please. So I'm not gonna lie, training started out a little rough. In fact, the first few days, I kept asking myself, why the hell are you doing this, Marin? You could just go sit behind a desk with a microphone, like a normal YouTuber. But I do think the important thing was the extent of the commitment. I had to buy plane tickets. I had to tell the team. Everybody blocked off their schedules. I bought the fucking ticket to the Tough Mudder. Like, at a certain point, you're just pot committed. And so you go with it. Over the following week, I went up into the Santa Monica Mountains and ran almost every day. I did cold plunges every other day. And in my free time, I did a lot of grip work, pull ups, arm hangs, things to help with my forearms and grip strength. But as I was going through all of this, I wanted to make sure to practice the mindsets that I had researched for the podcast episode. So this meant really telling myself that this was possible, not allowing any sense of doubt into my head. All sorts of things started coming into my mind, and as the week went on, I got better at just cutting them off at the source, just not even stories clear out shout my brain before they happen. Fortunately, the
Okay, can
socials
you go around and pick up all the
with me, and as I
all the
always
stuff that I can't really vacuum? Oh, he's right there.
shows drastically improves your odds of dealing with a challenge or a setback is doing it with somebody else. Having that
Is that a bat? What? No, it's a chameleon. Another bat. Excuse me. Thank you for the likes, you guys.
my director of photography runs ultramarathons and she fucking loves pain. So she's gonna be doing the Tough Mudder with me. Are you excited, Jess?
I am so thrilled to be this with you. Get off the list with you.
Every hour counts. Every mile counts. Only with you days. That we had out. I'm not built for this anymore. No, they made me fucking soft. A fucking resilience video. All the videos about being tough. Staying hard.
Goggins, make Goggins proud.
Yeah, what would Goggins do?
Probably laugh at us.
Goggins would have started at 3 a.m. That's what Goggins done.
Would have called us all a bunch of bitches.
Yeah. They all
Did you take this and then
tomorrow.
what? Here.
Number one mindset. Don't even believe that it's cold. Number two mindset. Don't believe any fucking bullshit narratives about anything. Have I ever told you guys about Ernest Shackleton?
Yeah.
Ernest Shackleton was supposed to be the guy who got to the South Pole first. He actually got within about 20 miles and he had to turn around and go back. And it turned out his ship was hit by an iceberg while he was gone. And so they had no ship out of Antarctica. So him and his men were stranded in Antarctica for almost 6 months. And during that time, every single one of them survived. When Shackleton came back, they asked him how they survived. You know what he said? He said enforced cheerfulness. That the whole time they were stranded in Antarctica, he forced his men to sing songs, tell jokes, and he attributed that to the reason that they survived. And I'm going to enforce my cheerfulness on all of you right now by telling you.
Shoes? I asked you to pick up those 2 shoes. Where are you?
All right. So, why can you never trust a staircase?
Yeah, over there. Can you bring them back in here?
Because they're always up to something.
Do you know on that lower shelf?
Why didn't those two skeletons fight each other?
They're scared of each other.
Because they didn't have the guts.
Right there. Yeah, they want to.
I ever tell you guys I only know 25 letters of the alphabet?
What?
Yeah. I don't know why.
Well, you're only. I kind of, but that what? They're only trying to buy better.
I'm gonna throw in a mindset that I didn't really talk about in trade. And this is the mindset that I don't know, really scares people sometimes. But I've used it a few times.
Like, I know I was telling us, something like, hey, there's one.
That's like, you have to be very careful when you and it's this. It's basically deciding I will die accomplishing this goal and being at peace with that. Now that sounds a little bit insane, but let's just if you can reach a point where you're like, I will die trying doing this thing, and you actually believe it, you have conviction in it, nothing else is going to slow you down. Nothing else is going to stop you. A tweaked ankle, a bad night of sleep, things that would normally completely derail you, none of it is going to stop you. Now, obviously, this mindset can become dangerous if you're doing extremely dangerous shit. But generally in my life, you know, I'm a pampered white boy from the suburbs, so I'm not doing a ton of dangerous shit. And I actually find it extremely useful. Once I'm that committed to a thing I'm doing,
Nobody knew that knows where you want it.
I seem to become impervious to it.
Yes, ma'am. He's going to do.
I'm riding the race first thing on Saturday morning. So when I do my research, the average person completes a Tough Mudder in around 4 hours. Now again, that's over 10 miles of running plus 25 military races.
Can you get me a?
Yeah, can you find the snakes? I think we could do it in 3 hours.
Ambitious. I'm up for the challenge.
You up for the challenge? I'll buy us tickets to Nine Inch Nails.
Done. Done. Say less.
Now, I don't know where you're from. Where I'm from, Jess is from. Nine Inch Nails might as well be Elysium. It might as well be heaven. I fucking love you, Trent Reznor. So we got up that morning, we carb loaded, I ate a shitload of pancakes, and then we went on to the race. I actually wasn't nervous. I was excited. I just wanted to get go. Honestly, my biggest fear right now is that I'm gonna get an hour in and I'm gonna take you it. I did not poop this morning. I did some calculations and I estimated that if we ran at roughly 10-minute per mile pace, we should comfortably be able to hit our goal. And so that was coming out of the gate, like that was my main focus. Try to stick to 10 minutes per mile and try not to fuck up the obstacles. The early obstacles were easier than I expected. The running was a little bit harder. It's also extremely humid. And so for these reasons, I actually
Why is there still
a little bit tired around the 3.5 mile. Okay, we're about 5K in, about third way. I'm definitely starting to feel tired. All the early obstacles seem designed to tire you out, like climbing over logs, carrying stuff. It's like not hard, but
You're rich mood. So you do need to wait until you have instructions. And then you do what I said.
turn away and keep pressing on. Then we got to the mud. Ironically, I think the mud in the Tough Mudder is the same race of it.
Where's Pablo? Thank you for the like.
Jumping into water is
Where's
actually
Pablo?
incredibly refreshing when you're running in a hot, sunny day. Like that water couldn't have felt better. Number two, once you're covered in the mud, it actually keeps you cool as you run further into the
Oh, he's right
And
there.
where? Because you're stopping to climb
He's right there.
mud walls, people off mud walls, you're actually catching your breath. And you don't realize how much you're catching your breath, but it is a nice break in between.
All right, can you go through this next year?
Why are you doing it? What's going on?
Like, I'm struggling.
I'm seeing like fighting and fighting and really very at this point. Even when the power isn't if you need something, you have to see your game or something you pick up stuff.
Back half of the course had most of the obstacles and
All right,
had
go put this next
far-
to the bed there.
did our
Put this
best
next to the
to
bed over there.
widen it. And sure enough, it did. But I think at this point, at least for myself,
January 7th, it's very sad.
endorphins going, a lot of adrenaline, and I don't know, if you get tear gas, electrocuted, like you just start getting we're savages. Now, I will be honest, most of this was genuine, but some of it was a little bit of that enforced cheerfulness. I mean, there were definitely moments, especially running through the back half, that I was feeling a little beat up, but I said, fuck it, I'm going to sing Bon Jovi. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Whoa.
I mean, I would
Sure enough.
no.
Part of Jess and I's
That's how they wish to play.
We started to some stuff. Now, in my case, I'm a big boy. After doing like multiple arm hang, monkey bar, ring swing, rope climb obstacles, my grip strength really started to give out. In Jess's case, he's just very slow. So there were a few obstacles here that we failed a few times and it kind of held us up. I'm proud to say at least one of us completed every single obstacle in this.
Go put this in my pocket.
I was pretty beat up.
But no, we're over here.
Right in the drawer. Drawer.
Me?
11, 12.
That's the drawer.
What was that been saying?
I just told me shut the fuck up. That's what God would say. This is where I had to go into the pain cave, as David Goggins calls it. I was absolutely exhausted.
Meaning
I
front
had a
porch.
bunch of skin off my
Mhm.
left hand.
That on the front porch.
I had been tear gassed. I had been electrocuted. I had crawled barbed wire. I was absolutely at the end of my gas tank. But when you're 90% through an endurance race, you don't fucking stop. By the 9th mile, my body had pretty much completely fallen apart. I was starting to get cramps in my left leg. I had full blisters on my feet. My shoes were completely full of mud. But in the distance, we could see the finish line. We could see the last obstacles and we could see the finish line. And so I just got absolutely locked in. No, not a lot of pain. Like these are the moments when the mind matters the most. Just like keeping focused on the next step, making success. As small as possible. Not thinking about the finish line, not thinking about the next obstacle, I'm thinking about seeing my people. These few obstacles were a hell of an experience. We had to swim through the coldest water I have ever been in my life, bar none. We had to climb a massive rope mountain. I think they called it Mount Everest. It seemed like it was 100 feet high. It was probably not nearly that high, but it just seemed to go on forever. And let me tell you, it was a little freaky up there at the top. Not a whole lot to stop you if you pull things off right before the finish line. You have to run through dozens and dozens of live electrical wires. I was a little cavalier about this. I thought, it's been shocked. I'll probably be fine. But yeah, that shit hits you like a fucking
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh God, no! Poor Willy Wonka, he's in the bag. Time: 2 hours, 23 minutes, 51 seconds. We fucking crushed it.
This needs to go on that.
Savages. We are savages. Now, I'd love to tell you that there was a bunch of euphoria and celebration and elation, and we cried and hugged. And
Okay.
man, I was a wreck. I was so fucking tired. I think at one point my producer was like, "Do you want to say anything?" And I was like, "I can't think right now." I feel like I should say something inspirational here, but no,
Anything.
I'm in pain. I'm in a lot of pain, and I want to go do something. But if I was to go back and say something profound and inspirational in that moment, this is what I would say. I would say the most important lesson from this entire experience is to become a person who does hard things. I had no idea if I was in good enough shape. I had no idea how much it was going to hurt, how much it was going to suck, if I was going to get injured, if I was going to look like an idiot in this video. I didn't know any of those things. I think I built up a portfolio of challenging shit throughout my life, and I've survived all of it, and I've gotten through all of it. Having that stack of evidence for myself is ultimately what enabled this sort of experience. Ultimately, what resilience really comes down to, like, sure, adopting these mindsets in the short run is very powerful. It can help you in that moment. But I think the most important thing in the long run is to become a person who does hard things. It is to become a person who accepts challenges, who endures pain, who can handle setbacks, who doesn't give up at the first obstacle. Because once you do become that person, then you feel like you're set for anything. It's not that I know how to do a tough mudder. It's not that I know how to do an endurance race. It's not that I know how to get electrocuted or tear gassed, but I trust myself to figure it out. And I think that trust is actually what tough-mindedness is. And if you can find that, you become fucking indestructible.
There's a water bottle on the table right next to you. Bring it here.
That was for the second. Where you turn it into a rocket bowl for eventually. Oh, nail it. Where is Pablo? Where is he?
Over there.
I still don't see him. Oh, Darian. He went in with the Fowler so well. I love he died that thing. Oh, bro. No, you're done first. Get it here, flop it, flop it, flop it. Never mind, never mind. Sorry, I had a burp from so. Am I good now?
If you ask me one more time, then you're not gonna be able to go back. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, see? Oh, wait, now that I see you doing it.
Is it on the camera too?
Yeah. You're talking about evil, but
You can see him.
yeah.
It's not cut off.
Yes, not cut off. You can tell it cut off, but wait, you are cut off, but there we go. How do 75 hours?
75 minutes.
Oh, we'll take even 1 hour on this. Been 1 hour. Oh wait, he dirty. Oh wait, he got the camera. He got the camera. Oh wait, I'll handle it. I'll handle it.
Stop smiling.
He leaves the camera. Oh wait, now he should be at the metal part. Oh wait, with that.
Okay. That's more like it, Toonie. What's next? What?
What next?
You gotta give me a second.
Oh wait, be 30 minutes. There we go. Oh, it's looking for the You want it? You want it? You want it? No. I want nothing. You want it?
Okay. All right, you can go take a 5-minute break while I vacuum in here, and then I will need someone's help after that.
Okay, not with me. Don't be with me.
are you doing? Despite being asking you, can you just come back on, please? Alright, so Susan's laundry is not dryer. She needs to be in her. Thank you. Our next is your clothes are in the dryer. Your case are go with the surface. And ask artists for help for questions. What's on dryer? August? I need your help in other places. Susan, did you hear your photos up? Junie, you should be done with that.
Okay, might get. I just.
Alright, I said clean up your room when we get the floor picked up under the bed. He's folding towels and shouldn't be done right now. But he's probably about to be my slave, so. You get your clothes under the dryer, get a whole put away.
They just left towels in here.
Yeah, just fold them and put them in the laundry room, or I mean, in the closet. Junie, are you done? Then you need to stop talking and finish the job. Junie, pass me down a small rag. Please. Just drop it down. Thanks, bud.
You don't need a productivity system, you need a bedtime. My name is Mark Manson. I'm the three-time #1 New York Times bestselling author of The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. And over the past 20 years, I've helped tens of thousands of people, and I've done it really honest and say what other people won't. For example, here's a harsh truth. 8 hours of sleep and a daily walk outside will solve as many of your problems as if something feels very difficult, it must be very complex to solve. And this makes sense because complex things tend to be very difficult. But there are also many difficult things that are not complex. For example, breaking up with somebody, not very complex. Just sit down and say, I don't want to see you anymore. Incredibly emotionally difficult. Now, what happens often is that with these simple actions that are emotionally difficult, we invent complexity to justify the difficulty that we have with them. We decide that there must be like some 6-step process that if you just understand the ins and outs of all social dynamics, and that if you implement these exact body language tactics, it will somehow make breaking up with somebody you care about slightly easier. But that's not really the case. And you see this all the time in the self-help industry. Take people who are experiencing extremely emotionally difficult problems and they are looking to buy complex solutions. They want the 20-hour seminar. They want the 3-day course. When really, just get some fucking sleep. They did a meta analysis recently where they looked at every type of intervention for depression, everything from pharmaceuticals to every modality of therapy to meditation. You know what came out on top? Exercise. That's right. The most effective antidepressant in the world is freely available to everybody 24/7, 365. It's called Go Outside and Walk Around Free. So before you run out and try to learn some crazy method or eat or protocol, make sure you
finish helping August in those room.
Here's another one for you. If you don't choose your priorities in life, the world is going to choose them for you. Let's pretend this is you. And these are all the things that you care about. It's like a little gumball machine. Now, what happens is if there's a vacuum in the things that you care about, the world will quickly show up and insert its own priorities in its place. And so if you don't decide what matters to you, the world is going to constantly be pressuring you and incentivizing you to care about the things that it cares about. The worst part about this is that when you adopt the values of the world around you, you actually don't realize that it's not you. The things that you're paying attention to, or that you're following, or that you're invested in, aren't actually the things that you care about. And so one day you wake up when you're 40 and you realize that you've lived your entire life for somebody else, and that you've spent every ounce of your being trying to impress others and win approval for others. And who are the others anyway? Because who the fuck gives a shit what they think? And why did you go to med school? Why did you become a doctor? Oh my God, what am I doing with my life? I think I'm going to go surfing in Costa Rica. Another way to think about this is that You have to develop the ability to be disliked in order to free yourself from the prison of other people's values and opinions. Eventually, you'll realize that it's better to be disliked for who you are and what you value than it is to be liked for who you're not and what you don't value. In 1967, Muhammad Ali, who at the time was known as Cassius Clay, he was the world heavyweight champion of boxing. Then he got drafted to go to the Vietnam War, and he refused to go. And what emerged was an immense social campaign on him to drop everything and go fight the war that so many other Americans were fighting in. But he refused. He was stripped of his title. He wasn't allowed to box anymore. He lost his boxing license, and he even spent some time in jail. Now, what's amazing about the Muhammad Ali story is that your values aren't exemplified through what you pursue, they're exemplified by what you're willing to give up. If you're not willing to lose something, if you're not willing to push back against society, to stand up for the things that you care about, do you really care about them at all? The definition of valuing something, the definition of who you are, is very much determined by what are you willing to sacrifice for? What are you willing to experience friction and be disliked for? And if the answer is nothing, then your gumballs are probably not your gumballs. Now, a lot of people hate this friction. They hate the conflict. They hate being disliked or punished in any shape or form. And so they just go with the flow and they end up accepting what other people impose onto them. So you have to develop the ability to be disliked in order to solidify your internal value system. Because here's another harsh truth. If saying no and standing on your own makes you feel guilty, then at some point in your life, you've probably been trained to neglect yourself. See, what happens to a lot of us is when we're young, we are not encouraged to stand up for the things that we care about. We are encouraged to go along with what everybody else cares about. And when we're not encouraged to stand up for what we care about, when we're not supported when we're in that friction with the people around us, then we never develop that muscle. We never develop that skill to be willing to sacrifice for something. Now, if you're one of these people who's done pretty far into adulthood and never figured out how to stand up for something, start small. Find the little frictions, the little pushback. Think of it like a conflict muscle. The same way you wouldn't go into the gym and try to lift 400 pounds on the first day, you wouldn't try to go to jail for your convictions on the first conflict day. It could be as simple as saying no to something you don't want to do. It could be as simple as not taking responsibility for somebody else's feelings or somebody else's problems. It could be declining an invitation or telling someone that you don't actually like doing an activity that they think you like doing. Now, when you start simple like this, it's good for a number of reasons. One is it's just easier than saying no to the big hard things. But two, something happens, which is people push back a little bit. And what they expect is an equal and opposite pushback from the world. But funny thing, nobody gives a shit about your problems as much as you do. So what usually happens is there's no pushback. And you realize it's much easier to go much further than you thought was possible. In fact, what I tend to notice with people when they first start standing up for themselves for the first time is they have this feeling of like, my God, why didn't I do this 10 years ago? I could have saved myself so much pain and struggle. And generally, it's not until the second or third or fourth pushback that then the world shows up and the conflict emerges. And at that point, that's fine because you're still so much farther than where you began. Most people aren't actually stuck because their life is too hard. They're actually stuck because the distractions feel safer than the solutions do. Now, distractions are problematic in two different ways. The first one is that they actually distract you from doing this pushback. They lead you down these weird paths of like, oh, this TikTok, or like, oh my God, maybe I should like go read this book over here. That'll teach me something. But the second and more egregious one is that they complicate what you should be caring about. You may have a strong sense of like, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to work on. This is how I want to get better. And then you go read a bunch of books and watch a bunch of videos and take the seminar. And like, it's like raised on like five other possibilities of what you could be doing. It's just
Yeah, a lot more confident. He's obviously a social guy.
You put him on that. Okay.
too is that these days there is a very fine line between what is a distraction and what's not. A lot of what appears to be productivity is just procrastination in a business suit. One of the things that I like to say is that learning more is a smart person's favorite way to procrastinate. It's a favorite way to avoid dealing with the
Whoa. He's moving back.
Oh, yeah.
what you care about. It's easier to just bury your head in another book, try to learn another process. But here's the other thing too, is that social media is pretty much always telling us do everything everywhere all at once, be everything to everybody. Whereas if you look at reality, if you look at what the science says about mental health and psychological well-being, it says focus on doing one or two things extremely well, do them in one place very consistently in a small group of people for a long
I need,
Bring
sure.
there's like everything is the same. This is why
like truck off the floor, I'm gonna go up there and clean up, so I need everything out of the way, something I need to clean up.
say, this is you, these are the things you care about. You care about, but you're not doing empty space here. The world is doing the world thing. It's bombarding you with distractions and sexy time and oh my god, you see the thing on Twitter, oh holy shit, the world's ending. It's just bombarding you 24/7 with bullshit.
Oh
Now,
my
you know,
gosh. No.
is that it actually creates enough space for you to decide what you actually care about.
Dude, how did I just miss that? That was devastating.
If nobody knew I cared about this, if I was stranded on a desert island and had
Dude.
access to all the resources and all the opportunities,
Is
the thing that I would change all my life, the people that I would pay attention to. You don't get an accurate sense of what those things
Damn
are
it.
until
That would have been so cool.
what happens when you eliminate all the distractions is you start noticing the things you stop caring about. Suddenly, that thing that you thought was so important when you're being exposed to some bullshit Instagram account, it doesn't feel important anymore. That one cause or group that you thought was such a huge part of your social life, you know, you spend a week or two without them and you realize, you know what, I really don't miss them and I think I'm kind of happier without them. It becomes a way of surfacing which of these gumballs were yours to begin with, and which of them were implanted in by the world. Now, obviously, all this stuff that we're talking about is like, it's scary. There's a certain amount of fear that's tied up in it. But here's another harsh truth confidence and fear both require belief in something that hasn't happened yet. And at a certain point, you just have to realize that you're choosing to be scared. Our minds are really just prediction machines. Our minds take old experiences, we write narratives around them, and then we use those narratives to predict what might happen in the future. Now, anxiety and confidence are both narratives about the future that we've just made up in our minds. Let's say I have a big public speaking gig and I'm going to go talk to like 3,000 people or something. I can think about that and I can pull up a narrative of all the horrible things that can go wrong, all the ways I can embarrass myself on stage. You know, maybe I fall and face plant in front of thousands of people and it ends up on the nightly news, and that could terrify me. Or I could pull the narrative that will lead to confidence. I can practice my talk, get really clear about what I'm going to say, and develop a lot of confidence in my ability to deliver a lot of value. Both of these narratives are completely made up in my head. They're both invented out of thin air, but I can train myself to buy into one narrative more than the other. Now, the funny thing is that the emotion stays the same. The emotion is just uncertainty. It's just a general feeling of like, oh my God, what's going to happen? And this is a big misconception that people have. In fact, if you look at research around anxiety, if you look at, say, research on athletes that perform extremely well under pressure versus athletes that completely crumble under pressure, there's not a difference in anxiety. Both the athletes that perform well and the athletes that don't experience the same amount of stress and anxiety. The only difference is that the athletes that perform well believe in a narrative that they're going to step up and perform up to the occasion, whereas the athletes who believe they're going to crumble are the ones who actually do. Now, this kind of internal narrative management is itself a little bit of a skill. And if we've come from a background of a lot of trauma and stress and had a lot of people hurt us in our past, it makes sense that our narrative is going to be, oh, if I stand up for myself, or if I say I don't like something, then I'm going to be punished and nobody's going to appreciate me. It makes sense that that would generate a lot of fear and you would dread it and you would have a lot of anxiety about it. Again, this is the emotional side of what we just talked about. Growth requires failure the same way that gaining strength requires pain. You have to break it down and then grow back slightly stronger each and every time. See, there's a funny cognitive bias that happens around failure and dread that is really interesting and also just completely inaccurate. If you think about somebody who has an unhealthy relationship with failure, let's say they have a goal. The goal is here and they're starting here. Now, the person with an unhealthy relationship with failure thinks, I'm going to shoot for the goal, and then if I fail, I'm going to crash and burn, and it's going to be a disaster. It's not what I want to. Somebody who has a.
Okay, so wait, your laundry's in your room, you wash your clothes.
No, I'm talking.
Right, you're gonna fail, but you're gonna fail at a higher level. Start.
It's
You
right.
will learn things, you will have some experience, you will certain
Alright, are you gonna do something?
from the first initial jitters
That's what we told in here.
First place. On the base. And then coming up with that. Still, once again.
How many were there?
You already
Alright, yeah, make sure you use them for your.
let's say it's like finally debate. All of life is like this. It's like a stock chart. No stock just goes up and to the right. Everything is like, doing this thing.
And so even though it feels like failure is going to be cataclysmic and it's actually going to leave you in a worse place than when you began,
The truth is that you're gonna end up in a slightly better place than where you began. And you simply have to tolerate
enough failures to condition that into yourself. Because ultimately, the only difference between a successful person and an unsuccessful person is the successful person has tolerated more failures over a longer period of time. The strongest person you know, they felt all the same fear, the same doubt, the same insecurity that you do. They've just learned to act despite it. Again, this is the biggest misconception when it comes to doing great things in the world. You don't get rid of the anxiety. You don't get rid of the self. You just learn how to develop the ability to act despite it. Abraham Lincoln struggled with severe depression his entire life. He was widely hated and judged throughout his presidency. He used to be stuck in bed for days at a time, unable to get out, and journaled to himself that he was going to have the biggest failure in American history, that he was going to be the reason that the country collapsed. Deep, 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 profound insecurities.
It's just that the difference between Abraham Lincoln and, say, you is that Lincoln went through so many of these failures on his ascent up to being president that
He's getting depressed about this over here,
while you're still getting depressed about the thought of being here.
the thing to understand is that this is what growth actually looks like. Growth is not getting rid of the self doubt. It's not getting rid of the fear. It's simply being fearful of bigger and better things. It's doubting yourself for greater and greater achievements. Because happiness is not a lack of problems. Happiness is having better problems. Success is having better failures. Discipline is, in a way, having better addictions. So you don't really get rid of the struggle. You simply learn to upgrade. All right, that's it for this video. If you love the harsh truths and you want to see 40 of them delivered in rapid fire, check out my video, 40 harsh truths that I know at 40 that I wish I knew at 20. It's a banger. I'll see you over there.
So you're right here.
It's 2016. Uber has spread globally at an unprecedented rate and broken every rule along the way. The company has been illegally surveilling drivers and customers for years. They've violated local laws in dozens of countries and municipalities. They've stolen trade secrets and IP from competitors, and at the time, are secretly following journalists who have been critical of the company in an effort to blackmail them. At the center of the storm is Travis Kalanick, a brazen but brilliant CEO and founder who has, despite the mounting pressure, remained relatively unscathed. But another year passes and the wheels come off. Pun totally intended. Stole about 14,000 confidential files. Google sues Uber for stealing their trade secrets. The New York Times reports that Uber knowingly misled regulators about their technology. Female employees start filing sexual harassment lawsuits. A video leaks of Kalanick berating an Uber driver.
Is out entirely, at least as CEO, reportedly under pressure.
Kalanick is finally pushed out and forced to resign a few months later. Everything
That was so crazy. Wish I had that on camera. He just like slid backwards without moving.
with a sweet ass $3 billion comp package. Got plenty of funding for his other companies.
Brush your teeth.
$43 million Beverly Hills mansion, counting his money and laughing about it. You look around and you see this in the world time after time. The liar, the narcissist, the bully, they're not just surviving, they're thriving. The covers of magazines, running billion-dollar companies, and racking up followers.
There he goes. Look at him slide.
The honest, kind, decent people burned out.
So crazy.
To you, well,
He's
because
sliding.
there's a brutal logic to why the worst people often win in life. And in this video, we're going to get into why. But first, a quick word from the sponsor. Now, let me ask you a question. Are you someone whose calendar is completely stacked with meetings? Do you ever find yourself digging deep into your brain, trying to remember what was said when by whom? Was that the marketing team that said that? Was it the ops team that said that? Do we even remember who the marketing team is? If yes, then you really need to try out Granola AI. Granola is an AI powered notepad designed to make every meeting easier and more useful. And here's how it works. While you're jotting down all of your own thoughts, Granola is quietly transcribing the entire meeting in the background. That way, you can stay fully present. And then, when the meeting's over, you click Generate Notes, and it creates a clean, structured summary with all the action items, follow ups, and even draft emails that you can send out right away. Now, Granola doesn't just help in the moment. Weeks later, you can literally ask it questions about anything from any past meeting. It's like in your own searchable brain for everything that's ever been discussed. Ever. Granola works for Zoom, Teams, Meet, or even in-person conversations. So
What
you
are
can
you
have smart
doing,
meetings
bro?
and more value out of your time. So if this sounds like something you could use, click the link in the description below. Check out Granola today. From the time we're young, we're taught that the world rewards virtue, being kind, playing fair, helping others. And in early life, that mostly holds up. But that's only because the world we start in is small. When your environment is limited to family, classmates, close friends, altruism actually works. Meaning that when you share and you help others and you're being considerate, you're not only showing good manners, you're practicing a strategy that is nurturing your development. In this way, your reputation is built on your character. You learn that doing good often leads to getting good back. And for a while, that is true. But then things start to scale up. As we become adults, we move into larger systems, corporations, governments, fucking TikTok, and we realize that the old rules start to break down. The feedback loops that once rewarded virtue become distorted or lost. You see, our moral instincts were designed for small groups where harm was immediate, visible, and personal. But when you scale things up, when you add distance, complexity, and layers of abstraction, those instincts start to fail. Imagine seeing a child in front of you being forced into slave labor. You'd probably feel immediate outrage and try to do something. But now imagine that same child hidden behind global supply chains, company logos, and a sleek online storefront. Oh, and also 5,000 miles away, and your attention is not on exploitation anymore. Instead, it's on the shiny new product that's 10% off. Human attention is limited, and we can only focus on a few things at a time. Usually things that we could see or people that we can talk to. So when confronted with global complexity, our minds lose track of everything. We check out mentally. It's too hard to think about the child labor in Africa or the actions of the Russian government. You just want to buy a fucking watch. This is how moral clarity gets diluted. Emotional feedback, which usually helps us sense what's right from wrong, gets lost in the infinite complexity of our modern systems. As a result, our natural ethical signals become very faint. And when they do,
Seriously?
attention shifts towards what's most right or wrong, but towards what's loudest and most visible. This is
Thank
why
you
the
for the
world
likes, y'all.
is completely detached from
No, for real, he is. And right now he wants to hang out on me, and I need to clean.
existing nuclear reactors and not the coal plants. This is the
Oh my god.
people only care about what is the loudest and commands the most attention. And by constantly being distracted by what is loud, we open the door for those who are extremely good at manipulating attention and taking advantage of inattention. The egomaniacs, the narcissists, and the tyrants. In the early 1500s, Niccolo Machiavelli
Thank you for the like.
steeped in corruption and political upheaval. Unlike today, Renaissance Italy didn't have the glossy corporate veneer of an HR department or DEI codes of conduct. It had poisonings, public executions, secret alliances, and political backstabbing. No, like actual fucking backstabbing. But despite the dangerous conditions he lived in, he wasn't just some armchair philosopher scribbling in isolation. So there's this guy, a world-renowned billionaire, an ex inventor and entrepreneur. He's athletic and talented and handsome with a jaw so chiseled it looks like Zeus came down from Olympus and carved the motherfucker himself. This guy's got a small fleet of sports cars, a few yachts, and when he's not giving millions of dollars to charities, he's changing out supermodel girlfriends like other people change their socks. This guy's smile. charm is so thick that it's winning. Half of his friends were Times Man of the Year, the other half don't care because they could just buy Time magazine if they wanted to. This man, you guessed it, his name is Bruce Wayne, also known as Batman. And, well, he's a comic book character. A rich kid with issues, lots of issues. It's an interesting facet of human nature that we seem to have this need to come up with these sort of fictional heroes that embody perfection and everything that we dream of and admire. Medieval Europe had gallant knights fighting off dragons. Ancient Rome and Greece had their myths about heroes who won wars single handedly and, in some cases, fought against the gods. Every other human culture is replete with such fantastical tales of utter perfection embodied in one human. And today, we have our comic book superheroes. Take Superman. I mean, the guy is basically a god in a pair of red Speedos. He is indestructible and unbeatable. And the only thing as sturdy as his physical fortitude is his moral fortitude. In Superman's world, justice is always black and white. And Superman never wavers from doing what's right, no matter what. Now, I don't think I'm exactly shaking up the field of psychology by suggesting that as humans, we have this inherent need to conjure up these heroes to help us cope with our own feelings of powerlessness. I mean, that's essentially what Joseph Campbell's entire work is based off of. There are over 8 billion people on this planet, and really only about 1,000 of those have any major worldwide influence at any given time. So that leaves 7,999,999,000 of us to come to terms with the limits of our lives. And the fact that the vast majority of what we do will likely not matter long. About you're probably here because you want to get ahead of most of these people. Today, I want to take a detour from our usual make more, buy more, fuck more programming and argue for, well, coming to terms with your own mediocrity, your own averageness. This man is overgassed. Now, I know that's not super sexy or exciting, but hear me out because I think this is actually way more important. Everything in life is a trade off. Some of us are born with high aptitudes for academic learning. Others are born with great physical skills. Others are really athletic. Others are artistic. Others can solve a Rubik's Cube in 3 seconds flat. In terms of skills and talents, humans are a wildly diverse group of smelly creatures. Sure, what we end up accomplishing in life ultimately depends on our practice and effort, but we are all born with different aptitudes and potentials. Let's imagine all those aptitudes and potentials on a graph. Here is what is called a bell curve. Now, any of you who have taken a statistics class and survived it will recognize it. A bell curve is quite simple. Take a population of people, like, let's say, people who play golf at least once a year. The horizontal axis represents how good they are at golf. Further to the right means that they're really good. Further to the left means that they're like me and they're fucking terrible. Now, notice that it gets really thin at the far ends of the curve. That means that there are a few people who are really, really good and a few people who are really, really terrible. The majority will fall into the mediocre middle. Now, we can apply a curve in this way to pretty much anything in a population: height, weight, emotional maturity, wages, how often people like to fuck, and so on and so forth. For example, this is Michael Jordan looking at basketball. It is well known that he is one of the best to ever do it. Therefore, he is all the way on the right side of the curve, better than 99.9999% of people who ever dunked a basketball ever. Then you have this guy. Obviously, he's no Michael Jordan. In fact, chances are many of you watching this right now could probably do better than this guy. That means he's all the way on the left side of the bell curve, an extreme on the other side. Now, we stand in awe of MJ because he's more athletic than all of us combined. We laugh at the unathletic guy because he's less athletic than pretty much all of us. Both are at different extremes of the bell curve, and, well, as you guessed it, most of us are part of the majority in the middle. We all have our own strengths and weaknesses, but the fact is, most of us are pretty average at most things we do. Even if you're truly exceptional at one thing, say math or jump rope or making money from crypto scams, chances are you're pretty average at everything else. That's just the nature. That's the nature of being a human being. To become truly great at something, you so much time and energy to it.
What? I guess you're
Be truly exceptional in more than one or two things in our entire lives. Statistically, we can very confidently say that it's basically impossible for somebody to be an extraordinary performer in all areas of their life, like a Bruce Wayne, and for most of us, even more than one area of life. I mean, it's like if you're lucky, you can be extraordinary at one thing. But if we're being honest, most of us don't even achieve that. And sure enough, you see this in the world all around you. Brilliant businessmen are often fuck ups in their personal lives. Extraordinary athletes, often shallow and dumb as the fucking soles of their $1,000 special edition shoes. Most celebrities are just as clueless about life as the people who gawk at them and follow their every move. Pick any notable online personality and follow them for long enough, and it's not hard to notice all the ways in which they are average or below average. You have the health gurus whose relationships are a mess, the relationship gurus whose finances are a mess, the financial gurus who have no friends or social life. Or take me, you will not meet someone with more mediocre health habits than I do. But that's only because I'm exceptionally fun at a party. So if you're struggling to come to terms with your mediocrity, maybe you should consider therapy or the sponsor of today's video, BetterHelp. Now, lofty terms like success and mediocrity can be difficult to wrangle and contextualize, but talking with a therapist specifically tailored to your needs and wants can hopefully make the process a bit easier. Now, through an onboarding survey, BetterHelp matches you with a therapist who can help you with your specific problems. From there, you can communicate with them in any way you wish, through text, phone calls, or video. Now, the best thing is that with BetterHelp, if you ever want to switch therapists, do so at any time with no questions asked. Therapy has been hugely impactful for me when I was younger. It took me from being a brash, insecure, selfish young man to merely a brash and somewhat insecure older man. That's not the best sales pitch, but trust me, it was an improvement, which in hindsight was very significant for my growth. Use the link in the description below to get 10% off your first month of therapy or go to betterhelp.com/Mark Manson. We are all, for the most part, average people, and it's the extremes that get all the publicity. Now, we all kind of intuitively know this, but we really think or talk about it. The vast majority of us will never truly be exceptional at, well, pretty much anything, and that's okay. So here's the problem. I would argue that we have this expectation, dare I say entitlement, more today than any other time in history that we should be exceptional, that we should be extraordinary at everything. But our attention is limited. There is no way we can process the tidal waves of information flowing through the internet at any given time. Therefore, the only ones that break through and catch our attention are the truly exceptional pieces of information, the 99.999th percentile, the Michael Jordans of everything. All day, every day, we are flooded with the truly extraordinary, the best of the best, the worst of the worst, the greatest physical feats, the funniest jokes, the most upsetting news, the scariest threats, nonstop. Everything is Bruce Wayne. We are a bunch of normal people living in a Bruce Wayne world where everything is expected to be extraordinary. Our lives today are filled with information coming from the extremes of the bell curve because in the media, that's what gets eyeballs, and the eyeballs bring dollars. That's it. Yet the vast majority of our life continues to reside in the humdrum middle. It's my belief that this flood of extreme information has conditioned us to erroneously believe that exceptional is the new normal. And since all of us are rarely exceptional, we all feel pretty damn insecure and terrible. Paradoxically, we think being better than 99% of people should be standard without realizing the pattern of reality. That like, 99 of us
Need to get to that stuff.
there's a kind of psychological tyranny in our culture today. A sense that we must always be proving that we're special, that we're unique, that we're exceptional all the fucking time. Then we watch 3 TikToks of other people doing something amazing and we get down on ourselves for not being as good as them. For example, take a montage like this. This doesn't even register to us as unique or incredible. To get the 5 seconds of incredible footage, likely spent years and years and years and years practicing their craft, as well as dozens of hours of recording just to get a perfect 5-second shot. Yet we're not exposed to those years of practice. We're not exposed to the hours of failed footage. We're not exposed to all the mistakes, to all the mediocrity. We're merely exposed to the best 5 seconds of every single person's life all the time. Then we watch this and we forget it within minutes because we're on to the next thing and the next incredible thing and the next incredible thing. Now, I know what you're saying. But Mark, if I'm not going to be special or extraordinary, what's the point of doing anything? Well, let's be honest. I clickbaited you here with a title promising you how to be we've graded this stuff is
right
basically
there,
just jerking off your. It is shit that is sold to you to make you feel good for a few minutes and to get you through the week without hanging yourself in a cubicle. It's a message that tastes good going down, but in reality is nothing more than empty calories that make you emotionally fat and bitter. It's the proverbial Big Mac for your heart and your brain. The ticket to emotional health, like physical health, is eating your veggies. That is through accepting the bland and mundane truths of life. A light salad of you're actually pretty average in the grand scheme of things, and some steamed broccoli of the vast majority of your life will be unremarkable, unnotable, and unexciting, but that's totally okay because you're still a worthwhile human anyway. And this will taste very bad at first, very bad, and you will avoid eating it. But once it's ingested, your body will actually wake up feeling more potent and more alive. After all, that constant stress and pressure to always be something amazing, to do the next big thing, it will be lifted off your back. And that stress and anxiety of feeling inadequate will dissipate. And the knowledge and acceptance of your own mundane existence will actually free you to accomplish all of the amazing things that you wish for yourself without the judgment, without the expectation, and without the pressure. You will have a growing appreciation for life's basic experiences. You will learn to measure yourself through a new and healthier means. The pleasures of a simple friendship, of creating something new, of helping a person in need, of reading a good book, of laughing while eating a salad. It sounds boring, doesn't it? That's because these things are average. But maybe they're average for a reason, because they are what actually matter. Thank you for watching this video. I hope it helped. And if you liked it, you should watch this video
Okay.
too.
So everyone's on pretty TikTok.
It's a different video and it's a couple years old. My hair was very different. But if you like this one, you'll probably like that one too.
Hey, where's Zuzu? You got a bunch of dishes in your room that need to come up, baby.
I can get a tattoo if I have HIV.
I gotta go upstairs and make tacos for everyone and start cleaning up there. We're running out of. Okay, so right now you have like 10 minutes, okay?
Of what?
Of doing just you need to get the dishes out of your room, like I said. Okay. Then yeah, you have like 10 minutes or go see what August. August needs something. Like I said, y'all's rooms are looking good. We got the trash picked up.
Yeah, I did that all day.
Like I said, 10 minutes.
Produced by Disney, directed by Francis Ford Coppola. First movie is that executive producer and space captain. Music and dance in the movie. Being Disney first for years. Movies like because it's like fucking retard when you just don't think something through that's so obvious and then you present it as though that's not even a possibility. You just blatantly expose your lack of like reasoning capability. It's just right there for there's so much evidence out there. Less than 1%. I saw that Danks, one of the great up and coming new independent podcasts on YouTube, had Blake Bednar's live commenting on Candace Owens' allegations, so to speak, her suspicions. She kind of put Blake Bednar's on blast on her show last night. And if you aren't, chronically on Twitter, like, you might not remember who Blake Bednar's is. You might not be super familiar with his vibes, his personality, his antics, his history, his footage, his claims. Candace did a bit of summarizing of his primary evidentiary claims that is very overtly claiming that Brian Markle murdered Charlie Kirk, that he pulled the trigger. Blake Bednar's has, in no uncertain terms, directly stated that factually over and over and over and over. And Candace and Barron both pointed out correctly and comically that it's a little weird that Blake Bednar's is used as evidence in the lawsuit against Candace, but is not receiving the lawsuit himself. Although Candace never claimed that Brian Markle killed Charlie Kirk, and Blake Bednar's very much did, many times. So we're going to get into Blake Bednar's response a bit, and some of the evidence he's produced, and some claims he's making, and why it's all a little. I very much want to encourage people to follow Danks, because Danks is, you're going to see from his demeanor in these clips, Danks is a very level-headed dude. He's just here for the truth, and he's a regular guy. And it's been really cool to see this cadre of like not young but new creators and more regular people making content, more voices that are just regular people around the world that putting out research, putting out ideas, putting out information, because we got more than enough.
Y'all better not be horseplaying.
We don't need any more natives. What we need is more regular people putting their voices out there and making the voice of the regular people louder. And we need people that have the demeanor like Danks, that are calm, cool, collected, journalistic, not dramatic, not hyper fixated or freaking out or aggressive and start to fight with everybody. The juxtaposition of the demeanors lives between Danks and Blake, and I think very important to note. It's going to be a central theme. Blake does share text messages and stuff with Candace that seem to imply that she might be misremembering the exact correspondence from back in like September or whatever when he was trying to send her this video. Not exactly clear. We'll let that hash out in the future. But the first thing that really struck me was this part, which I didn't realize this was already at two. Well, this is a huge red flag.
That pulled us out. So, okay, I'm gonna pull up this. I'm gonna pull up this.
So you remember that Candace mentioned on her show last night that Blake Bednarz was really into FaceTime. He really wanted FaceTime Candace. And let's just say that the longer you spend in this industry, the more you sort of get vibes from how people try to operate. And once you get a little experience in the game, you learn that there are certain things that can be used to try to entrap you, or just to try to put you in a position where you might do something that they might be able to get. Maybe just for clout. And in this case, this is why the incessant request to FaceTime is a little weird. Here. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So here's the actual FaceTime.
Notice that he's just bringing her right now. Before he's even bringing her, he's all set up. He's got his camera ready, and he's recording himself FaceTiming Candace. I'm just gonna be really direct about this. Fame is uncomfortable. I'm literally a pizza guy, sort of. It's all weird, but when you get a little famous, you start to get people that want to use you for clout or shit like this, and it's super uncomfortable. Even if it's just totally innocent, and it's just like some young kid that's just like, oh my gosh. It's one thing to be like, hey, can I get a picture, bro? It's a whole different thing to have that person that you know is like trying to use you to be cool. Like, hey, I know you ain't care. Like, oh, like, yeah, you want me to. That's a huge red flag. Huge red flag. Do not associate with those people, even if it's totally innocent and it's not nefarious. That's just not good. That's not a good friend. That's someone that's out for themselves. Don't do that. Do not. At the other end of the spectrum, that is potentially malicious and super sketchy. The people that are trying to record you and document their it's weird. So Flake is already being kind of weird. And later in the podcast or in the show, we might not actually watch the exact clip of it, but later in the show, Danks actually asked him directly, did she know that you were filming this FaceTime? And Blake directly says, without hesitation, no. Candace did not know that Blake was filming their FaceTime. So that's weird.
Oh yeah, top down. Oh, darn it. Chamel? Annie? Suzu? August? Yeah?
Bye. Oh, Omi needs to go out.
Omi! Take up Omi.
Hey. Dude, where is he going? Yeah, okay. Wipe out. What are you doing? I wish he didn't eat that, but it's always like surprising when he goes for something. Why aren't you doing the burrito, bro? Don't do any more of that. Okay.
He'll be okay. Just if it, does anything, it would irritate his throat. I had a chameleon and died about 2 weeks ago. I cried a lot, and so did my wife. My chameleon's name was Kirby. Whoa. So sorry. R.I.P. for Kirby. Very sorry to hear that. How old was he? You're probably not still here, but what's up, Kiri Rants? Yeah, so are we. Look at that. I'm gonna be stepping away again. I'm gonna put something on YouTube, if y'all are hanging out with me that you can listen to. But I saw he was on the move, and so I was like, let me go film him. His color looks great. I hope Torres comes back in here. Be nice to talk to another lizard person. There you go, buddy.
You like my cowboy hat?
Nice. Y'all are goofy.
He a cowboy now, floating hat. We call him cowboy.
Dude, I feel like I lost a like. That's crazy. Aw, the mini Jesus. So mini chameleon hanging out with mini Jesus. There's Paulo looking out the window.
William Miller was a clinical psychologist at the University of New Mexico. He'd spent his entire career studying addiction and behavior change. He co-developed a framework called motivational interviewing, one of the most effective techniques for helping people alter their habits. Miller kept in encountering something that didn't fit any of his models. People who'd been stuck for years. Alcoholics, drug addicts, and people trapped in deep destructive depressions who suddenly, inexplicably transformed overnight. Not gradually, not through therapy, but all at once. He started collecting these stories, and when he put out a call in the local newspaper asking for people to share their experiences of sudden personal transformation, he was overwhelmed by the response. Miller identified two types of quantum changes. The first he called the insightful type, sudden, profound realization about something you already knew but hadn't really truly faced, like finally seeing with complete clarity what your life would become if you didn't change. The second type he called the mystical, experiences that people struggle to explain in any rational terms. Visions, sensations of present, moments of inexplicable certainty that seem to come from outside themselves. Both types shared certain features. They were vivid, people remembered them in extraordinary detail years later, the way you remember where you were when something catastrophic happened. They often came unbidden, without warning, sometimes at the most mundane moments, and they were permanent. So, what was actually happening? First, there was almost always a period of mounting pressure before the change. Miller compared it to an earthquake. The pressure of the tectonic plates accumulates slowly and visibly along a fault line for years, and nothing seems to be happening. In a single moment, everything moves at once. Second, there was typically a moment of surrender. Not giving up, something more like letting go. Miller found this pattern repeatedly. Quantum change often came at the moment not when people fought for it the most, but paradoxically when people stopped fighting, stopped trying to control, stopped clinging to who they believed themselves to be. And third, this is crucial, the change wasn't primarily about behavior. It was about values. When Miller asked people what had changed, they didn't talk about habits or routines. They talked about what mattered to them. That their entire hierarchy of values had suddenly reshuffled itself. Things that once seemed important, like status or money or pleasure, dropped away. And things that had seemed abstract, like connection or meaning or integrity, suddenly moved to the center of their structure. So the question is, can you create the conditions for this kind of shift deliberately? Can you engineer your own quantum change? And if so, how? People will say to me, Dr. K, when you were a child, you were one of survival. Survival for the human child means staying connected to your caregivers. If your parents withdrew their love, you would die. So you learned very quickly what got you love and what got you punished. You learned which emotions were acceptable and which needed to be hidden. You learned what your family believed about the world, about success, about what kind of person was worthy of respect. And you absorbed all of this not as opinions, but as your base reality. This is how our identities form. It's not a conscious process. These beliefs about yourself are so deeply embedded underneath all of your thought processes that they are the operating system on which all of your other cognitive software runs. But here's where it gets really fucked up. Your identity doesn't just define who you are, it emotionally defends those definitions. So when someone presents information that contradicts your self perception, you experience something remarkably similar to a physical threat. Your heart rate increases, your stress hormones flood your system, and you feel the intense urge to punch that motherfucker in the face. This is why people cling to beliefs about themselves that are obviously harming them. It's why addicts deny that they have a problem. It's why people stay in relationships that make them miserable. It's why someone can know intellectually that they need to change, yet still find themselves on a couch at 4 in the morning, covered in Cheeto dust and lube, and wondering what happened to them. In this way, our identities can become our psychological cages. We become trapped by how we define ourselves. And here's the most agonizing part of all of this. Most of these identity beliefs that you hold, they're not even yours. They were installed by your parents who probably didn't know any better. They were inherited from a culture that needed you to be a certain way. They were incentivized by a system that benefited from your compliance. You've been running someone else's code your entire life, all while mistaking it for your own operating system. This is why behavior change is so hard. You're not trying to stop smoking or start exercising or learning to speak up for yourself. You're trying to act in ways that contradict your fundamental sense of who you are. And all of these behaviors, no matter how dysfunctional or dumb, they are a logical output of the underlying identity. Every behavior, no matter how awful, no matter how self destructive, makes perfect sense once you understand the identity generating it. So, how do you escape a cage that you can barely see, a cage that defends itself against examination? Most advice here would tell you to visualize the person you want to become, to imagine all of the amazing things about this new self, and then step into that new identity. Look, I've tried all that shit. It doesn't really work. Instead, I think there has to be another approach. Let's call it the anti-vision of who you are. I know we're talking about quick and sudden change, but if you want help changing the old-fashioned way, then check out the sponsor of this video, BetterHelp. BetterHelp makes therapy instant and accessible for everybody. Therapy is one of the most useful things that I've ever done in my life. Research consistently shows that it is one of the best and most effective interventions for a wide variety of problems. Despite that, surveys show that over 40% of the population wishes they had access to mental health services, but doesn't. BetterHelp tries to fix that. Signing up for BetterHelp is easy. You just fill out a simple questionnaire on their website, and they will match you with a therapist in as little as a couple days. And if you don't like that therapist, you can switch therapists at any time without any extra cost if it's not the right fit. Over 7,000 reviews and a 4.3 rating on Trustpilot. BetterHelp has been doing this for over a decade. In that time, they've worked out all of the kinks to make sure that your growth is top priority. So click the link in the description or /Mark Manson and get 10% off your first month of therapy. Most advice about change starts with the same premise. Figure out what you want. Visualize your ideal life. Set some goals. Create a vision board. Burn some incense. Rub your spirit crystals on your vagina. And then imagine yourself succeeding. Now, this advice, I guess, isn't wrong technically, but it's weak. It's weak because human beings are not primarily motivated by pursuing the good. Instead, we're primarily motivated by avoiding pain. Psychologists call this loss aversion. We feel the sting of losing something far more intensely than we feel the satisfaction of gaining something equivalent. So we're going to leverage this and create something that I call anti vision. Positive visualization asks you to reach towards a future that feels abstract and distant. An anti-vision asks you to stare directly at the future you're actually building with your current choices and to feel the full weight of their consequences. The anti-vision is a way of trying to psychologically hit bottom on purpose, not by destroying your life, but by forcing yourself to see the destruction that is already in progress. Without realizing it, I used this technique to successfully stop smoking nearly 20 years ago. See, I started smoking cigarettes in music school in my late teens because I was a musician, and that was, I guess, the cool thing to do. I smoked all the way through my early 20s, but after about 5 or 6 years, I hated it. I hated the smell, the way other people saw me, the way it made me feel. I tried to quit more times than I could count. I mean, every smoker is always trying to quit. I'd last a few days, maybe a week, and then I'd be back. I didn't know how to be myself without cigarettes. I tried all the tricks: visualizations, meditations, fucking audio hypnosis, goal setting, rewards, accountability, replacing them with a habit. It worked. And the more I tried, the more pissed I got. I got so pissed off, I just found myself eventually blaming everything wrong in my life on my smoking. Tired in the afternoon? Well, it's probably because I smoke. Girl stops texting me back? It's probably because I smoke and my breath smells like shit. Broke at the end of the month? Well, I sat down and I calculated how much I spent on cigarettes, and guess what? It's a big reason why I was broke. Now, this wasn't entirely rational. Half of these things had nothing to do with smoking, but that wasn't really the point. The point was that I was building such a negative association with smoking that it was beginning to change my entire relationship with it. Every time I put a cigarette in my mouth, I felt a wave of something that was way beyond dissatisfaction or disappointment. It was starting to become visceral, like an anger, a disgust with myself, a kind of self loathing, just with a cigarette, but the version of myself that kept choosing to do this despite all of the contrary evidence. On March 4th, 2008, I woke up at about 3 in the morning in the middle of winter in Boston. There had been a blizzard the previous day, and it was absolutely freezing cold. I was freezing my balls off. I remember I couldn't fall back to sleep, so I went to grab a cigarette and realized I was out. But without even thinking about it, as if like a robot on autopilot, I started to put on my clothes. I just remember thinking, what the fuck am I doing? I trudged outside. It was well below zero. Wind was blowing. It hurt to be outside. And I just remember clomping through the snow towards the local mini mart with pure self hatred in my heart. Got to the mini mart. I bought the fucking pack of cigarettes. And the whole time, I just couldn't stop thinking about how insane this all was, how stupid I was. The conversation I had with myself that night was so brutal. It was meaner than any conversation I've probably had with another person in real life. I was essentially just saying to myself, look at you. Look at you. Can you believe this? Dude, if you can't manage this part of your life, how are you going to manage anything else? If you can't control this impulse in a blizzard at 3 o'clock in the morning, you can't control anything. The anger inside me grew and boiled over to such a point I felt like I was watching my future self die in front of me. I remember having that one cigarette and I remember thinking to myself, enjoy it. This is the last one. And there was a certainty with that decision that I hadn't felt before. I quit smoking that night, not through willpower, but through absolute, utter disgust with myself. This is what an anti-vision does. It doesn't inspire you towards something better. It takes the vague sense that you should probably change and turns it into a visceral, ugly, emotional certainty that you cannot continue with the status quo. So take whatever it is about yourself that you want to change and simply make yourself hate it so much that you didn't think it was possible. Think of all of the ways, both reasonable and unreasonable, all of the ways that this trait hurts you and is holding you back and is violating and betraying the person that you could become. Make it absolutely impossible to tolerate this trait within yourself. Blame it for everything. Now, most people don't really want to do this. It sucks. It's painful to really look at what your current choices are building towards, and it's easier to stay in kind of a fog, vaguely dissatisfied, but not so unhappy that you're forced to do anything. The fog ultimately feels safer than angry clarity. The fog is where your dreams go to die. The fog is where you wake up at 45 wondering, what the fuck did you do with your life? The fog is the cage, seen from the inside, where the walls are blurry enough that you can pretend that they're not there. The anti vision burns off the fog. It forces you to see the walls clearly. But seeing the cage isn't the same as escaping it. For that, you need to find the cracks to pry them open. So, everything that we've discussed so far, quantum change, identity as a cage, the anti vision, finding the crack, it raises a pretty practical question. Can you do this deliberately? Can you engineer the conditions for your own transformation? Now, I believe you can with certainty. I mean, transformation, it's not a machine that you put a quarter in and you get out a free stuffed animal, but you can dramatically increase the odds by asking the right questions. And you can create the psychological conditions that at least will make it more likely. So I put together a little 5 step framework that you can do in a single sitting. And you can theoretically change your life in one day. It's designed to do 3 things: surface the identity that you've been protecting, build an anti vision strong enough to make that identity intolerable, and find the crack that begins to break it. So let's start with step one, which is surfacing some undesirable behaviors. So, step one is very simple. We're just going to write out the behaviors that we'd like to stop doing. For me, overeating, workaholism, I'm often emotionally aloof around the people I care about, and asking for help. Now, the point of this exercise, you don't want to judge any of these things. You want to be as honest and vulnerable as possible. Like, what are you struggling with right now? What do you wish that you weren't doing as much or as often? These can be behaviors that you've been struggling with consciously for years and years and years. They can be things that are kind of subtly running in the background. For me, it's like the overeating has been an issue on and off pretty much my entire adult life. Workaholism also an issue on and off throughout my entire adult life, although I work on it less. I try to do it. I'm not as worried about it. Social aloofness, that's been more of an issue since I quit drinking. I talked about that in some of my alcohol videos, and then not asking for help. I think this is actually, when I think about it, I think this is probably tied a little bit to the workaholism in that I have a tendency to try to do too much on my own and not delegate or um, ask people for help. Step two is to look for the underlying identity that unites a lot of these behaviors, if not all of these behaviors. What is a way that I'm defining myself that makes these behaviors a natural side effect? This gets tough. So I think there's a couple ways to go about this. One is to ask yourself, like, what are you actually feeling in the moments that you're doing these things? So, for example, like when I'm overeating, it's because I've justified to myself that things are fine. I know what I'm doing. I deserve this. I worked out this morning, or I walked a lot of steps today, or whatever. So generally, the feeling here is I'm fine. Workaholism, it's kind of similar. It's like when I think about how I am when I'm working too much, it's generally like I take on way too much. I put too much on my plate. This justification is always like, well, it's just a little bit more. But the thing is that a few days later, there's another thing that's only going to take a day or two, and then it's going to make everything easier. So there's kind of a similar justification that continuously goes on here. And of course, I think these two are kind of related: the social aloofness and the ask for help. there's kind of just like a self-sufficiency, which actually that seems to kind of unite all of these, is that there's like an over reliance on self and an under reliance on others. So I could say that maybe the underlying identity here is something like I'm more reliable than others. Another way to think about it is I trust myself too much. That gets me into trouble. Overeating, workaholism used to get me in trouble with drinking too much. And now I trust others too little. So now we get to the painful part, which is the anti vision, which is thinking about all of the many, many ways this fucks my life. Don't be realistic. Treat this identity that you've identified in step two and like treat it like somebody you fucking hate. Like you really don't like this person. You know, the same way like somebody you don't like, you find reasons that they're a bad person. Find reasons that this is a bad trait. Like find ways to blame things on this. So I'll just give a few examples, but you should go as hard. You should be as thorough in this step as humanly possible. So I'll say, wife complains that I'm checked out too often. I fatigue from learning and learning new skills. I become a control freak. I make fewer friends. I get fat. Like go on and on and on. Like this should be the bulk of this exercise. Be as exhaustive as possible. Think about every negative experience in your life. Try to relate it back to this identity, Q identity. For step four, let's write out the contrary identity. So in my case, it would be I am less reliable than I think, and similarly, others are more reliable than I think. What we want to do is we want to look for the crack. Like, what is the simple and small behavior that proves or enforces this new identity that feels contrary to who you are today? Also, you recognize represents who you should be or who you would like to be. So for me, this question is like what can I implement to my own life? What behaviors can I implement to my own life to enforce this new identity to essentially trust myself less and force myself to trust other people more? Now the interesting thing about the crack is that it should be something that is if you're being objective, it is good for you. You know it's good for you, but it also makes you really nervous and uncomfortable. So I actually thought about this a lot this morning because this is hard, and so I would encourage you to take time to kind of write out, journal, brainstorm until you kind of land on something. I would say it took me about 10 or 15 minutes of really thinking about this to land on something. And the thing that I landed on, I'm nervous just to write it, which is the sign that it is a crack. Mine is hire a coach, which every fiber in my being wants to fucking puke. Just saying that out loud. But it is in like there's incontrovertible evidence. I cannot trust myself as much as I think I can. I don't trust other people to help me as much as I should. I have tendencies to take on too much myself, to overwork, to fail at some of my obligations, to be aloof and not connect with other people as much. The single thing that is probably good for all of those problems is finding some sort of coach to have a relationship with who can keep me accountable, who can check my bullshit, who can help me delegate to others, trust others, and also just the fact that like hiring a coach itself is an act of humility. It is an act of recognizing that I don't have all the answers, that I am not as reliable as I think I am, and that I need to rely on somebody else. Yeah, that this feels very uncomfortable. And I think the fact that it feels so uncomfortable and it solves all the issues that I wrote out is a good sign that it probably is the crack. And this is, I guess, just the last thing I want to leave you with. The protocol that I just walked you through, it's not necessarily the end of anything. It's actually the beginning. See, if you've surfaced a new identity, then you need to go live that out with some clarity. You can't just sit at home and be like, okay, I'm a new person now. So I guess that's my little project to do and let you guys know how it goes. I'm actually very curious. Like, if you do feel like this exercise precipitates a pretty significant change in your life, I'd love to hear about it. This video has been very much a result of my own curiosity. Um, like I said, there's not a whole lot of research on quantum change. There's a lot of bad self help marketing and advice on it. but I don't really trust that. This is a little bit of a new territory, and I'm actually very curious to see how this works for people. So let me know how it goes. I'm gonna go hire a coach and try not to puke while doing it, and I will see you in the next video.
let's hope. The doctor likes to. That's what I know. to load the dishwasher. Hey, let's obviously come here and let's get the laundry ready. Stop.
Toonie, eat the rice.
Oh shit, August. Quicker.
Hey, appreciate the likes, you guys.
No, for sure.
She says it. She talks about it. That she can pick up the phone and text Brian. She can text him.
You can see how he's trying to put words in Danks' mouth too. Right now, he's trying to sort of like aggressively push Danks to say, "Oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, that's true."
She can text Harold. She can text Erica.
Why did you make her get on FaceTime?
To show her the video.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's not like
I mean, I see. I see.
I show her the video. I mean, like, what's the way it's on? She makes it seem like, I mean, I don't even know what she's trying to allege or put out there, but I just was FaceTiming her to show my screen. Like, why else would I mean, there was no like, hey, I'm gonna give you this video. She hadn't even asked for it yet. I was just gonna show her what it was.
They get into how WeTransfer works for a bit, how all the transfer and the file stuff worked. And then Danks does a really good job of, this is really impressive on Danks' part. I'm not sure if I can find the exact right place to start here, but it's hard to be having and ask them hard questions and frame
Is
it
she
in a way
okay?
that's not about attacking them, but is about calling them out or, you know, holding them accountable.
Look, this painting, it's just point blank. Okay, it's not normal. When you have the original file,
Keep going on. We're not saying anything about them. Lincoln and all these other people right now that are all bad actors or whatever. Shout out to Zeb Boykin. He's great dude.
just put it on people.
Zeb Boykin, another example of a guy that's got great vibes. Danks has great vibes. Baze has great vibes. Even though Baze get really hyped and animated, he's got great vibes. Those people are like, they've got chill vibes, right? Chill vibes is a lot more significant than you might think because it's not personal. It's just information, right? The moment it's personal, that's weird. It's weird. Like, why is it personal? Why are you aggressively pushing Danks to agree with you and say you're right? It's like, if you know you're right, if you believe you're right, then just chill. The evidence should speak for itself.
One thing I will say.
That was the last bit, so that was in the laundry.
Bring context
Right.
here as well.
So
You know, like I said in the beginning of the show, is there some accountability that needs to be had in regards to not even particularly this video, but or this scenario, but what has gotten to the point to where people might not trust you, might dislike your operation on how you move around the internet, I've told you multiple times, like, you gotta stop deleting your ex account, doing all this weird shit, or at least if you're doing it for views, it'll work.
He did it again last night. After Candace called him out, he deleted his ex account, reactivated it again.
Hurts, you know, people talk.
There was like online polls and bets about how long he'd be going for. If you guessed one day, you were correct.
About you. But there are things like I have a clip I'm gonna pull up. There's this scenario that Base and he's everything has we've talked to your face. Base has said this to your face, so I know you won't have any problem with me showing it. This is a private clip, and I'm gonna share it. And he gives some context here. And I think it's important, like, for you to see, and I want to walk through a couple of things. It's not gonna be easy, bro. And I appreciate you being here. But I want you to see, like, why some people might not trust you and why this could be
See, non-personal framing, mellow, calm, just factual. James is great.
creating conflict where it might not be wanted for you.
Wade did a show with somebody else, signed Black Wine Brief. And then when me, Craig, Kelly, and Dex doing our second show, following Saturday, this guy in Black Wine Brief started commenting. But Wade just booked, he just left, didn't say why, just disappeared. And Kelly knew that it was because of this guy, Black Wine Brief, commenting, but I was totally witness. I didn't understand. I also didn't put two and two together. That Black Wine Brief had been emailing Dex, like kissing his ass and begging him for collaborative beats. And apparently the guy got really jealous when Dex started working with me, Wade, and Kelly, and not him. And then Wade, I connected with him and they worked together. So Black Wine Brief kind of felt like, okay, it's all with Dex. I worked with Wade, like who's Bates? Like real Bates. Like he's like irritating and trying to make fun of me. And then just dragging Kelly through the mud. And I got very offended by that. I said to Blake, dude, like, why are you working with this guy if that's how he feels about us and we're supposed to be a team? And why does he feel so comfortable talking crap about me and Kelly if he just worked? You know what I explained? Like, listen, like it's me. I work with someone.
And I know it's podcast drama. That's not the point. It's only half a minute more. It's the underlying that we're talking about.
I'm not gonna work with someone that's willing to trash my friends and drag me through the mud. If there is an issue and I do end up working with that person, I resolve it, you better believe that that person says something and speaks out about my friends, that I'm gonna be the first person to stick up for my friends and call that out. And Wade just tried to play McCoy, like the only guy. I did one collabo with him, not even working with him again. Screw that guy, who cares? And then lo and behold, a couple days later, he's working with him again.
This has happened multiple times, right? I'm gonna play and
So the point is not the interpersonal podcast or drama. The point is that the online media industry, podcasting, decentralized information, it's not like the old media landscape. It's not like mainstream news. It's made of
I think there would be signs and I'd probably be able to catch it.
And the thing is, you can't separate the people from that's the goal. The goal is to separate the information from the people drama. But if
No,
you
it's
say
not.
you know that that's not possible. That's not
This slide.
it all feeds into the drama. And because the decentralized media space relies on your trust in me or your trust in Danks or your trust in Candace, then the drama that surrounds a person surrounds their information because the people only have their personal reputation. And so the thing about this industry that I actually think is really cool, but is the hardest part about the industry, the job is not just turn on a camera and share information. The job is your entire personhood. Who are you? And that bleeds into everything you do. It bleeds into how you talk. It bleeds into how you present, how you think, how you research, but it also bleeds into how you interrelate. And it bleeds into how you deal with the inevitable time when you get something wrong and have to take responsibility for an error or make some shit up and try to protect it, buy your way out of a problem or get offered a payout to shill something you shouldn't. And then you have to decide whether you do or don't. That is all great stuff. And in the decentralized media, the thing holding it all together is the character of us all. And if you aren't of high quality character, if you're not a moral,
I wonder if he can see himself.
the
do the right thing and pursue truth, then all of your information is just as tainted as your own soul. And I'm not specifically alleging that like Bednar's story is tainted. I'm not talking about Blake. I'm just talking about the industry in general and what our job actually is and who you're actually trusting and why you're trusting us or not trusting us and how you should. I'm sure most of you already do this, whether subliminally or overtly, but that trust comes from the box. It comes from who we are as people and all of our collective decision process. The job. This could be-
Oh, it's user. Yeah, user because you charge interest. But
what people is that
you're a non-Christian though. You're a non-Christian,
tough to swallow.
so
I would just going to be tortured for all week.
Personally, in my opinion, you should form your own. Is that I didn't get good vibes about Blake's tactics and personality and energy early on. But you come to your own opinion. I'm gonna do some skipping through here to try to find the section where he's getting into why Candace didn't publish his video. And that'll be the last piece I think we comment on
both sides.
Well, the timeline doesn't make sense. You got a problem with the timeline. You're pretending like this video came about in. I don't really just nailed it. She's protections. Yeah, 10 views from the day that she. Dude, yeah, totally. Basically, at least just been like, hey, that video that I was really happy to get. That's like I was talking about it being phenomenal. And all of this, like the reason I haven't showed it to my 100 million followers is this reason. So he's going on about, so now we're on this train of thought of why did Candace share my video and launch my career and make me famous and all. He doesn't say that, obviously. I'm editorializing and putting words in his mouth. But he is talking about why didn't Candace share the video? That's suspicious. She's trying to cover up the video. That is his intimation, directly and indirectly. I'm editorializing with the why he thinks stuff. This is the piece. Also very obvious, and I mean, once we get through this here, chat, you tell me if this is obvious or not. This part seems so blatantly obvious. And he actually is proving Candace's point. He's arguing Candace's exact point that she made last night on her show and why she said he seems suspicious. He's actually evidencing that exact thing through this. It's because of this. It's because of that. It's because of I'm trying to maneuver myself here.
Oh, I love the stuff that they're. I'm gonna wait for me,
That's good.
until there's more stuff to look at.
It's because I don't think she could come up with just something honest. I think it's because it would seem so nefarious. It's like, Blake, I can't show it because it's gonna actually show what they're doing. Okay, she can't say that to me because
Why do you think that she won't show that?
so, just to clarify, the video he's referring to, his clips of the full 12-minute whatever high quality video, it's just a static video from a tripod facing Charlie Kirk on the stage, high definition, very good quality. It's 4K quality, but it's just the whole crowd in 4K static tripod facing the stage from a little ways back and up. And it doesn't show who committed the crime. It doesn't solve anything. It just shows the crowd. And then Blake has editorialized that because Brian Harple twisted this thing in his pocket and did this thing and this hand signal and this touch and this all of these smoke signals and they cast spells, and I'm editorializing, but it's like he has interpreted that he thinks that this very subtle things that he's identified proves exactly what happened, which is him defaming Brian Harple. And that is the defamation that is in the lawsuit as an example of people online defaming Brian Harple that's being used to attack Candace. And it's weird that he's not being sued about it because he's defaming Brian Harple with it because it's like literal fucking smoke signals. Like maybe 1 in a million %. Like you could be right,
But this is so far from proof, I can't even describe it. It's like it literally is on the level of the people that like make up Ian Carroll conspiracy theories about my red bracelet, my ex-girlfriend's dad.
Yes, he is only 5.5 months old.
That I must be taking SPLC money because I was on a 1 month break during the time when the SPLC was shut down. It's like this is not proof, Blake. This is just your opinion about a wide angle shot of the crowd. It is so far from proof that it's actually really sketchy that you even think it is.
There's no
Anyone else should be forced to show your footage because of that's sketchy. And that is the entrapment angle that Candace is referring to. That's the exact reason why Candace says she ghosted him. Because it's not proof. And to claim that it is defamation. And if she had done that, then she would be fucked. Completely fucked. If Candace had done what Blake is suggesting right now, she would be losing this lawsuit handily. And he's here like losing his gourd about like why didn't she give any reason? She couldn't give any reason. If she had talked about it, it would have obviously led to the truth. So she couldn't. It's like, no, if she had talked about it the way you talk about it, she would be leading to bankruptcy and losing her children and them trying to get her husband to court. She'd be fucked, Blake. That's why she didn't talk about it. And she did use parts of the video footage for other parts of the investigation that were relevant and framed properly. As in, this is suspicious. Mikey, why are you walking away like this? That's weird, Mikey. Do you care to comment? Hey, it's weird that this thing happened over here. I don't know what that means. Do you care to comment? She responded.
Yeah, he really is. Tini?
About it. What do you think I could add to it?
Sky?
No, not that. No. They didn't tie up, so they didn't want to damage. Put all in one. I thought it would be. Okay, so what do I add? They're hard, so we are going to shoot them down. No, we got rid of that because not metal. They won't have a metal on it. It had they would have old design.
A flying cat?
One of the best. But she's just one woman. With like her team of homies that are good friends of mine. They're all awesome. They literally just filmed this thing out in the basement. There's no super like money, like giant research cadres. It's just her.
What do you think I had to get flowing?
A bunch of money sleuths on the text chat. Like is in email Texas. So yeah, she is very real. And I will speak in a minute too. I know Candace personally quite well, and I know her team quite well. I know her family, and I have the highest regard for them, and I'll speak to that in a minute. But Blake here is actually describing the exact traffic
Thank you, Richard.
concerning, and said was why she ghosted it and was suspicious. And he's doubling down on it now without even realizing, which is off.
Because we had a wonderful before you answer it, I will say I think that it could be because that came already anyways. But that's maybe what it could be on
September 24th.
But yeah,
Are they expensive? So cool. Yes and no. I mean, yeah, they were like $85 at my local pet store. So I think that's like pretty average. I've had all these plants for a couple of years. Like that's my tree and pothos. So I didn't have to buy any of that vegetation. And for outside of the bugs, I'm gonna start breeding bugs because it's crazy. I can't believe how you think you have a lot, but then it adds up how many he has to eat. So if you have to like buy everything from scratch, it can definitely add up, maybe up to like $300, like including him, plus like, plants and then obviously the bugs, and not everyone can he's actually like not in an enclosure.
That you were saying.
That's just like my wall. So he has like this entire shelf to go down. And then obviously you can go all the way down there, go all the way up there. So, but yeah, people will spend like the cages that people put them in are like $200, but I don't like the cages personally. Definitely, if you want like a social chameleon, you're not gonna get a social one if they're always like able to hide away. He was definitely like more didn't want to like come on us, like climb on us, but now it's like if I even like come near him, I would say like 7 out of 10 times like he wants to come climb on us. So I think that's because he has this like open air and we've all sort of been standing here watching him for the last month. He's very young, so he's definitely like learning who we are. If you guys could like the video and sub, that'd be awesome. We just hit 300 subs, looking for 400.
We've all got
Oh, he's eating leaves. Did you guys see that?
it. It didn't solve the case. It didn't prove anything.
Oh, that would have been such a cool shot. I keep missing all these cool shots of him. Where is he? There you go. Yeah, he just ate some moringa leaves.
It makes no sense, things.
So why do you think that she's not showing it? Just because is that what you're saying? She's controlling op. It'll show the scenario that she doesn't want. Like she's protecting Turning Point USA. That's what you're saying.
It appears to be that way. What was she?
So to be clear, the video that is already out in public, had been for months and months and months, it's all over X. Got millions of views on X. We all have it. We all saw it. We all analyzed it. That video would have cracked the case immediately, despite the fact that it didn't. All that Candace had to do was share it, right? No, because obviously,
Oh, he's munching.
line was going to crack the case.
Munching on the leaves.
So what he's implying is what she needed to do was not just share the video, but share his specific interpretation of it. That she needs to go out to her audience because then everyone would have understood what the video shows. Because apparently, when the video goes out online, it doesn't apparently crack the case. So
have a good day. They eat dubia roaches and crickets, and they can eat horntail caterpillars and mealworms, superworms. And then he munches on the pothos and the moringa that he climbs on. I was hoping to get some of that leaf action.
That she might have been trying to avoid from playing your clip. Maybe she doesn't want to.
Got it. You see his brain trying to do algebra, but still stuck in like the first piece of the equation, trying to figure out what's the order of operations again. Is it parentheses or addition first? I'm like, fuck, like
On both ends.
Well, that's fine when it doesn't make sense. You got a problem with the timeline. You're pretending like this video came about in early March or something. Bro, right, 6 months. September.
here's another red flag in journalism. People sort of related to before. People
You see that color change?
could be smarter than that. People that don't realize that there might be more thought to be done, more analysis to be done, that there's no other understanding or explanation possible. Like this is the specific like version of it where it's like they can't possibly think of any reason to operate.
Hello.
So it's not be a reason except that they're back. And it's always awkward when this one happens. It happens to the best of us sometimes. You got to be careful to avoid it.
He looks holy.
Through that's so obvious, and then you present it as though that's not even a possibility. You just blatantly expose your lack of like reasoning capability. It's just right there for everybody to see. So you gotta be. That's what I'm saying. It's like this game is more than just present information from the camera. This job, this game is it's like a whole person practice, skill, art form, of trying to be the least dumb, kindest, most thoughtful, that just like the way I want to do the job.
The what is that? We don't get it.
Thoughtful,
We get to go and be the one that would.
your kids. Try to be the kind of man you want your son to see on camera.
But you liked it?
That's the job.
Let me like it.
And it's
Here, take it to your other room. We're about to go outside, so get on your shirt.
Liked it. I normally said missile. Do I have to put
Use their brain.
like homie missile? Sorry, worldwide. They have the world homie missile.
Super green
We
on
did that.
our trees.
It was for people. The folks one and that one for everything. That one.
Just be so sure.
If that, if, since,
So when you said that.
since I saw it.
Perfect idea. It's not the eyes. We said that how much they both can.
13 days,
Right?
14 days after, you would have weakness, you would want
So this one is
to at least ask those questions.
Hold on.
I actually want to know why too now, to be honest.
Thank you for that, bro. Because you know,
I've known about this footage.
don't worry, Danks puts two and two together before the end of this. It's hard to think that all these things could be live. Danks is right. And Danks put it together and came back around and asked those questions a little more. A little bit later. I don't know if we'll get to that.
All known about it. Baron has known about it. She knows.
Get out here.
She's seen it. And if not, you've seen it on Baron's show. If not, she's seen it on your show. So either way, or on X, right? So what is the reason that she doesn't want to talk about this footage? That is a question that I have, and
She actually directly explained that in her episode last night. The clips are everywhere. You can see it. I don't think we need to go any more in that. I think you guys understand. I think you get it. If you want to watch the whole thing, I highly encourage you to go over to Danks' channel. Hit subscribe. His channel is Gangster Intel at Dank DANKSTRINTEL. Hit that subscribe button. Get subscribers. Drop a like on the video.
Here, stay out of here.
Thanks for hosting something really important there, really funny, really interesting, and you know, being balanced and chill. Thanks. We also have all these other cool projects going on. I haven't seen all of his work at all. I
See you
can't keep
soon.
up with everybody, but what I have seen from him, super great shit. Shout out to Danks. You're the man. On a different note, speaking about people's vibes, and people's integrity and people's trust. Obviously, I only have the trust and integrity that you think I do. There's a lot of people out there, people and bots, I don't know, Israelis on X that pretend to be American, that think I have no credibility and no trust, and that's fine. I don't care. Whatever. You make your own perspective, your own opinions. Totally fine to be suspicious of me. Totally fine to question my rise. Totally fine to think for yourself. That's how you should be thinking. But I'll start from my perspective on campus because I have a very unique perspective. I mean, I have a very unique position in this industry too. I am one of the few people in this industry that has a very large platform now that knows, like personally knows, a lot of the biggest people in the alternative media industry and like literally just came from my kitchen job 3 years ago. No Daily Wire, big organizations, no social media managers, no managers whatsoever, no PR guys, nobody managing my Twitter. I don't do any of that. I never have. I don't take any money from anybody.
Here, put it down. Get in my room.
Or any advertising for very specific products that I very much label when they work, and that's it. No like weird groups that are giving me support or advice. None of it. It's like literally just me observing the social media landscape, saying,
Hey.
Remember this event? Man, the cakes and cookies got stolen.
What?
Yeah, someone stole them out of our car.
Out of Yaku's car? It wasn't locked?
I'll get you something.
No, hey, don't worry about it, but it wasn't locked?
It was, but he like cracked the windows. I don't know. I didn't think anybody would want to steal things with me.
Yeah, that's crazy that somebody would.
Yeah, it was disappointing. So $40 worth of cakes.
Oh my god.
maybe I'm
Don't
sorry.
worry about it.
It's
Don't. I'm glad though that like it wasn't anything more serious and
I was I'm like $40. It won't get replaced if I was yeah. I bought them, so probably be stuck sweet maybe.
no, it would make me feel good. But that wasn't your fault.
These guys. Probably not a good time.
Is there anyone you can show me?
They had a performance.
That was it?
It's crazy. So let's go out here. We could start something. Meeting some good people too. I think that's things. But I was honest. There's the drummer. From the Nico, Oakland so he got almost to put us on something like that. Anyways, yeah.
You're riding with him where?
Nico.
Okay.
We're going to a family. And then yeah. So having a little bit of a rough time out here, but I'm doing it. Miss you. I love you.
I miss you and love you too.
Have a good day.
Yeah, everything after I got on the phone with you, everything's been totally great.
That's great to hear. I love you. I'll see you in a little while.
I love you too. Sorry. I love you.
Okay.
I'm saying you're sorry that happened.
I'm sorry, treats that those things look really good and really hope to get you those.
No, I'm shocked that somebody would steal that.
Yeah, you told me that maybe there's some chance with a problem out here. You know, I'm pretty sure I don't remember. I remember doing here, so I think it's crazy.
But that's what I'm saying. How would they have gotten them out unless?
But the window was open. If you was free to you. But it's supposed to because I just like there's people here.
I mean, but they were visible.
They were in a bag. No, it was 2 bags. It was like a refrigerator bag kind of material.
Yeah.
So paper. They were like full of these. Pieces. It's very disappointing. Boy over here is selling joints.
Oh, hell yeah. Alright, well, stay strong. And I'll tell you something funny. August goes, he was like, because I've spent the day cleaning, and then obviously, like, there's been a little bit of like tension with, like, whatever. And then, so then I was like, August was like, what do you say? Yeah, no, I was bummed that like everyone forgot, and then just I'll tell you when you get here. But
What happened that was funny?
what was funny, August goes, Mama, do you want to play your game of like Risk with me tonight? You want to finish it? And I was like, it is Mother's Day, and I've been cleaning all day, and everyone forgot about it, and nobody cared. I don't think I'm gonna be spending my evening playing games. And then he was like, geez. I mean, I was like being facetious, but I like was, and then he was like, geez, sorry. And I was like, I don't know, it was just funny. We both started laughing because I was like, I mean, I actually love playing games with you. He was like, that's what I thought. I thought it'd be a great time for you to spend. I was like, no, yeah. And he was like, yeah, I know, I get it. You're gonna smoke some weed tonight. It's like, you better shut your mouth.
And
Yeah, I remember. Oh, they made the diary. Wait, there's fingerprints right now. But yeah. So what'd you do? Porta potty?
Yeah, you go. Yeah, but no, yeah. Wait a minute. We had stopped at the gas station while we were here. But then when I got here, so I don't know when I got here.
Oh no. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I was like, all that stuff that was in that lemonade, that one for you. Cause like fruit already does that.
I love you.
All right, love you too. Have a good rest of your night.
See.
All right, love you.
Want to get into this landscape and work there. And then, based on my understanding of it, trying my best and getting very lucky and also, doing a good job with it. And here I am. And it's so fucking weird. And it's understandable if you're suspicious of that. If you don't believe that, that's fine. I have zero concern about digging. It's the truth. And it's a fucking crazy story. And someday I'll write some book that no one needs to read about. But it's a crazy fucking story. What it means is that I have a really unique perspective on someone like Candace, because Candace is just a regular woman. Like, she's just a regular person. But she did come up through those institutions. She had to exit from the establishment, but she was created by the establishment originally, right? The Daily Wire and Associated, TQSA, Charlie Kirk, the people that picked her created her. And she was in that ecosystem first, and then had to exit and get back to being just herself. To be fair, she's ungovernable as fuck. And so she was pretty much just herself all throughout, I suspect. I didn't know her back then. But that's kind of a different trajectory, right? Like Tucker Carlson, he's just himself now. Like, Tucker is just doing what he thinks is best. And himself is built from his whole life story, from his CIA dad, from his WASP upbringing, from his he's built from an establishment pedigree. And he was an establishment person and figure. He was built by Fox News for so long, and now is establishing just Tucker again. But I'm not like that, which is unique and it's fun and it's interesting. And I'm obviously not anywhere near as big as either of those guys, but I do know them. And I know Candace particularly well because I literally worked out of her basement every single day for like a month and a half while she was pregnant, or rather, while she was on maternity leave, nursing her new baby. And I worked with her whole team very closely every single day. I know George quite well, and I've met her extended family too, and they're all awesome. They're cool, and there's nothing weird about it. Like, they are just regular folks. Her whole team just wanted to leave the Daily Wire, and they like work together, and they're the shit, and they have regular lives and regular spouses, and they're just good folks. And Candace is exactly the same person off camera as on camera. There's no difference, and it's honestly hilarious. Because when you have, and anyone who's ever all the extended anons and people that have given her tips, anyone that's gotten on the phone with Candace for one moment, just extraneously, they'll all tell you that what happens is you just launch straight into the same stream of consciousness Candace that is on the screen. It's just like she's on this thought train, and we're talking about this thing, and and immediately you're just talking about the thing. You're just you go, and it's to the point where it's I'm never sure if I need to take notes when I'm just chatting with Candace about whatever, even if it's just relevant, personal stuff, because it's just we are going. It's hilarious, relevant in a weird way. Someone said, "Did you get starstruck at all?" And the answer is no, I didn't. People aren't stars, dude. They're just people. They're not stars. I don't get nervous in this industry for that reason, and it's a blessing because you need to take us all off pedestals. I'm not some special person. Candace is not she's no different than any other human soul on this planet. Tucker is just a dude. Okay, these people have done cool things with their lives. They have a lot of fame, but fame does not come with you. Fame is not some great accolade. Fame is honestly kind of uncomfortable, and it corrupts you if you let it. And you should not idolize it. And anyone who does idolize it, that's a red flag. And that is one of the red flags about Blake Bednar's that I don't like. Is that he's constantly talking about how big an audience is and how many views there are. And you can just feel the push to I want to get the views. I've met a lot of people in this industry that I can just kind of feel. In 1908, a scrappy, ambitious journalist named Napoleon sits down across from Andrew Carnegie in the 64-room Manhattan mansion. Ill is a no-name, born dirt poor in a one-room cabin in rural Virginia. Carnegie is the richest man in the world, a titan of industry, He came from nothing, made his fortune in steel, crushed his competitors, and built the backbone of American industry. And now, at 72, he's giving it all away. Libraries, universities, foundations. He's looking to leave a legacy. Carnegie had a proposition for Napoleon. Interview 500 of the most successful men in America and distill their secrets into a philosophy anyone can follow. No salary, no advance, just introductions to the most powerful people in the world and a chance to unlock the formula of wealth itself. The only condition? Napoleon had to share it with the world. Napoleon accepted. The project would take him 20 years. He would interview Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, Theodore Roosevelt, Alexander Graham Bell, Woodrow Wilson, John D. Rockefeller. He would study their habits, their mindsets, their failures for decades, and then codify everything he learned to a single book. But there was another man. It's also 1908. This man's name was Oliver, and he is fleeing on foot through the woods of Alabama from police with warrants out for his arrest. Oliver has defrauded lumber suppliers out of tens of thousands of dollars. Buying product on credit, he's selling it for cash at prices so low that it raised suspicions from authorities across 3 states. His wife has just filed for divorce, accusing him of domestic violence, spending all of their money on prostitutes, and choking their daughter until she turned blue. Oliver is broke. He's desperate. And for the 3rd time in his life, he's about to change his name, move to another state, and start over as if nothing happened. Now, these 2 men, these 2 stories, happened in the same year. These 2 men, one an intrepid journalist seeking the secrets of success, the other a con man seemingly always on the run, appeared to be the complete opposite. Yet they are somehow inextricably linked. History is often ironic, and in this case, its irony is also its lesson. Can you guess the connection? Oliver and Napoleon were the same person. The first story is what Napoleon Hill claimed he was doing in 1908. The second is what he was actually doing. In this book, Sharing the Secrets of Wealth, well, chances are you've heard of it, if not read it. Think and Grow Rich is one of the best-selling books of all time. It's been credited by Tony Robbins, Oprah Winfrey, Damon John, Larry Ellison, Steve Harvey, and hundreds of others as a book that changed their lives. What's more, Think and Grow Rich launched the modern self-help industry. The secret, manifestation culture, vision boards, affirmations, visualizations, all of it was started by a man who made up nearly everything. People fucking love it. Even it sells like crazy. So the question is, why? Is the advice actually good? Does that even matter? In this video, we're going to explore how a serial con man wrote one of the most influential books of the last 100 years. We'll get into Napoleon Hill's colorful history, the fraud, the abuse, even a religious cult. We'll take a hard look at the ideas in the actual book, figure out what is good and what's just bullshit. And finally, I want to discuss why this book's influence and importance actually kind of makes sense. This is the Napoleon Hill story, as told by the Napoleon Hill Foundation. In 1908, a young journalist named Napoleon Hill was assigned to interview Carnegie. You already know that. Hill had grown up poor. He was genuinely poor. Appalachian poor. 1-room cabin in the mountains poor. He started writing for local newspapers at 13. What's the deal with that?
After turning down the offer to take part in the now legendary Roast of Tom Brady back in 2024, Shane Gillis was hand-selected by Kevin Hart to host the second ever live roast in Netflix history on Sunday, May 10th.
We saw how massive Tom Brady was. I said no to that. Why'd you say no? I don't like roasts. Why do I say thanks? I said no, and then they told me Kevin asked me to do those. So I said, yeah. He asked me, so yes.
Outside of maybe Chris Rock getting slapped at the Oscars, the Roast of Tom Brady instantly became one of the most significant comedy events of this century, going on to be the most watched piece of content in Netflix history at the time, and pushing comedy the farthest it's ever been into the center of American culture. The Brady Roast was also rare because it seemingly was enjoyed by everyone who tuned in, with the brutal, uncensored jokes generating little to no real backlash online, and the live format reminding millions of people all at once how exciting comedy can be when truly anything can happen next.
That kind of like choosing comedy back up again because it was so wild. It was like the jokes were so wild and it's so raw.
Yeah, I've been big game hunting Tom Brady for years. It took a couple of years. He retired, got retired, but I kept him on the line. Tommy would shoot promos
was like, why are you doing this? Because I could tell, it's starting to heat up and some heavy hitters were signing on. I go, why are you doing it? I was like, it wasn't for the money. And he goes, I want to bring comedy back. I'm sick of the woke bullshit. We canceled. I want to make comedy like fun again. I caught him on a Super Bowl Sunday. He was playing the Super Bowl. And I saw him looking at some jokes on Instagram that I posted. And I'm like, this is where he goes to relax. He goes to the roots. Right. And I heard that. So that was like, he won the game. And I was like, I think it's time. And then we reeled him in and he did it. I will admit that roast was harsher than even I expected. Vicious. I mean, it was a bloodbath. And I saw Tommy the other day and I said, it's time to take your wins. He was like, it's so harsh. It was tough on my family. I go, I get all that, but you wanted to do it to bring comedy back. You did that. 1.6 billion viewing minutes, Emmy nominated against the Oscars and the Super Bowl
It was the most watched thing in the history of Netflix. It wasn't just because it was Tom Brady, which of course made a lot. It was just because all these great comics were on it, which of course it was so good. It was so good. People were telling people about it.
All respect to Tom, I do think this one with Kevin and Shane Gillis is going to top it.
Really?
I think it's not quite a sequel, but it's its own thing. It's
Well,
going to be the greatest roast of all time.
the Roastmaster General Jeff Ross will try his best to make this roast as big of a deal as last time while executive producing the live event this Mother's Day. Not many names from the dais have been released so far, but a few of the confirmed comics besides Jeff Ross, Shane Gillis, and Kevin Hart include Brady Roast standout Tony Hinchcliffe and Little Kev's old Philly friend Big J Okerson.
He is us. He is us.
See, we are all roasting Kevin Hart this time. Yeah, it's not Jay. We're all doing it together. By the way, if I do well and I say that at the end, you guys are all going to cheer. It's going to be really funny if I eat shit and at the end I go, he is us.
The roast for him is back to his roots. It's like the Philly thing, talking. It changed from Philly, so there'll be a big Philly angle. And we got some of his oldest buddies coming up. It's going to be pretty massive.
One of the exciting wrinkles from the Brady roast was having a mix of his old teammates and coaches stepping up to the podium in between pro comics. Obviously just speculating, but for a Kevin Hart roast, you'd have to think The Rock is going to show up at some point. The Lakers have home playoff games in LA on the 9th and the 11th with nothing. Today you're going to learn a little bit about what the Stoics mean by being a good human being. We'll learn to live more rationally, to conduct a life based on reason, and to deal with our emotions in the best way we can. I am Massimo Piolucci. I'm an evolutionary biologist.
What if I told you that your peace has never been in other people's hands? Not in what they say, not in what they do, not even in how much they try to hurt you. The truth is, no one has ever truly made you angry. Have you ever wished you could walk through life, be revealed where you haven't healed? Most people spend their lives reacting, emotional puppets pulled by strings they refuse to see. One comment ruins their day. One betrayal breaks their spirit. One misunderstanding turns into a war. But it doesn't have to be that way. The Stoics believed that real strength isn't about being untouchable. It's about being unshaken. Your calm isn't supposed to be this fragile thing, constantly at the mercy of other people's moods, opinions, or mistakes. It's supposed to be rooted in reason, in clarity, in the part of you that can step back, breathe, and choose how to respond, not just how to react. The world will test you. That's a given. But whether you get pulled into its chaos, that's your choice. This video is about reclaiming that choice. It's about learning how to protect your calm like it's sacred, because it is. Through the lens of Stoicism, we'll walk through some of the most powerful shifts you can make today. Not abstract philosophy, but real, grounded steps you can take to stop being at war with everything and start leading from within. And if these conversations speak to something real in you, something grounded in truth, philosophy, and inner growth, consider subscribing. It's a small gesture, but it helps us reach more minds like yours. And it quietly signals that you're walking this path with intention. 1. Anger isn't what you think it is. Let's talk about anger, not the kind that you change your tone so you don't sound too harsh. You shrink your opinions so you don't seem difficult. You smile when you're tired, say it's fine when it isn't, and call it strength. But deep down, there's this quiet exhaustion, the kind that comes from constantly proving your worth to people who wouldn't notice if you stopped trying. And in that exhaustion, something inside you begins to whisper a truth you've
Oh, hey, I'm here. I'm leaving though. I'm going to go work out in the yard.
for being free. The
That's
Stoics had
awesome. Sorry, nobody's been in the chat like all day.
nothing outside of you.
That's awesome. Yeah, veiled chameleons are amazing. I'm loving owning him.
Millions of others.
So
Yet most of us
super
live
cool
like
guy.
puppets, reacting to every string that's pulled. But
All
imagine
right,
if
but
you
yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go work out in the yard.
and no one's silence steals your peace. That's real power, the quiet kind, the kind that can't be taken from you. So if you're ready to master your mind, to live with intention, and to learn how to stay unshaken no matter what life throws your way, please subscribe to a philosophy, a way of living rooted in clarity, courage, and calm. Because every time you choose awareness over reaction, you take one step closer to freedom. You go through life thinking you're making choices, that you're acting on your own terms. But if you slow down long enough, if you start to really watch yourself, not from the surface, but from the place deep inside where your reactions are born, you'll see it. The strings. Invisible, yes, but real. Tugged by the moods of others, pulled by silence, by praise, by the slightest shift in someone's tone. You think you're free, but how free can you be if someone's cold look can ruin your day? If a delayed reply has the power to make you question your worth? Most people are walking marionettes, animated not by inner conviction, but by the external signals they've been conditioned to obey. You were taught early that attention is safety, that pleasing others means survival. And so you learned to read every facial twitch, to decode the weight of a sigh, to shape yourself into what the moment demanded. Not because you were weak, but because you didn't yet know there was another way. That way begins with awareness, the kind that doesn't just notice your pain, but asks where it comes from. When someone ignores you and it stings, the hurt isn't in their action. It's in the meaning you assign to it. They pull a string and your entire posture collapses, not because they intended to hurt you, but because you gave them access to something they never earned, your self-perception. This isn't empathy. This isn't sensitivity. It's misdirected awareness. You feel everything, the tension, the rejection, the approval. But without clarity, all that feeling becomes a storm without direction. And storms, left unmanaged, tear through everything. You learn to call this emotional openness. You were told it's a virtue, but the truth is, unguarded openness is just exposure. It means anyone who gets close enough can rearrange your day with a sentence, a whisper, even a look. You don't have boundaries, you have antennas, constantly tuned to the emotional weather outside of you. This is not control. This is not compassion. This is chaos. But the saddest part is how normal it feels. You've lived like this for so long, you think it's just part of being human. You don't question it, you just adapt. Smile when they expect it. Stay silent when they disapprove. Bend. Apologize. Adjust all the while believing you're doing the right thing. Keeping the peace. Staying kind. Being good. But goodness is not submission. And peace that comes from suppressing yourself isn't peace at all. It's quiet desperation, the kind that eats at you quietly until you no longer recognize the shape of your own mind. The Stoics spoke of freedom not as something granted, but something mastered. Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." But how can you master yourself when you don't even know who's pulling your strings? It's subtle the way it happens. You get used to managing other people's discomfort. You become the fixer, the smoother of conflict, the one who always understands. And in return, you start to forget what you think, what you feel, because it's easier to mirror their emotions than to risk confrontation with your own. You call it love, they call it reliability, but inside, you feel more like a shadow than a person, existing in the spaces they leave behind. And yet, this is how most people live. They walk through life waiting for cues, for someone to clap, for someone to nod, for someone to say, "You did well." It doesn't sound dangerous, but it is, because it means you're always performing. Even in your most private moments, you're thinking about the audience. You're preparing for their reaction. So the self, the real self, never
It's
gets
just
to
the underside of the port.
you care blindly,
Okay, well, just when you start to feel like
feel without
you
discernment,
can go inside.
your joy, your rage,
Because you could
your
hang out in here with Pablo.
dangling on threads held by people who may not even know the power they have. Even
No, I don't have any bugs left, because I'm not feeling it.
Here's what I tell you. You don't have to live like this. The strings can
They
become
have, but they're then eating them.
the sharp edge of self-awareness.
The color on it though, dude.
To
That's
know
crazy.
surrender your peace.
That was interesting. Time to do.
Honest
I don't know though if he's overheated or if he. No, that's it's called gaping. It's not yawn.
No,
It's a aggression.
Oh, is he mad at me?
He might be mad at me. I'm not sure. The color on his head is like really crazy, though.
It's like white.
Yeah.
They're the blueprint of your freedom.
Maybe it's.
Because once you can see the strings, you can start to loosen them. You can
Well, if I
learn
can
to
want fly,
slide
can he eat that?
See.
that
Yeah, you can eat a fly. He like goes in focus if I keep my finger in the frame.
life, but through commitment to truth, through choosing moment by moment, not to react to every pull, every signal, every unspoken demand. The world will keep tugging. That's its nature. People will keep pressing buttons, often without even realizing they're doing it. They'll withdraw affection, then offer it again to see if you jump. They'll test your silence. They'll interpret your stillness as weakness. But you don't have to jump anymore. You don't have to explain or chase or prove. You can stand still. Let them tug. Let them wonder. Let them pull on strings that no longer connect to your core. This isn't about becoming numb. It's not about rejecting love or community. It's about reclaiming the ability to choose your response, to give energy with intention, not out of fear, to stop confusing control with connection. The people who truly love you, they don't need strings to keep you close. They don't manipulate your emotions to hold your attention. They don't need you to flinch to feel important. The real work begins when you no longer allow emotional reflex to dictate your direction. When you can pause, reflect, and respond from a grounded place, even when the world tries to drag you back into chaos. This is where sovereignty lives, in the space between the pull and your reaction, in that breath, that pull, that refusal to be moved by anything that doesn't align with who you are becoming. And in that moment, you realize something that shifts everything. You are not your reactions. You are the awareness beneath them. You are the presence that watches, that chooses, that lets go. The strings were never you. They were just distractions, loud, persistent, familiar, but never necessary. Let them fall. Let them dangle in the air with no one left to control. You're not a puppet anymore. You're a presence, silent, steady, and finally, free. There's a kind of quiet exhaustion that comes from constantly adjusting yourself to match the expectations of others. You might not even realize you're doing it most of the time. It starts in small ways. You tell a joke, and they don't laugh. So next time, you don't speak up. You make a decision, and they criticize it. So next time, you hesitate. Over and over again, your identity bends to avoid discomfort, to preserve connection. to feel safe. But eventually, you stop recognizing the person you've become. It's not that anyone forced you to change. It's that somewhere along the way, you gave away pieces of yourself in exchange for acceptance. And the real weight of that trade doesn't hit all at once. It accumulates, slowly, until the silence you used to protect yourself starts to feel like a prison. You tell yourself you're being thoughtful, empathetic, flexible, but what you're really doing is outsourcing your identity. You start to believe that if someone is disappointed in you, you've done something wrong. That if they're distant, you must have failed them. That if they walk away, it means you weren't enough. This is how you lose control. Not because others took it, but because you tied it to things that were never stable to begin with. You hand over your peace in exchange for smiles, for nods, for approval that always feels just out of reach. And when that approval disappears, so does your sense of self. It's not control they have over you, it's influence you never questioned. Every disapproving glance becomes a mirror you hold up to judge yourself. Every delay in their response feels like a punishment. You create entire stories from half-finished sentences and unanswered texts. Not because you're weak, but because you've come to rely on their cues to know how to feel about yourself. You don't just experience rejection, you absorb it. Let it echo in your mind. Let it shape your beliefs. But the truth is, their reactions were never a reflection of you. They were a reflection of them, their mood, their story, their own unresolved fears. And yet, how many times have you let someone's silence convince you that you're not lovable? How often have you let their frustration mean that you're failing? It's easy to forget that the way people treat you is often about their capacity, not your worth. But when your identity is tangled up in their perception, you can't tell the difference. So you chase clarity, you seek reassurance, you apologize when you don't need to, you soften yourself until there's nothing left but the outline of who you used to be. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." But you can't become that person while measuring yourself through someone else's eyes. Because their vision will always be clouded by their wounds. Their standards will always be filtered through their own fears. And if you're waiting for them to fully understand you before you feel at peace, you'll be waiting forever. This is where the illusion reveals itself. The belief that if you can just get them to approve of you, you'll finally feel whole. But it's never enough. Even when they nod, even when they say the words you've been craving, it fades. Because their validation might comfort you for a moment, but it can't sustain you. Only self-respect can do that. There's a deep kind of power that comes from realizing you don't need to be understood to be at peace. You don't need to be agreed with to feel secure. You don't need to be praised to stay on your path. And once you see that clearly, you begin to understand the difference between control and illusion. No one is holding you down. You've just been anchoring your value to things outside yourself. You've made your joy conditional, your confidence conditional, your peace conditional. And that is the surest path to disappointment, because the world will always offer inconsistency. People will be distracted, distant, confused. And if your inner world depends on their clarity, you'll be in a constant state of emotional turbulence. The shift begins when you learn to notice the reaction without assigning it meaning. Someone looks away when you're speaking. It could be a dozen things. Maybe they're tired. Maybe they're thinking. Maybe they're uncomfortable with their own emotions. But it doesn't mean you're not interesting. It doesn't mean you've failed. When you let go of needing their response to validate your existence, you become free to simply be. You begin to act from your own truth instead of constantly adjusting to avoid rejection. This doesn't mean becoming careless or self-centered. It means becoming rooted, grounded, aware of your values, your direction, your intention. So much so that you no longer need the world to clap every time you move. You find peace in the doing, not in the reaction it gets. That's what it means to live with integrity. To do what's right not because others notice, but because you do. To speak not for applause, but for truth. To walk your path without begging for permission to exist on it. That kind of self-possession is rare, but it's not unreachable. It starts with catching yourself in those small moments, when you change your tone to sound more acceptable, when you hold back a truth because you're afraid they'll leave, when you say yes, even though everything inside you says no. In those moments, you have a choice. You can reinforce the illusion, or you can begin to break it. The work isn't easy. It asks you to sit with discomfort, to watch your own mind try to make sense of silence and uncertainty without rushing to self-blame. It asks you to stop seeking peace from people who are still at war with themselves. It asks you to let go of your need to be seen, so you can finally see yourself. And that's where real power lives. In that quiet place where you know who you are and trust it, even when the world is too distracted to notice. When someone disapproves, it still stings, but it doesn't shake you. When someone pulls away, it still hurts, but it doesn't unravel you. Because you've untied your identity from their behavior. You've taken back ownership of your inner world. And that changes everything. You start making decisions from alignment, not anxiety. You start creating from authenticity, not approval seeking. You stop living in reaction and start living with purpose. The illusion begins to fade the moment you choose to believe that your worth is not up for debate, that who you are isn't something others get to define, only witness, that you don't need to win people over to prove you belong, because you already do. You always have. The only thing that ever needed changing was your belief that someone else's perception was more important than your own truth. And once you begin to live from that place, that grounded, clear, unshakable place, you no longer fear disapproval. You no longer chase certainty in others. You no longer shrink to be loved. You become your own reference point, not because you stopped caring, but because you started caring the right way, about peace, about honesty, about becoming who you truly are. And in that space, nobody has control over you, because there's nothing left to control, just someone standing in their truth, finally free. There's a desperation that doesn't scream. It whispers. It's hidden behind the polite nods, the eager smiles, the compulsive need to explain yourself. It shows up in the way your voice changes depending on who you're speaking to, in how quickly you apologize when there's tension, in how deeply it bothers you when someone doesn't text back, or doesn't laugh at your joke, or forgets to say thank you. That quiet ache, that's emotional hunger. And it isn't just uncomfortable, it's dangerous. Because the hungrier you are for validation, the more easily you can be controlled. Not by force, but by subtle gestures. A delay in someone's tone becomes punishment. A cold shoulder becomes a crisis. And you, without realizing it, start dancing for a reward that was never guaranteed in the first place. People don't have to hurt you to own you. They just have to notice what you need and withhold it. And when that need is recognition, praise, belonging, you become predictable. Predictability makes you easy to influence. All it takes is a frown to make you doubt yourself. One vague comment to derail your self-esteem. One passive-aggressive gesture, and suddenly your whole sense of peace collapses. Not because the action was loud, but because the space it left inside you was already fragile. And that's what emotional hunger does. It turns your identity into a reaction. You're not living. You're waiting. Waiting for someone to confirm you. Waiting for someone to make you feel worthy. But the truth is, no one can do that for you. Not consistently, not completely, not honestly. Because people are distracted, they're wounded, they're inconsistent. And if your emotional well-being depends on their capacity to validate you at the right time, You'll always feel unstable. You'll live in cycles, high when they praise you, low when they forget you, driven when they notice you, hollow when they don't. That's not love. That's dependency. And dependency, no matter how pretty it looks, always comes with a leash. So many people confuse emotional openness with strength. But strength isn't in the exposure of your feelings. It's in your relationship to them. You can feel everything and still remain centered. You can be vulnerable without being dependent, but only if you learn to meet your own needs first. When you don't, you turn everyone around you into a supplier. You scan their expressions to see how you should feel. You interpret their silence as a sign of your worth. You wait for their nod to know if you're okay, and in doing so, you place your entire emotional life in hands that were never built to hold it. Carl Jung once wrote, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, because when you do, you stop relying on applause to feel like you're enough. You stop chasing emotional breadcrumbs just to feel fed. You stop needing people to play therapist, parent, savior, and you begin, slowly, steadily, to build the kind of stability that doesn't collapse every time someone disapproves. This isn't coldness, it's clarity. It's the realization that freedom begins the moment you no longer require someone else to confirm your experience. You can still enjoy their company, still love deeply, still connect fully. But the connection is no longer an addiction, it's a choice. Think about how many decisions you've made, not because they were right for you, but because you hoped they'd earn someone's praise. How many times you stayed silent, not out of wisdom, but out of fear of disapproval. How often you've said yes, not because you had the energy, but because you couldn't stand the thought of disappointing someone. That's emotional slavery. It doesn't look like chains, but it feels like suffocation. And the worst part is how quietly it disguises itself as being kind, loyal, selfless. But what's kind about abandoning your own needs just to avoid discomfort? What's loyal about betraying yourself to keep someone else satisfied? What's selfless about staying silent when everything in you wants to speak? You're not being virtuous. You're being controlled by fear, by habit, by a hunger that keeps you chasing approval instead of choosing authenticity. The moment you stop craving their validation is the moment you become unreadable. Not because you're playing games, but because you've stepped outside the emotional economy most people live in. You no longer trade behavior for praise. You no longer shape your identity around being liked. You no longer adjust your truth to avoid making others uncomfortable. And that kind of presence is rare. It's disruptive. People don't know what to do with someone who doesn't need to be liked, who doesn't need to explain, who doesn't need anything but their own alignment. When you show up like that, you confuse the systems that were built to keep you small. Because those systems, manipulation, guilt, passive aggression, they all rely on your hunger. Take that hunger away, and the system breaks down. The insults lose their sting, the silence loses its grip, the praise loses its power. You can enjoy it when it's offered, but you're no longer addicted to it. That's where real peace lives. Not in being untouched, but in being unbroken. This doesn't mean shutting down or becoming numb. It means becoming intentional. You feel everything, but you no longer flinch. You notice everything, but you no longer chase. You hear the criticism, but you don't absorb it. You see the silence, but you don't fill it with stories. You let people be who they are without turning their behavior into a reflection of your worth. Because you've done the work, you've built something inside that can't be undone by someone else's mood. You've anchored yourself in something deeper than praise. You've decided that your energy, your peace, your truth, those things are too precious to place in the hands of someone else's reaction. And from that place, every choice you make becomes cleaner. Every boundary becomes easier. Every relationship becomes clearer. Not perfect, but clear. And clarity is what ends the hunger, because hunger comes from confusion, from believing that love has to hurt, that peace has to be earned, that you need to be chosen to matter. But once you see the illusion, it stops holding power. You stop explaining yourself to people who want to misunderstand you. You stop overgiving to people who are only there when it's convenient. You stop trying to fix people who aren't even trying to fix themselves. And instead, you turn inward, not to retreat, but to reclaim. You realize that approval is nice, but it's not fuel. That praise is kind, but it's not purpose. That attention is comforting, but it's not truth. And in that space, you find something no one can give you, and no one can take away. Inner stillness, the kind that doesn't rise and fall with every opinion, the kind that doesn't chase applause, the kind that doesn't starve for love. It simply is, grounded, quiet, whole. And that's where real strength begins, not with control, not with performance, but with presence. You show up, fully, authentically, without needing anything back. And ironically, that's what draws people in. Not your need, but your wholeness. Not your hunger, but your enoughness. Because people are drawn to those who aren't trying to be anything, who've already accepted themselves completely. When you get there, you stop chasing the echo of love and start embodying it. You stop begging to be chosen and start choosing yourself. And slowly, that hunger that once ruled you fades. Not because you stopped feeling, but because you finally started feeding yourself with something real, something permanent, something that doesn't disappear the moment someone else changes their mind. There's something admirable about being someone who cares. It means your heart is open, your empathy is alive, and you're willing to carry the emotional weight that others drop at your feet. But somewhere along the line, caring becomes a burden. Not because the world needs less kindness, but because you've been offering your attention, your time, your loyalty, without boundaries. You've poured yourself into people who never asked how much it cost. You show up first, stay the longest, listen the most, and yet you're often the one who's left unseen. That pain doesn't come from the act of caring. It comes from the realization that your effort hasn't been met with reciprocity. You keep giving, hoping it'll be enough to earn what should have been freely given. And in doing so, you exhaust your own capacity to stay connected to yourself. Not all caring is created equal. There's a kind of caring that lifts and restores, and then there's a kind that slowly chips away at your peace. You don't notice it at first. It shows up as saying yes when you're tired, as listening deeply when no one ever listens back, as checking in on people who haven't thought about you in weeks, and you justify it by saying you're the strong one, that it's just who you are. But being someone who cares deeply doesn't mean you should become someone who cares endlessly. When your compassion turns into currency, spent constantly on people who never look back, you're not being kind, you're being drained. What was once a gift becomes a habit of self-erasure. There's a high cost to being the one who always understands, who always forgives, who always makes room for others to fail while holding yourself to impossible standards. You walk through life open-hearted, only to be met with people who take your openness as an invitation to take more. And when they do, you blame yourself. You think maybe you didn't give enough. Maybe if you were more patient, more available, more loving, they'd finally see you. But that's not how it works. Because people who truly value your presence don't need to be convinced. They recognize the weight of your effort, and they carry it with you, not on you. Caring too much, especially for those who only take, teaches you to betray yourself in small, subtle ways. You start tolerating behaviors that make you feel invisible. You start excusing patterns that chip away at your confidence. You mistake intensity for connection, inconsistency for mystery, and you begin to shrink in the hope that someone will finally notice how small you've become. You don't call it self-abandonment, you call it love, loyalty, dedication. But that's a lie you tell yourself to keep from facing the truth. You're bleeding for people who wouldn't even hand you a bandage. Seneca once said, "He who is everywhere is nowhere." And the same applies to your attention. When you spread it too thin, when you give it away without thought, it loses value. It becomes background noise. When you're always available, always agreeable, always forgiving, people stop hearing you. They start to expect you to bend, and every time you do, they respect you a little less. Not out of cruelty, but because you've shown them that your needs can always wait, that your time is always flexible, that your heart is always open, even when it's hurting. And while that may look like strength on the surface, it often stems from fear. Fear of being left behind, fear of disappointing someone, fear of being alone. But the truth is, the more you care without discernment, the more you teach people to treat you as an option, as a convenience. You condition them to believe that no matter what they do, you'll still be there. And slowly, the roles shift. You become the emotional caretaker, the one holding the pieces together, while they drift in and out of your life as they please. And yet, you stay. Not because it feels good, but because you've tied your identity to being needed, to being useful, to being the one who holds the door open, even when no one says thank you. That kind of caring doesn't build connection, it breeds resentment. You don't realize how heavy it's gotten until you're lying awake at night, wondering why you feel so empty. You've been feeding others while starving yourself. You've been handing out pieces of your energy like it's limitless. And when you finally break, when you finally stop showing up, they'll say you've changed. They'll accuse you of being distant, cold, selfish. But what they really mean is, you stopped making their comfort your responsibility. And maybe that's what you need to do. To stop treating your compassion like an endless well. To recognize that you can care and still say no. That love doesn't mean tolerating chaos. That empathy doesn't mean accepting disrespect. You can be soft without being used. You can be kind without being a doormat. And you can choose to protect your peace without feeling guilty. This shift doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you start caring wisely. You begin to ask, who adds value to my life? Who reciprocates? Who sees me not just when they need something, but when I'm struggling in silence? These questions don't make you bitter. They make you responsible for your energy, your time, your emotional health. And in answering them honestly, you start to rebuild trust with yourself. You stop overriding your gut to make others comfortable. You stop abandoning your needs to earn approval. You learn to sit with the discomfort of someone else's disappointment, because your peace is worth more than their temporary satisfaction. When you care with boundaries, your love becomes clearer, stronger, healthier. People know where you stand. They know your time is sacred. Your energy is sacred. You are sacred. And the ones who truly value you will rise to meet that standard. They won't see your limits as rejection. They'll see them as clarity. And that clarity will filter out the ones who were only ever there for the benefits, not the bond. There's no shame in having a big heart. The shame is in letting that heart be trampled by those who never learned how to hold it. It's not your job to teach someone how to treat you by tolerating mistreatment. Your job is to show up as fully yourself, to give from overflow, not from depletion. Because when you give while drained, it's not love, it's survival. And love, real love, can't bloom in a survival state. You deserve to be held with the same care you offer others. You deserve to be chosen with the same energy you've given to people who never picked you back. And the moment you decide to stop bleeding for the ungrateful, the moment you stop throwing your energy into empty hands, everything shifts. You come back to yourself. You rebuild your reserves. You remember that your caring is a gift, not a guarantee. In time, you'll learn to give without losing, to love without forgetting yourself, to care deeply and still choose peace. That's not detachment. That's emotional maturity. That's the wisdom that comes when you finally realize not everyone deserves access to your heart. And the more carefully you guard it, the more clearly you'll see who was meant to stand beside you, not because you bent for them, but because you stood firm for yourself. There's a strange truth that most people never see until it's too late. You're not shaped by what happens to you, but by how you respond to it. You spend your days reacting to people's moods, reacting to tones in their voices, reacting to silence, to criticism, to the things left unsaid. And without realizing it, every reaction is a small surrender, a silent signal that says, you have access to me, you can alter my state. The sigh of a loved one, a sarcastic laugh, a passive-aggressive pause, these things don't have to be loud to be powerful, because you've already taught the world how to move you. And when people learn how to move you, they also learn how to control you. Reaction is not just an emotional impulse, it's a form of programming. The more you react to a trick, the more deeply it roots into your nervous system. It becomes a habit, a loop. You walk into a room, read everyone's mood, and before you've even spoken, you've shifted into whatever version of yourself you think will be most accepted. That shift doesn't feel like a choice. It feels like instinct. But it isn't instinct. It's conditioning. And it's dangerous. Because the more you live this way, the less of your life is actually yours. You're not responding from intention. You're echoing what the world throws at you. And echoes don't build anything. They only repeat what's already been said. You think you're making decisions, but in truth, you're just reacting faster than you're thinking. Someone frowns and your mood dips. Someone praises you and your confidence spikes. Someone disagrees and you second guess your truth. This is the trap. The illusion that your emotions are caused by events, when really they're caused by how much of your worth is still hooked into those events. The world doesn't control you, but the parts of you that are still unfinished, still insecure, still longing for validation, those parts respond to everything, loudly, desperately, predictably. Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And that's what happens when you live in reaction. You're not choosing, you're being driven by fears you haven't faced, by wounds you haven't healed, by stories you keep repeating, and worst of all, by people who learned, whether intentionally or not, how to provoke you. You start trying to control how others see you, not realizing they're controlling how you see yourself. But here's the shift, the subtle, powerful truth that starts to unravel the whole system. Not everything deserves your attention. Not every insult needs a defense. Not every moment of discomfort needs to be fixed. The strongest people are not the loudest. They're the ones who can hold their silence when it would be easier to argue. They're the ones who can observe a situation without becoming it. They know how to feel something without reacting to it. And in doing so, they remain free. Freedom is not just about what you can do. It's about what no longer has power over you. When someone disrespects you and you don't flinch, that's freedom. When someone withdraws their love and you don't chase, that's freedom. When someone tries to bait you into explaining yourself and you simply choose not to play the game, that's freedom. It's not apathy, it's mastery. It's the quiet strength of knowing who you are without needing to prove it. The problem is that we've been taught to take everything personally. Every glance, every delay in response, every change in someone's tone. We interpret these things as reflections of our value, and so we react, not to the moment, but to what we've made the moment mean. That's why it hurts. Not because it's true, but because it touches the places where we're still unsure. But if you pause, if you breathe before reacting, you start to see through the moment. You realize their tone has nothing to do with you. Their silence isn't your fault. Their mood isn't your responsibility. You can care, but you don't have to carry. When you stop reacting, people don't know what to do with you, because most relationships are built on reaction, on push and pull, on reward and punishment. And when you step outside that loop, when you stop mirroring their behavior, it forces them to look inward, to see themselves without the distraction of your response. And that moment, that mirrorless silence, is where transformation begins. Not always for them, but definitely for you. This is what it means to reclaim your power. Not to overpower others, but to stop being overpowered by them. To choose your energy instead of leaking it. To know your value without outsourcing it. To walk through the world unbothered, not because you don't feel, but because you've trained yourself to act from clarity, not emotion. That's a discipline, a daily practice, but it's one that changes everything, because you become what you react to. And if all you ever react to is negativity, drama, and manipulation, you slowly become shaped by it. You think you're fighting it, but you're feeding it. You think you're protecting your truth, but you're actually handing it over, again and again, by letting others dictate your emotional state. But when you step back, when you observe instead of absorb, you change the whole dynamic. You shift from puppet to presence, from reactor to observer, from victim to sovereign. You start to feel the space between stimulus and response. And in that space, you find yourself, your real self, the one that doesn't rush to explain, the one that doesn't perform for love, the one that doesn't try to earn worthiness through compliance. That self has always been there. It just got buried under the noise of reaction. But now, with each choice to stay grounded, each moment you choose silence over chaos, you bring that self back to life. There will always be people who try to test you, who poke, provoke, push. Not always out of malice, sometimes just out of habit. But that's not your business. Your business is your response, your presence, your peace. And the more you choose that peace, the more untouchable you become. Not in a prideful way, but in a deeply centered one. You walk through life rooted, steady, not because the world is calm, but because you are. And in that steadiness, everything changes. Conversations become cleaner, boundaries become clearer, love becomes healthier. Not because others have changed, but because you have. You're no longer the echo, you're the voice. You're no longer shaped by what triggers you, you're shaped by what you choose. And that choice, repeated over time, becomes your freedom. Not the kind someone else gives you, the kind you give yourself. There's a strange kind of pressure we all feel. The pressure to respond, to explain, to justify our presence in every room and every conversation. The moment something feels off, we rush to fill the silence, to defend our choices, to prove we meant well. And somewhere in all that talking, all that over-explaining, we begin to lose our center. We give away the very thing that made us grounded to begin with. But silence is something else entirely. Silence isn't weakness, it isn't surrender, it isn't avoidance. Real silence, the kind that comes from deep clarity, is a kind of strength most people never learn to wield. Because it requires trust. Trust in yourself. Trust in your truth. Trust that you don't have to perform emotional gymnastics for someone else to understand you. When you learn to sit in silence, especially when everything in you wants to react, you're not bottling things up. You're mastering your state. You're saying without a single word, I am not available for chaos. That kind of stillness isn't easy, especially if you were raised to believe that being heard means being loud, or that being right means proving your point. But more often than not, those who yell the most are the most unsure, and those who defend themselves, the hardest, are usually the most afraid of being misunderstood. Silence doesn't mean you've given up. It means you've evolved past the need to be constantly understood. There's a particular discomfort that shows up when you stop reacting. People expect your buttons to be easy to push. They've come to rely on your need to respond, to explain, to fix. So when you say nothing, when you hold your ground in stillness, it unnerves them. It reflects something back they weren't ready to see. Their own noise, their own need for control, their own discomfort with their behavior. And suddenly, they can't hide behind your reaction anymore. They're left with their own words, their own tone, their own silence. That's the power of not playing the game, of choosing presence over performance. You don't always have to answer every accusation. You don't have to engage every criticism. You don't have to reply to every disrespect with a lecture about your boundaries. Sometimes the deepest clarity is found in quietness. And the strongest statement you can make is no statement at all. The noise of the world is constant. People projecting, attacking, baiting, performing. And if you get swept into it every time, you lose yourself in the volume. But when you remain still, when you resist the urge to fight every battle, you become unshakable because you don't care, but because you've chosen what's worth your energy. Carl Jung once said, a man is not what he says he is what he does. But I'd argue he's also what he doesn't do, what he walks away from, what he lets go unanswered. There's a discipline in choosing when to engage and when to simply observe. That choice, made again and again, trains your nervous system to stop jumping at every invitation to chaos. It teaches you how to stay rooted when others are spiraling. It teaches you how to hold your dignity in moments that used to pull you into desperation. And that's what silence protects, your dignity. Because when you over-explain, when you chase understanding, when you react just to prove a point, you're often trying to rescue someone else from their discomfort. But their discomfort isn't yours to fix.
I appreciate the likes, you guys.
That's theirs to sit with. Your silence isn't an absence. It's a presence they can't manipulate. It's the absence of emotional hunger, the absence of needing to be validated, justified, or redeemed. And that absence makes people uncomfortable because it means they can no longer use your reaction as a mirror to avoid facing themselves. Stillness is not about ego, it's about sovereignty. It's about learning how to sit with tension without becoming it, learning how to pause instead of react, to breathe instead of argue, to listen instead of interrupt, and most importantly, to observe the situation for what it is, not what your fear wants to make it. That kind of mastery doesn't come overnight. It's built one choice at a time. One moment of holding your tongue when you're tempted to defend. One decision to walk away rather than escalate. One deep breath when you're on the edge of reacting to something that doesn't even deserve a response. And over time, that practice becomes a part of you. You stop wasting energy on things that used to consume you. You stop rehearsing arguments in your head. You stop needing closure from people who were never capable of giving it. Because you realize your peace is too expensive to spend on cheap invitations to drama. You don't have to react to prove you care. You don't have to speak to assert your power. And you don't have to fight to protect something that's already yours. Stillness isn't passive. It's deeply intentional. It's a form of self-respect that doesn't announce itself, but it's felt in every interaction. You walk differently when you're not constantly seeking approval. You speak differently when you're not desperate to be heard. And you carry yourself differently when you've stopped needing to prove your worth in conversations that were never designed to see it. That's when your silence becomes magnetic. Not because it's a tactic, but because it comes from truth. People might not understand this kind of silence. They might call it cold, distant, uncaring. But that's because they're used to your over-accessibility, your immediate availability, your willingness to explain yourself until you're exhausted. When you stop doing that, it shifts the power dynamic. And not everyone will like that. But the ones who are meant to stay will respect it. Because they'll feel something different in your presence. Not the echo of performance, but the steadiness of someone who finally knows they don't need to react to everything that moves. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be heard. But when your need to be heard makes you give your peace away, it's time to reevaluate what you're truly fighting for. Silence doesn't mean you've lost. It means you've chosen not to bleed for things that don't feed you. Not to argue for truths that don't need defending. Not to explain yourself to people who have already made up their minds. In a world that constantly demands your attention, your reaction, your engagement, silence is rebellion. And not a loud, messy rebellion. A quiet, focused one. The kind that says, I no longer need your understanding to feel whole. I no longer need your agreement to feel valid. I no longer need this moment to end in applause. I only need to be grounded in myself. And when you can sit in that space, when you can watch the chaos swirl around you and still remain centered, you've reached a level of control that can't be faked. You've stopped being moved by every storm because you've become the anchor. That's not emptiness, that's mastery. And it's one of the rarest, most powerful forms of self-possession you can ever develop. There's a quiet kind of power that doesn't need a crowd, doesn't need applause, and certainly doesn't beg for validation. It's the power of the person who can walk away, not out of bitterness, not out of anger, but from a place of calm certainty that their worth is not up for negotiation. Most people have been trained to believe that strength lies in staying, in holding on, in proving your loyalty by tolerating things that chip away at your peace. But real strength, the kind that doesn't need to raise its voice, is found in letting go when your presence is no longer honored. It's the decision to stop explaining yourself to people who refuse to hear you. It's the act of leaving the table when love starts to feel like currency instead of connection. Some people don't want resolution. They want confusion. Not because they're evil, but because your uncertainty gives them control. As long as you're questioning yourself, they don't have to question their behavior. As long as you're trying to fix it, they can stay broken. That confusion keeps you reaching, needing, chasing. You replay conversations, try to decode their silence, analyze every shift in tone, not because you don't know what happened, but because you've convinced yourself there has to be something more, some hidden meaning that will finally make it make sense. But often there isn't. Sometimes the lack of clarity is the message. And here's where most people get stuck. They think that walking away means they gave up, that letting go is a sign of weakness, that silence is surrender. But it's none of those things. It's wisdom. It's self-trust. It's knowing that not everyone deserves to sit at the table of your life just because they once made you feel seen. And yes, the ending may be confusing. It may feel incomplete. But closure doesn't come from them. It comes from the moment you decide your dignity is worth more than their inconsistency. The world doesn't prepare you for this kind of strength. It celebrates endurance, not discernment. It tells you to fight for people, even when they've stopped showing up for you. But what if the real fight is walking away from the cycles that keep stealing your peace? What if the battle is choosing silence over another argument, solitude over half love, clarity over chaos? It's not easy. In fact, it may be the hardest thing you'll ever do. But once you do it, once you walk away without the need to be understood, you reclaim something that no one else can give you: your power. Carl Jung once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." And that's exactly what some people do when confronted with the consequences of how they've treated you. Instead of reflecting, they deflect. Instead of apologizing, they vanish. Instead of changing, they blame. But your healing isn't about getting them to face themselves. It's about you choosing not to lose yourself while waiting. You don't have to punish them. You don't have to make a dramatic exit. You simply stop participating in your own pain. That's what makes detachment so powerful. It doesn't scream. It doesn't prove. It just exits gracefully, quietly, but unmistakably. And because it's rare, it's unforgettable. People remember the ones who didn't fight to stay, the ones who didn't chase, the ones who simply recognized their worth and acted accordingly. It leaves a mark, not because you made a scene, but because you didn't. But getting to that place requires honesty, radical honesty. With yourself, you have to admit where you've been holding on out of fear, where you've mistaken loyalty for self-abandonment, where you've accepted crumbs and called it a feast. You can't walk away until you realize you're already gone emotionally, just waiting for the courage to follow through physically. And once that realization hits, the rest becomes a matter of alignment. Because walking away isn't about giving up on people. It's about returning to yourself, to the version of you that doesn't have to earn love, to the version of you that remembers peace is your default, not a reward. You don't need to convince anyone of your value. You don't need to stay where you're only conditionally welcomed. You don't need to keep knocking on a door that's already closed from the inside. The right people won't need you to explain your boundaries. They'll recognize them. The right people won't confuse your stillness for weakness. They'll respect it. And yet it's not about them. It's never been about them. The real lesson in walking away is realizing that your time, your energy, your love, it all has value. And when you give it to people who cannot or will not honor it, you teach yourself to settle. But when you withhold it, not as punishment, but as protection, you teach yourself something far greater: that your peace matters, that your presence is a privilege, that your silence, when chosen from self-respect, speaks louder than any argument ever could. People might not understand your silence. They might try to provoke you back into reaction, back into the chaos that once kept you tied to them. Don't fall for it. Don't confuse their confusion for a sign that you should have done more. Your clarity is not their comfort, and you don't owe anyone the version of you that suffered just to keep the peace. What you owe is to the self that endured too long, stayed too long, gave too much. That self deserves a new story, one that begins the moment you walk away. And that's the thing. They'll feel it, even if they never admit it. Your absence will echo in places your presence once kept warm, not because you wanted to hurt them, but because you finally stopped hurting yourself. You stopped accepting explanations that made no sense. You stopped responding to messages that said nothing. You stopped playing roles that were never written for you, and you chose peace. Not because it was easy, but because it was time. There's a stillness in that decision, a kind of quiet authority that doesn't need to be loud to be felt. It's in the way you stop justifying yourself, in the way you reclaim your mornings, in the way you smile, not for someone else, but for the weight that's finally lifted off your chest. And though no one may see the work behind it, you'll know. You'll feel it in your body, in your breath, in your mind. That lightness, that space, that sense of coming home to yourself. Walking away doesn't always come with applause. Sometimes it comes with silence, with doubt, with grief. But don't mistake discomfort for the wrong decision. Some endings are necessary for beginnings to happen, and some doors must close quietly so you can hear yourself think again. Not everyone is meant to walk the path with you. Not everyone is meant to understand your journey. But you are meant to move forward with grace, with clarity, with peace. So when the moment comes, and it will, don't hesitate. Walk away, not because they don't matter, but because you finally do. And that is a kind of power the world doesn't teach you. But it's the only kind that sets you free. Life has a way of teaching us that fairness is an illusion. We're taught to believe that if we're good, if we're kind, if we try our best, things will balance out, that the world rewards integrity and punishes deceit. But as you get older, you begin to see how fragile that belief really is. The world doesn't always play fair. In fact, it rarely does. People don't always treat you the way you deserve. Sometimes they misunderstand you, sometimes they betray you, and sometimes they simply move on, leaving you to pick up the pieces. And here's the hardest part. Often they'll never come back to apologize, and the apology you're waiting for may never come. Expecting fairness from a world that doesn't care is how you keep yourself trapped in the past. You end up waiting for them to come to their senses, waiting for the apology that will never come, waiting for justice that might never be served. And the longer you wait, the more you tie your happiness to someone else's actions, to things you can't control. When you keep waiting for someone else to fix what they've broken, you remain a prisoner to their behavior. You stay stuck, locked in a cycle of hoping that they'll finally recognize your worth, finally acknowledge your pain, finally see the truth of who you are and how you've been treated. The problem isn't that they don't owe you an apology. The problem is that you're still giving them the power to control your emotional state, even when they've already moved on. And that's where you lose yourself, because the only thing keeping you tied to the past is the hope that things will be made right. But life doesn't work that way. People don't always acknowledge their mistakes, and closure doesn't always come when you want it. So you can keep waiting, or you can decide to stop letting their actions dictate your peace. The truth is, closure isn't something that someone else gives you. It's something you give yourself. Waiting for them to come back and fix what's broken only prolongs your suffering. And it's not because you don't deserve closure or justice or acknowledgement. You do. But the reality is, expecting fairness from people who benefit from your silence only keeps you in the same place. It keeps you bound to them, mentally and emotionally, when they've already moved forward. And while you're waiting, your own life continues to slip by. You keep letting their actions influence your thoughts, your peace, and your joy. But the truth is, your peace has always been in your hands. The moment you realize that you don't need them to make things right is the moment you break free. You stop needing them to acknowledge the hurt. You stop expecting them to see the damage they've caused. You stop living in a state of waiting, hoping, and longing for things that may never happen. Instead, you reclaim the power to decide that what happened no longer holds power over you. You make the choice to stop letting their actions define your emotional state. You realize that you've been waiting for a validation that wasn't coming, and that by continuing to wait, you're choosing to stay stuck in a place that no longer serves you. And that's when everything changes. When you stop waiting, you stop giving them control over your mind, your energy, and your emotions. You realize that justice doesn't always come in the form of an apology. It doesn't always come in the form of an explanation. Sometimes it comes in the form of letting go. Letting go of the idea that they owe you something. Letting go of the story you've been telling yourself that says, if they just knew how much this hurt, if they just acknowledged me, everything would be better. You take back the power you gave away. You stop expecting them to make things right, because you start realizing that you have the power to make it irrelevant. You have the power to release yourself from the chains of waiting. You stop giving them the emotional energy they don't deserve and start investing that energy in yourself. In that moment, you reclaim your peace. And that peace doesn't come from the outside world. It doesn't come from the apology you're waiting for. It doesn't come from the acknowledgement of your pain. It comes from within. It comes from the realization that you don't need them to validate you because you've already validated yourself. You don't need them to give you closure because you've already closed that chapter. You don't need their apology because you've already forgiven, not for them, but for you. You've released yourself from the story they're no longer a part of. And that's where your true power lies, inside you, in the ability to move on, to choose peace, and to stop expecting fairness from a world that has no interest in providing it. This is not about ignoring the wrongs that have been done to you. This is not about pretending that what happened didn't matter. It did. You were hurt. But the key is realizing that continuing to let that hurt control you keeps you in a cycle of pain. You don't heal by holding on to what they did or didn't do. You heal by deciding that it no longer has the power to dictate your life. You heal by understanding that while fairness may not always be served, your peace can still be yours. As Carl Jung once said, I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become. And that's the essence of taking back your life. You stop being defined by what was done to you and start defining who you are and where you're going. You don't have to fight to be heard by those who won't listen. You don't have to chase people who don't care. You don't have to wait for people to recognize your worth because you've already recognized it for yourself. And that's when you stop giving power away to things that no longer serve you. It's not about becoming bitter or cold. It's about becoming empowered. It's about realizing that you have everything you need to move forward, no matter what anyone else does. Your happiness, your peace, your freedom, these are yours to create. Stop waiting for someone else to make it happen. Stop expecting fairness from a world that doesn't owe you anything. Take control of your own story and let go of the things that are holding you back. The only closure you need is the one you give yourself. The only justice you need is the one you create in your own life. And when you do that, you'll see how much power you've been holding all along. We often forget how much energy we give away. Every time someone asks for your time, your attention, your care, there's a cost. It's not just a passing favor or a moment of kindness. It's an exchange of your emotional and mental currency. And yet, most people walk through life acting as though their energy is limitless. They give without thinking, they react without pause, and they invest themselves in things and people that drain them. The truth is, your energy is one of the most valuable things you have. Once it's spent, you can't get it back. It's not just a resource, it's your life force. And when you keep handing it away freely, you leave yourself with nothing but emptiness. Think about the last time someone made a request of you, and you instantly said yes without considering your own needs. or the time you found yourself caught in an emotional conversation, one that took far more from you than it gave. These moments are small, but they add up, and slowly, bit by bit, you begin to feel exhausted, overwhelmed, and resentful. The thing is, you're not tired because you gave to someone else. You're tired because you didn't guard your energy. You didn't treat your peace like the valuable asset it is. You let it slip through your fingers because you thought someone else's needs were more important than your own. Guarding your energy doesn't mean being cold or selfish. It means being intentional. It means understanding that your emotional and mental resources are limited and using them wisely. You wouldn't hand over your savings to just anyone. So why do it with your energy? Protecting your peace means recognizing that you don't need to be everywhere, do everything, or fix every problem that comes your way. You need to learn how to say no, not because you don't care, but because you know that you can't give your best to others if you're giving away all of yourself. When you start treating your energy like currency, you begin to understand that not every situation is worth the price. Imagine a king who has a crown, a symbol of his authority, his rule, his very essence. He doesn't just let anyone touch it. He doesn't give it away carelessly. He guards it fiercely because he understands that if it's lost or stolen, his power is compromised. Your peace, your energy, is like that crown. Once it's gone, nothing else shines. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't offer support or love if you're constantly running on fumes. And yet, we let people, situations, and even our own thoughts rob us of that precious energy. We let anxiety, guilt, and the fear of disappointing others dictate how much we give. But no one else is going to guard your peace for you. It's your job to protect it. It's your responsibility to set boundaries, to say no when needed, and to keep your energy in reserve for the things and people who truly deserve it. It's not about being unkind or withdrawing from the world. It's about being deliberate with where you invest your emotional and mental resources. Just like you would choose where to invest your money, you should be thoughtful about where you invest your energy. Are the people you're giving to contributing to your well-being, or are they draining you? Are the projects you're working on aligning with your values, or are they pulling you away from what really matters? When you begin to treat your energy as currency, you start to notice how much you've been spending on things that don't serve you. And once you realize that, you can start making better choices about how and where you invest. When you protect your energy, you start to notice a shift. You begin to feel more grounded, more focused, more capable of handling the challenges that come your way. You realize that it's not about having more time or more resources. It's about making better use of what you have. You stop letting other people's needs dictate your emotional state. You stop feeling guilty for saying no. And most importantly, you stop burning yourself out trying to please everyone else. Instead, you focus on what truly matters. You make room for the things that nourish you, and you let go of the things that drain you. But here's the catch. The moment you start protecting your energy, you'll notice something interesting. People will begin to respect you more. Not because you're demanding respect, but because you're showing them that your peace is not for sale. People who once took you for granted will start to notice that you're no longer available at their convenience. They'll start to recognize that you're no longer the person they can lean on without offering something in return. And while that might feel uncomfortable at first, it's a sign of growth. You're teaching others how to treat you by how you treat yourself. And that's when the balance shifts. You start getting back the energy you've been giving away for so long. You start attracting relationships and opportunities that honor your boundaries, your peace, and your needs. Protecting your energy is a revolutionary act. It's an act of self-love and self-respect. And it's the only way to truly thrive in a world that's constantly trying to drain you. When you understand that your energy is a limited resource, you begin to make choices that align with your well-being. You stop wasting time on things that don't add value to your life. You stop engaging with people who don't appreciate your presence. And most importantly, you stop running on empty, knowing that you can't give your best to anyone if you don't take care of yourself first. So, ask yourself, how are you spending your energy? Are you treating it like currency, or are you giving it away without thought? Are you investing it in things that matter, or are you letting others deplete you? Your energy is a gift. It's the fuel that powers everything you do. Protect it, guard it, invest it wisely, because once it's gone, nothing else shines. And when you finally realize the value of your own energy, you'll see how much you've been giving away to things that didn't deserve it. It's time to take that energy back. Time to protect it like gold. We all do it. We look at people, at their actions or lack thereof, and we twist them into something they're not. We see someone's inconsistency and tell ourselves, they must be busy. We watch them pull away and we tell ourselves, it's just timing. We make excuses for their absence, their silence, their failure to show up for us. But deep down, we know the truth. We know when someone wants to be there. We know when they're invested, when they're present, when they care. And yet, we choose to ignore it. We choose to believe the story we've created in our minds, the one that says, if I wait long enough, if I'm patient enough, they'll come around. But the truth is, if someone truly wanted to be there, they would be. Clarity doesn't come when you keep making excuses for other people's behavior. It comes when you finally face the truth of what their actions are telling you. This is the trap we fall into. We project potential onto people who have already shown us who they are. We believe that if we give them time, if we keep being patient, if we keep giving, they'll eventually show up. But that's not how it works. People don't change because we wait for them. They change because they choose to. And that's where the real pain lies. When you've given so much of yourself to someone who's not reciprocating, it's not just about them, it's about you. You've allowed your sense of worth to be tied to their behavior. You've allowed their inconsistency to define your emotional state. And the longer you wait for them to prove their love or loyalty, the more you lose yourself in the process. You keep telling yourself, maybe tomorrow, maybe next time, maybe just a little more patience, and then they'll finally see me. But by the time they do, or worse, if they never do, you've already spent too much of yourself trying to convince them of your worth. But you can't become who you truly are if you keep molding yourself into someone you think others will accept. You can't discover your true value if you keep waiting for someone else to acknowledge it. Real clarity comes when you stop making excuses for the people who leave you wondering. When you stop convincing yourself that their silence means they're too busy, or that their absence is just a matter of timing. When you stop bending your reality to fit their inability to show up for you. You can't build your life around the hope that someone else will change. Your peace doesn't live in someone else's decisions. It lives in your own choices. It lives in your ability to see things clearly, without the lens of expectation clouding your judgment. The reality is, when people are meant to be in your life, they don't make you wonder where you stand. They don't leave you questioning whether you matter. They don't make you chase after their attention, their affection, or their approval. And the moment you stop excusing their absence and start demanding clarity from the relationship you have with yourself, things begin to shift. You stop measuring your worth based on their actions. You stop waiting for someone else to validate your value. You stop chasing approval and start living from a place of wholeness, from a place where you define your worth, not based on what others give you, but based on who you are and what you bring into the world. There's a powerful moment of realization that comes when you stop excusing confusion. You start seeing the people around you for who they truly are, not who you want them to be. And when that happens, the world gets a lot simpler. You stop trying to fix things that were never broken. You stop trying to make sense of things that don't make sense. You stop apologizing for things that weren't your fault in the first place. And in that simplicity, there's peace. You stop reacting to others' emotional chaos and start creating your own clarity. You start deciding what's acceptable in your life and what isn't. And you stop living on the hope that people will change. You live with the confidence that you are enough, regardless of what they choose to give you. Clarity isn't about forcing people to meet your expectations. It's about letting go of expectations altogether. It's about seeing people for who they truly are and deciding what role you're willing to let them play in your life. At the moment you make that decision, when you stop forcing relationships to work that aren't meant to work, you free yourself. You free yourself from the emotional roller coaster of constant disappointment. You free yourself from the confusion that keeps you trapped in a cycle of hope and hurt. And most importantly, you free yourself from the need for validation from anyone other than yourself. It's not easy to let go of the need for validation. It's not easy to stop waiting for people to show up when they've already shown you who they are. But it's necessary, because when you let go of the need for approval, you make room for your own self-worth to grow. You stop measuring your value based on their actions, their attention, their words, and you start defining it for yourself. You start creating a life where your happiness, your peace, and your success aren't dependent on anyone else's behavior. You become the source of your own validation, the creator of your own clarity. And when you do that, you stop chasing after things that were never meant to be yours. You stop chasing after people who aren't ready to show up for you, and you start attracting the kind of relationships that are built on mutual respect, on honesty, on understanding. And here's the truth no one likes to hear. You can't fix people. You can't make them see your worth if they're not ready to. You can't change their behavior if they're not willing to change. But you can change how you react. You can change how you value yourself. And when you do that, you no longer have to chase after people to prove you're worthy. You no longer have to convince anyone to see you. You simply become someone who doesn't need to explain themselves. You become someone who knows their worth, regardless of whether anyone else sees it. And that's the power you've always had. The power to define yourself, to release others from the burden of having to understand you, to stop making excuses for their behavior and start making space for your own clarity. The moment you stop projecting potential onto people who have already shown you their limits, you step into your own power. You stop making excuses for confusion and you start making room for peace. You stop trying to mold yourself into someone else's idea of who you should be, and you start embracing the freedom of being who you truly are. And when that happens, everything changes. You stop chasing after people who don't see you, and you start attracting the ones who will. You stop waiting for someone else to validate your worth, and you start living from a place where you already know your value. And that's when you become truly free. Free from the need to explain, free from the need to prove, and free to live life on your own terms. It's easy to react. The world hands us situations all the time that push our buttons. People who are rude, moments of injustice, things not going our way. It's so tempting to scream, to lash out, to defend ourselves at the top of our lungs. But here's the thing. You don't rise by reacting louder. You rise by responding smarter. It's in the moments when you don't react that your true power shows up. When everything inside you wants to explode, when your emotions are shouting at you to retaliate or defend, but you choose stillness, that's when you're mastering yourself. We live in a world that's built on immediate responses. Social media thrives on quick reactions. Arguments are fought in real time, and our minds are constantly being trained to react instead of think. But here's the thing most people miss. Your reactions don't define you. Your responses do. Reactions come from instinct. They're automatic, driven by emotions, fears, and conditioning. But a response, that's where your power lies. A response is a choice. It's deliberate, it's measured, it takes awareness, and the moment you choose your response over your reaction, you step into a new level of control. Carl Jung said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." This applies perfectly to how you handle life's challenges. It's not about what you want to do or what you say you would do if given the chance. It's about how you act, especially when your emotions are running high. In every situation, you're given a choice. Do you react or do you respond? A reaction is quick, impulsive, and often tied to your ego or insecurities. It's a defense mechanism, a reflex, something you do out of fear or frustration. But a response is intentional. It comes from a place of clarity and strength. It doesn't give in to the noise around you. It doesn't react out of impulse. It responds out of wisdom. There's a sense of power that comes with this kind of control. When you can sit with discomfort, when you can hear criticism or feel rejection and not allow it to shake you, you hold the reins of your emotional state. It's like a muscle. The more you practice staying calm, the stronger you become in handling difficult emotions. Most people give up their power the moment they let someone else's behavior dictate how they feel. They allow insults to break their peace, delays to stir up frustration, and rejections to lower their worth. But you don't have to live that way. You don't have to allow external forces to pull you out of alignment. The key is learning to control your response. This doesn't mean you become emotionless or numb. It doesn't mean you stop caring or suppress your feelings. Far from it. It means you learn to recognize your feelings without letting them control your actions. You feel anger, but you don't let it fuel a reaction. You feel hurt, but you don't let it drive you to self-doubt. You acknowledge the discomfort without letting it dictate your actions. That's true emotional mastery. It's not about never feeling anything. It's about choosing how to channel those emotions in a way that serves you instead of sabotaging you. The world will always test your emotional boundaries. People will criticize you. Life will challenge you. Situations will not always go your way. But each of these moments presents an opportunity to respond instead of react. You can choose how you show up in each moment, how you carry yourself through adversity. And the more you practice this, the more you realize that your peace is in your hands, not in anyone else's. When you master your reactions, you master your reality. Your emotional state no longer depends on what happens around you. It depends on what happens within you. And that's a power no one can take away. Think about the times you've lost your temper, said things you regret, or acted in a way that you later wished you hadn't. Every one of those moments is a missed opportunity for growth. When you react impulsively, you don't just lose your peace in the moment, you give up your power. But when you take a breath, pause, and respond with intention, you gain control. And that control doesn't just affect that one situation, it ripples through every area of your life. You become someone who doesn't get knocked over by every wave of emotion. You become someone who stands steady, who knows how to weather any storm, because you know that your peace is not up for grabs. It's yours to maintain, and no one can take it unless you let them. The key is to become aware of your triggers, to understand what makes you react and why. The more you understand your own patterns, the better equipped you are to handle difficult situations without falling into old, unconscious reactions. You start to see the underlying fears, insecurities, and emotions that drive you to respond impulsively. And when you recognize them, you can choose to respond with wisdom instead of reacting out of habit. It's like having the power to press pause before you act. You stop yourself in the moment, reflect, and then decide the best course of action from a place of calm and clarity. The power to master your reactions is one of the greatest forms of self-respect. When you don't let the world move you at its whim, When you don't react to every slight or provocation, you demonstrate a strength that goes beyond mere willpower. You show up for yourself. You choose peace over drama, clarity over confusion, strength over weakness. And over time, this becomes a habit. You don't have to think about it. It becomes second nature to hold your ground, to stay calm in the storm, to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. And that's when you realize something profound. Your reactions are not your destiny. You don't have to be at the mercy of life's chaos. You don't have to be defined by your emotions. You are not your anger, your frustration, or your sadness. Those are just feelings. They don't need to control you. When you respond instead of react, you align with a higher sense of purpose. You make decisions from a place of strength, not fear. You no longer hand over your emotional power to external circumstances. You hold it firmly in your own hands. And that's when everything begins to shift. So remember, mastering your reactions isn't about avoiding your emotions or pretending they don't exist. It's about learning to navigate them without being swept away. It's about knowing that you always have a choice. Your response is always yours to control. And the moment you take responsibility for how you respond to the world, you step into a power that is yours alone. You stop being a passenger in your own life, and you start driving it. And that, my friends, is how you master everything. Not by fighting or pushing back, but by choosing how you respond. Calmly, wisely, and with the unwavering knowledge that your peace is yours to protect. Most people live in quiet fear of being misunderstood, of being seen through a distorted lens, of being labeled something they're not: cold, bitter, arrogant, selfish. The urge to explain, to defend, to clarify becomes so loud that it drowns out your own inner voice. But what if the freedom you're looking for isn't found in being understood, but in finally letting go of that need altogether? What if peace begins not when the world sees you clearly, but when you stop trying to make them? When you evolve, when you heal, when you change direction, you will confuse people who have only ever known the old version of you. They won't always celebrate your growth. In fact, they might resent it. They might say you've changed, when all you've really done is stop performing. You stopped playing the role they were comfortable with. You stopped shrinking to fit their expectations. And that unsettles people. So they'll create their own story to make sense of it. A version that puts them at ease, even if it puts you in a box. But you are not here to be put in boxes. You are not here to bend yourself in half just to be digestible to everyone else. You are not a character in someone else's narrative. You're the author of your own. The truth is, your silence, your distance, your boundaries, they threaten those who were never interested in understanding you to begin with. They were interested in controlling your access, in shaping your energy around their needs. And when you start choosing yourself, when you stop explaining yourself, they feel that shift. So they label it. That's the art of being misunderstood. It's not a tragedy. It's a form of quiet power. The ability to let people think what they want and not lose sleep over it. The strength to allow false perceptions to exist without rushing in to correct them. Because at some point, you realize that truth doesn't need a spotlight. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't even need to be seen. It just is. It lives in your choices, in your consistency, in the peace that no longer flinches when someone gets you wrong. There's a certain kind of calm that comes when you no longer rush to explain your silence, when you no longer justify your decisions, when you allow people to sit with their own discomfort instead of trying to make it easier for them by shrinking yourself. The truth is, not everyone will understand why you walk away, why you stay quiet, why you don't react. But that doesn't make your choice wrong. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for yourself is not defend your peace, but simply live it. There's also a kind of strength in not needing to prove anything. You don't owe the world a detailed account of your healing. You don't owe anyone a backstage pass to your transformation. If they didn't ask the right questions when they had access to you, they don't deserve the answers now. Let them wonder. Let them twist your story. Let them sit in confusion, because those who truly know you will never need an explanation, and those who demand one probably never listened in the first place. When you understand this deeply, a shift happens. You stop internalizing misinterpretations as your fault. You stop believing that if someone misunderstands you, it means you failed to communicate. Number. It often means they weren't willing to receive you in the first place. Some people don't want clarity. They want confirmation. They want to confirm the story they've already decided about you. And the more you try to explain yourself, the deeper you sink into their illusion. That's why it's powerful to stop explaining, to stop arguing, to stop clarifying things that your actions have already made clear. Because every time you explain, you hand over a piece of your energy. You trade your calm for the hope of being seen accurately. And that's a losing game. You cannot force someone to see what they're unwilling to look at. You cannot drag someone to understanding if they're invested in misunderstanding you. So, you let go. Let go of the need to control the narrative. Let go of the desire to be seen in a good light. Let go of the habit of proving your worth. You are not a campaign. You don't need votes. Your truth is not up for public approval. You can be at peace and still be misunderstood. You can love deeply and still walk away. You can care and still be distant. You can be healing and still be silent. And none of that makes you cold. It makes you aware. The moment you stop chasing after validation, you step into something greater, self-respect. You start to move from a different place, a place rooted in quiet certainty rather than constant negotiation. You no longer spend your energy trying to fix other people's perceptions. You use that energy to build, to grow, to protect what's sacred inside you. And in that stillness, you find a kind of power that doesn't shout. It simply exists. There will always be those who misunderstand your quiet as arrogance, your distance as bitterness, your boundaries as attitude. That's okay. Let them. You are not here to manage everyone's emotional response to your healing. You're here to be real. And real doesn't always look soft or sweet or perfectly digestible. Sometimes real looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like walking away. Sometimes it looks like saying nothing at all. And in a world obsessed with performance, that's rebellion. Because the truth doesn't perform. It doesn't beg. It doesn't scream. It doesn't chase after people waving its hands trying to be acknowledged. It simply stands, steady, whole, unapologetic. And when you stand in your truth like that, unshaken, unbothered, you become unforgettable. Not because everyone gets you, but because you no longer need them to. You become magnetic in your mystery, grounded in your refusal to explain. So let them think what they want. Let them sit in their assumptions. Let them label your silence however they need to. You're not responsible for their peace. You're responsible for your own. And when you start protecting that, really protecting it, the world stops having so much power over you. You stop dancing for their comfort. You stop shrinking for their understanding. And finally, you breathe. That breath, that quiet, unshaken breath, is freedom. The kind that doesn't ask to be seen. The kind that doesn't need to be clapped for. The kind that just exists, peaceful, still, whole. And from that place, you no longer need to be understood, because you've finally understood yourself. There's a strange habit many of us fall into without even noticing, trying to find peace in the very people who keep stealing it. We call it connection, we call it loyalty, we call it love. But sometimes what we're really doing is abandoning ourselves just to hold on to someone who feels familiar. And familiarity, when it's born from pain, can be a dangerous illusion. You may start to believe that exhaustion is normal, that walking on eggshells is love, That constant self-editing is just part of being close to someone. But peace isn't found in the arms of those who exhaust you. It's preserved by walking away from those who demand too much of your soul. If every conversation leaves you drained, if you always leave feeling smaller than when you arrived, it's not a coincidence. It's a pattern. And patterns don't lie. Energy doesn't lie. You might try to explain it away. You'll say, they're just going through something, or I'm just being too sensitive. But there comes a point where honesty has to outweigh hope. You can't keep hoping that someone who repeatedly brings you storms will suddenly start bringing you calm. You can't keep planting your heart in places where the soil rejects you and then wonder why nothing ever grows. People will show you who they are through the way they treat your silence, through the way they respond to your softness. If every time you open up you get cut, it's not that you're too emotional, it's that you're giving emotional access to people who haven't earned it. That's the painful truth. Your vulnerability is sacred. It's not meant for those who turn it into ammunition. You weren't made to bleed for someone else's comfort. You weren't made to beg for someone else's attention. And you definitely weren't made to sacrifice your peace so someone else can feel powerful. Some people only know how to relate through chaos. They don't feel seen unless there's conflict. They don't feel alive unless there's tension. And when you bring peace into that equation, they will try to break it. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because they don't know how to exist in a space that doesn't feed their inner storm. They crave the fight. They thrive in the drama. And slowly, they train you to respond to life the same way. Until one day, you can't tell the difference between love and stress. That's when you start losing yourself. Slowly, quietly. You begin to question your instincts. You overthink your every word. You become hyper-aware of tone, of timing, of how much space you're allowed to take up. You start calling it being careful. But what it really is fear. The fear of being too much. The fear of setting boundaries. The fear of finally choosing yourself. Because for so long, your peace was tied to their approval. Your worth was wrapped in their validation. But the moment you start seeing it clearly, something shifts. You begin to reclaim your power, not with a scream, but with a boundary. Seneca once said, "He who is brave is free." And bravery in this case is choosing to walk away from people who confuse your kindness with weakness. It's deciding that you will no longer participate in dynamics where your peace is the price of admission. Because peace isn't something they give you. It's something you protect from them. It's not earned by pleasing. It's kept by guarding. And when you start doing that, really doing that, the world around you changes. You start noticing how different your body feels in certain rooms, how much lighter your chest becomes when you're not anticipating the next jab, how much brighter your thoughts become when you're not mentally rehearsing how to survive the next conversation. That's your nervous system finally exhaling. That's your mind finally stepping out of survival mode. And it's in that stillness that you realize peace was never a place to arrive at. It was about. But boundaries come with consequences. They disturb people who were comfortable walking all over you. They confuse people who relied on your silence. They upset those who only felt big,
Hey.
yourself small. And yes, setting boundaries might mean losing some people. But here's the truth. If protecting your peace cost you a relationship, it was never love. If being authentic causes distance, then closeness was never real. Real love doesn't demand that you shrink. It doesn't resent your growth. It doesn't punish your honesty. So, stop making excuses for their chaos. Stop romanticizing your own discomfort. Stop calling it love when it's really just emotional debt. You don't owe your past self the continuation of patterns that no longer serve you. You don't have to keep showing up for people who make you feel like your feelings are a problem to be solved rather than something sacred to be held. Your energy is a limited resource, and not everyone deserves access to it. It's okay to outgrow people who taught you pain. It's okay to choose silence over arguments. It's okay to choose solitude over tension. It's okay to want ease. That doesn't make you weak, it makes you wise. Because wisdom isn't just about knowing what to do, it's about knowing what to walk away from. And sometimes, the most spiritual thing you can do is stop participating in relationships that keep you spiritually sick. They won't always understand. Some will call you distant, cold, selfish. That's fine. Let them. You're not here to be understood by people committed to misunderstanding you. You're not here to teach emotional maturity to people who refuse to grow. You're not here to explain your peace to people who only want your chaos. You are here to build something deeper, something quieter, something real. And that requires space. It requires clarity. It requires saying no, even when your voice shakes. You don't have to turn every relationship into a project. You're not a fixer. You're not a healer on demand. You're not a sponge for someone else's unresolved pain. You're a person, a whole one, with limits, with needs, with a right to protect your spirit. So start choosing environments that nourish you, not deplete you. Start surrounding yourself with people who listen when you speak, not just wait for their turn to talk. People who make you feel safe, not scrutinized. Seen, not scanned for flaws. Because when you stop giving your energy to war zones, you create room for peace to take root. And peace isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It just shows up in how you breathe, in how you sleep, in how you show up for yourself when no one's watching. That's the kind of peace worth fighting for. Not the peace of forced smiles and quiet suffering, but the peace of alignment, of wholeness, of finally feeling like you belong in your own life. So if they keep bringing war, stop trying to build peace with them. Stop trying to make it work where you're only ever breaking. Stop giving love to places that confuse it for weakness. Protect your space. Protect your voice. Protect your mind. Because not everyone wants peace. Some people want control. And your job isn't to convince them otherwise. It's to choose differently. Peace isn't a destination. It's a decision. And you don't find it in people. You find it in the moment you realize you don't have to carry what keeps wounding you. That moment, that quiet, clear, powerful moment, is where the war ends and your life begins. Detachment is so often misunderstood. People hear the word and immediately associate it with distance, indifference, even coldness. They think it means shutting off your emotions, building walls, refusing to care. But that's not detachment. Real detachment isn't the absence of feeling. It's the presence of clarity. It's the ability to feel everything fully and still choose wisely. To care deeply without drowning. To love without losing yourself. It's not about becoming numb. It's about becoming precise. Because in this world, emotions can be overwhelming. They rush in uninvited, attach themselves to outcomes, to people, to stories we tell ourselves. You get hurt, not because you feel too much, but because you act on every single feeling like it's a command. You see a red flag and feel hope. You feel rejected and chase validation. You feel desire and confuse it with destiny. But detachment teaches you this. Not every feeling deserves a reaction. Not every impulse deserves your energy. Not every connection is meant to be held on to. There's power in stepping back. Not to escape, but to observe. To see things as they are, not as you want them to be. It doesn't mean you don't love them. It means you're no longer willing to lose sleep over someone else's confusion. It means you can listen without absorbing. Watch without reacting. Be present without being consumed. It means you've stopped tying your inner state to someone else's behavior. That's not coldness, that's maturity. And the truth is, when you stop attaching yourself to outcomes, to how people should behave, to what should have been said or done, you begin to breathe differently. Your chest feels lighter. Your thoughts grow quieter. You're no longer caught in a mental tug of war between what you feel and what's unfolding. You begin to act from a place of alignment, not reactivity, because now you're guided by purpose, not impulse. Carl Jung once said, "Even a happy life cannot be without a measure of darkness, and the word happy would lose its meaning if it were not balanced by sadness." Detachment is the skill of holding both joy and sorrow, hope and disappointment, without letting either dictate your worth. You don't chase highs because you're not afraid of lows. You're centered, not because nothing moves you, but because you no longer let yourself be thrown off balance by every external wave. And it's this inner stability that people mistake for indifference. But they don't see what it took to get there. The inner storms you've had to face, the emotional fires you've had to walk through. Detachment doesn't come from being untouched by life. It comes from being deeply touched and choosing not to bleed for every wound. You've learned to stay soft, but structured, open, but not exposed. You've learned to care without carrying. This shift isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. One day, you just stop explaining yourself to people who never wanted to understand you. You stop overthinking texts, overanalyzing silences, overvaluing inconsistency. You stop expecting depth from shallow waters. You realize some people aren't meant to meet you where you are. Not because you're too much, but because they're not enough for your truth, for your growth, for the life you're building. And slowly, you pull your energy back, not out of spite, but out of self-respect. You stop engaging in every argument, not because you don't have a response, but because your peace matters more than your point. You stop checking who stayed and who left, because you're more interested in who showed up for you when it was silent. You detach, not because you're above it all, but because you're done being below yourself. This kind of detachment is not easy. It's not natural at first. We're wired to cling, to define ourselves through what we can hold, what we can keep, who we can please. But the more you evolve, the more you understand that love without detachment is attachment. And attachment, when it's rooted in fear, leads to suffering. Because you start loving to avoid loss, giving to avoid guilt, staying to avoid being alone. But when you detach, you start loving from a place of choice, not need. You give because it's real, not because you're afraid. You stay because it aligns, not because you fear absence. And with this shift, you begin to ask better questions. Not, do they like me? But, do I feel respected in their presence? Not, why did they leave? But, why was I holding on to someone who kept slipping away? Not, how can I prove I'm worthy? But, why do I need to prove something that should be felt? Detachment brings these questions to light. It invites you into a higher conversation with yourself. A quieter one where you're no longer chasing peace through noise or self-worth through performance. You're simply being. And in that state of being, your decisions change. You start choosing rest over resistance, truth over illusion, growth over comfort. You start moving from a place of inner power, not outer approval. People won't always understand this version of you. Some will say you've changed, others will say you've hardened, but they're just witnessing a part of you they never earned access to before. They're seeing a version of you that no longer leaks energy to be liked, a version that's rooted, not restless, clear, not chaotic, selective, not closed. Because this is what detachment truly is. It's emotional precision. You still feel deeply, but you channel those feelings into things that actually matter. You stop trying to be everything to everyone and start being everything to yourself. You realize that you don't have to be available to people who confuse access with entitlement. You don't have to prove your care through self-sacrifice. You don't have to say yes to things that drain you just because they're wrapped in guilt. You begin to protect your peace the way a warrior protects sacred ground, quietly, firmly, relentlessly, not by shutting down, but by sharpening your awareness, not by isolating, but by elevating. You realize that detachment isn't the end of connection. It's the beginning of conscious connection. It's what allows you to be present without possession, engaged without entangled. It's what allows love to flow freely without turning into dependency. And when you live from this place, everything shifts. Your standards rise, your tolerance drops, your circle gets smaller, but your peace gets bigger. You stop over it. Explaining and start observing. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop giving yourself away and start building yourself up. So the next time someone accuses you of being distant, cold, or too quiet, let them. Let them misunderstand. Let them mislabel. You're not here to manage everyone's perception. You're here to master your alignment. And if staying true to yourself makes some people uncomfortable, let them sit with that. Because you've sat with your discomfort for far too long, trying to be what everyone else needed. Now, it's your turn to need yourself. Detachment is not coldness. It's wisdom. It's self-respect. It's peace with boundaries. It's feeling deeply, but not being ruled by what you feel. It's being present, but not possessed. It's love without losing. And it's what happens when you stop trying to control the world and start learning to master your place in it. There comes a point in life when you realize that your peace is the only thing worth protecting. The world is full of noise, drama, and people who will try to pull you into their chaos. It's easy to get caught up in the whirlwinds of other people's problems, to let their moods dictate your own, to allow their expectations to weigh on you. But here's the truth. Nothing and nobody will ever affect you again. Not because you've built walls to keep people out, but because you've built discernment to know who and what is worth your time and energy. You don't need to shut people out completely, but you learn to choose who deserves your presence and who doesn't. It's not about becoming cold or numb. It's not about rejecting love, joy, or connection. It's about realizing that you have the power to decide where to invest your emotional energy, and more importantly, where not to. You don't have to explain yourself to those who misunderstand you. You don't have to defend your decisions to people who can't see your truth. You don't have to dance for approval or beg for acceptance. What if instead you stood still, rooted, anchored, in your own truth, in your own peace? The moment you stop letting external forces dictate how you feel or respond, you start to experience life in a completely different way. You stop giving energy to chaos, to confusion, to negativity. Many people live their lives as reactors, constantly responding to what happens around them without ever thinking about what's happening within them. Life becomes a series of automatic reactions to situations, people, and events. When you build discernment, when you learn to choose your responses wisely, you stop being a puppet to life's whims. Instead, you take back your power. You begin to respond consciously, not from fear or obligation, but from clarity and strength. You become the one in control, not because you've become indifferent or distant, but because you've learned how to prioritize your peace over everything else. And when you do that, life doesn't get to toss you around anymore. You stop being at the mercy of other people's moods, their judgments, and their expectations. You become grounded in yourself. If you're constantly giving away your energy to situations that drain you, to people who disrespect your boundaries, to chaos that has nothing to do with you, you're essentially choosing to give up your power. But when you choose peace, when you choose to not react, to not explain, to not chase validation, that's when you reclaim control. You become your own anchor. The storms around you may rage, but they no longer toss you about. Instead, you stand firm, knowing that nothing outside of you can shake the core of who you are. In a world where everyone seems to want something from you, where everyone has an opinion about how you should be or what you should do, the ability to say no becomes one of the most powerful things you can do for yourself. Not because you want to isolate yourself, but because you want to protect your peace. Not every person deserves your energy. Not every situation requires your emotional investment. You have a finite amount of emotional bandwidth, and you get to decide how to spend it. And the more you choose to guard it, the more you realize just how precious it is. When your peace becomes your priority, it's like flipping a switch. You stop chasing things that drain you, and you start attracting things that nourish you. You start to notice the difference between people who add to your life and those who take from it. Those who give without asking, without expecting, without manipulating, and those who want you to be a part of their chaos, who want you to fight their battles, who want you to explain yourself over and over again. You stop trying to fix things that are beyond your control. You stop trying to prove your worth to people who aren't even willing to see you clearly. You start to realize that your worth is not something that can be handed out for approval, but something that comes from within. And once you realize that, the need to explain, defend, or prove yourself fades away, because you no longer feel the need to convince anyone of your value. You know it for yourself. And in that knowing, in that deep-rooted sense of self, you stop running after approval. You stop waiting for people to notice you, to affirm you, to validate your choices. You stop living for the approval of others and start living for yourself. And that is where freedom begins. The freedom to be who you truly are without apology. The freedom to make decisions based on what feels right for you, not what others think you should do. The freedom to live your life not as a reaction to others, but as a conscious expression of who you are. But this doesn't happen overnight. It's a process of slowly learning to value your own peace more than external validation. It's about noticing the moments when you feel drained, when you feel yourself slipping into old patterns of overgiving or over-explaining, and choosing a different path. It's about learning to say no without guilt, to walk away without regret, and to let go of the need for everyone to understand your choices. The more you do this, the more your peace becomes unshakable. You stop giving away pieces of yourself to people who aren't worthy of them, and you start keeping that energy for the things that truly matter: your goals, your growth, your happiness. You don't need to fight for your peace. You need to protect it. When you prioritize your own peace, keeping that energy for the things that truly matter, your goals, your growth, your happiness. You don't need to fight for your peace, you need to protect it. When you prioritize your own peace, you become unbothered by things that once seemed overwhelming. You stop getting caught up in every emotional drama that comes your way. You stop feeling responsible for other people's emotions. You start recognizing that you can feel everything deeply and still choose not to let it control you. And that's the power of detachment. It's not about shutting down. It's not about closing your heart or building walls. It's about becoming selective, about choosing who and what deserves access to your energy, and letting go of everything that doesn't. You start making better decisions about where to put your emotional resources. You stop giving to situations that drain you, and you start investing in the things that fuel you. Your energy becomes your currency, and you begin to spend it wisely. You protect your peace the way a king protects his crown, knowing that once it's lost, nothing else in your life will shine. And when your peace becomes your priority, your life becomes your own. You stop reacting to the world and start living in alignment with your true self. You stop explaining yourself to people who will never understand, and you start living for yourself. You stop seeking peace in the approval of others and start creating it within yourself. That's when everything changes. When you prioritize your peace, you give yourself the freedom to finally live life on your own terms. Remember, the moment you stop seeking validation from others is the moment you reclaim your power. Your peace is yours to protect, and once you make it your priority, nothing and no one can shake you. If this resonated with you, make sure to check out the video on the screen and continue your journey toward inner freedom. Thank you for being a part of Stoic Journal, where your peace is our priority. You think power means being surrounded by people, advisors, allies, friends, smiling faces, nodding along, clapping when you speak, raising glasses when you win. But tell me, why does it still burn when they leave? Why does it tear at your chest when the very hands that once lifted you now reach for your place? You chase the illusion of connection, thinking influence means safety. But the higher you rise, the more you see. Power doesn't attract loyalty, it exposes its limits. And those limits, they come fast, sharp, and from the ones closest to you. The Stoics warned us, the nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to...
Hey,
Hey,
how are you?
good. Over this drum circle, waiting for Yaku to get here. But
How?
yeah, you have to add. There's that oil. It should be near the gas downstairs or something. And basically, it's
No, I got it. I couldn't figure out how to get the gas out of the red can, so I just used what I could. Like, I'd probably leave it for like 20 more minutes, or was able to get 20 minutes out of it.
all right. Well, hey, let me go because I gotta. Yaku just hit me up, and I gotta get the address to him so that he can come pick me up.
Okay, all right. Love you.
But I love you. Everything else good?
Yeah, I just got done working in the yard, like covered in sweat. Thinking about running to Walmart to get blue cheese olives.
Okay. I love you.
All right, love you, bye.
Strength, not applause, not validation. Strength. Real strength stands in silence, not on stages. It listens more than it speaks. It chooses solitude, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. You want power. First, you must learn to stand alone. Strip away the noise, strip away the comfort. Ask yourself, without the claps and the company, who are you really? If that question unsettles you, good. That's where the path begins. Also consider subscribing for the part of you that's tired of pretending, for the part of you that's ready to rise, not in status, but in self-mastery. This is the Stoic path. Walk it with purpose. Walk it alone. At first, it feels like progress is a shared experience. You take your first steps towards something greater, and the world seems to cheer for you. The faces are warm. The voices reassuring. Everyone loves the beginning. Everyone loves a climb that hasn't threatened their position yet. But as you keep moving upward, you start to feel the weight of the silence creeping in. Not because you've changed into someone cruel or distant, but because you've started choosing. You start selecting which voices you allow near your thoughts, which hands you allow near your work. And slowly, almost quietly, the crowd becomes a small circle, then a line, then sometimes just a shadow behind you. The truth is, power was never meant to be a group activity. It's not the result of how many people you can gather, but how many you have the courage to walk away from. The people who once supported you will often feel betrayed, not because you harmed them, but because you grew without their permission. You made decisions they weren't a part of, and in their eyes, that's disloyalty. But in truth, it's the only way real growth happens. Power demands boundaries, not all at once, but gradually, like a fortress built brick by brick, thought by thought, until it becomes clear that not everyone is meant to enter. Not everyone should have a key. And here's where it gets uncomfortable. The ones who complain the loudest about your distance are usually the ones who benefited most from your closeness. They weren't there for your discipline, your clarity, your vision. They were there for the warmth of your fire. And when you stopped burning for them, they left cold. That's when it hits you. You didn't lose them. You filtered them. Without even knowing it, your journey began to do what all real transformations do. It started removing what no longer aligns. This isn't rejection. It's refinement. You don't need to explain it. You don't need to defend it. Because if you try, you'll find yourself shrinking just to soothe someone else's discomfort with your evolution. And the moment you do that, you've already stepped down from the path you were meant to walk. It's lonely, yes, but not in the way people think. You're not aching for more company. You're yearning for clearer air, for the kind of silence that sharpens you instead of softening you, the kind of space where your thoughts don't get interrupted by noise that's only pretending to be support. And when you reach that level of stillness, you begin to understand why the Stoics valued solitude not as isolation, but as alignment. Marcus Aurelius said, "The nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to strength." And calm doesn't come in crowded rooms filled with ego and expectation. It comes when you choose peace over popularity, stillness over applause, self-trust over validation. This isn't about arrogance, it's about responsibility. When you're building something that matters, your business, your purpose, your mind, you can't afford to carry everyone with you. Some people are heavy in the worst way, not because they're bad, but because they're not built for the weight you're meant to lift. And every time you lower your standards to keep someone comfortable, you lower your altitude. You trade clarity for closeness. And closeness, when it comes with noise, eventually clouds everything you once saw so clearly. People will misunderstand this. They'll call it selfish, cold, detached. Let them. Because the truth is, the people who matter will understand that boundaries aren't walls. They're filters. Filters that keep your mind clear, your mission focused, and your heart safe from unnecessary chaos. And the ones who don't understand, they were never with you to begin with. They were just nearby. There's a difference. The strange thing is, as the circle tightens, your vision sharpens. You stop seeking advice from every direction. You start listening to the few who actually understand. And even then, you treat every opinion as a suggestion, not a command. You learn to carry your own compass. Because once you've spent enough time listening to yourself in solitude, the noise of others starts to sound like static. Not evil, not threatening, just irrelevant. Power doesn't require a spotlight. It doesn't need a crowd chanting your name. It lives in the person who can sit alone with their decisions and not flinch, who can lose approval and not panic, who can walk away from praise and not look back for confirmation. That's real power, the kind that doesn't sway with popularity or crumble under pressure. And the people who reach this place, they're rarely loud. They're not explaining themselves. They're not chasing optics. They're just doing the work, quietly, consistently, unbothered. You begin to realize the climb was never about being seen. It was about seeing clearly. And the higher you go, the less you need, the less you speak, the more you observe, the more you understand that true power isn't having influence over others. It's not needing it. It's being okay with not being understood, with being misread, with being alone, not as a punishment, but as a form of protection. And yet, even here, solitude isn't emptiness. It's presence. Presence with your thoughts, your values, your direction. You see things as they are, not as others try to paint them. You don't get distracted by flattery or shaken by criticism. You listen, but you don't absorb everything. You engage, but you don't entangle. And that's the quiet discipline most people never reach. Not because they can't, but because they won't let go of the comfort that comes with being surrounded. What most people call loneliness, the powerful call alignment. And in that, everything falls away. Distractions, formative support, peace, tension for clarity. You stop being available to everyone and start being deeply present for the few things that actually matter. And when you live that way long enough, you stop missing the crowd. You stop fearing the silence. You begin to see solitude not as something to escape, but as the very space where you become unshakable. So yes, power filters, not with cruelty, with clarity. It separates what's essential from what's convenient, what strengthens you from what distracts you, what's real from what's performative. It's not about walking away from people. It's about walking toward your truth and accepting that most won't follow you there. And in the rare moments when someone does, you'll know they belong. Not because they pushed to stay close, but because they chose the same silence, the same discipline, the same path. You won't need to explain it. You'll just know. That's the paradox of power. It doesn't grow louder, it grows cleaner, simpler, sharper, and the only way to reach it is to filter out what never belonged in the first place. Connection is a beautiful thing until you begin to understand what it truly costs. We grow up believing that to be loved, to be trusted, to be accepted, we must open ourselves up, show our emotions, reveal our stories, let others in. And at first, that seems like strength. Vulnerability feels noble, honest, human. But as you step into positions of influence, something shifts. You begin to see how every shared weakness can become a weapon. Every revealed doubt becomes someone else's leverage. What once made you relatable now makes you exposed. And suddenly, being seen doesn't feel safe anymore. It feels like risk. A risk you can't afford to take if you're carrying the weight of something bigger than yourself. It doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop displaying. Because in the eyes of others, especially those watching from the outside, your emotions aren't just expressions, they're signals. And signals, when read by the wrong person, invite challenges. Some will test your patience just to watch you crack. Others will comfort you while quietly recalibrating how they perceive your strength. Vulnerability becomes a performance review. And even when people say, I want honesty, what they often mean is, give me your struggle, but only if it makes me feel inspired, not uncomfortable. That's not acceptance. That's conditional tolerance. And leaders can't build from that. So you begin to detach, not out of pride or ego, but out of necessity. Because there are things you carry now that no one else understands. Decisions that would crush someone if they knew the full weight of them. Fears you can't name because to name them would shake the confidence of everyone watching. The further you move into your purpose, the more your silence becomes your shield. Not because you're trying to hide, but because explaining yourself is now a liability. And power, real power, thrives in controlled expression, not emotional transparency. This isn't to say emotion has no place, quite the opposite. Emotion, when mastered, becomes vision. It becomes conviction. But when unleashed without restraint, it creates chaos. Imagine a storm with no structure, just noise, wind, destruction. That's what uncontained emotion looks like in power. It doesn't comfort, it confuses. And confusion is the first crack in your foundation. Becoming who you truly are often requires walking through silence, alone. It requires letting go of the need to be constantly understood, even by those closest to you. Because when you are tasked with carrying vision, clarity must come before closeness. And sometimes the very people you long to connect with are not capable of holding the full depth of your truth without misinterpreting it. You begin to see relationships differently, not with suspicion, but with precision. You stop spilling everything to feel less alone. You learn that connection is sacred, not casual. That some emotions are meant to be transmuted internally, not shared publicly. And the fewer people who have access to your internal world, the more protected your purpose becomes. Not everyone should know what keeps you up at night. Not everyone should be invited into the furnace where your strength is forged. This doesn't make you cold. It makes you clear. There is a difference. Coldness is indifference. Clarity is responsibility. And when you operate from clarity, you begin to notice how often people equate closeness with entitlement. They want access, but not accountability. They want presence, but not pressure. And the moment you withhold something, your time, your thoughts, your feelings, they claim you've changed, that you've become distant. But in truth, you've just become aware. That awareness reshapes how you communicate. You speak less, but with more weight. You listen more, but absorb less. You offer guidance, but rarely seek validation, because validation, when it becomes a need, becomes your leash. And the powerful cannot afford to be leashed, not by praise, not by criticism, and especially not by emotional dependency. You will still feel deeply. You'll still wrestle with doubt. You'll still crave intimacy, but you'll start choosing solitude over superficial closeness. Not because you want to suffer alone, but because you understand that most people aren't asking to help carry your burden. They're asking to be entertained by it. That sounds harsh, but it's true. When you lead, people become curious. They want to peek behind the curtain. They want to know the story, the struggle, the raw truth. But very few are prepared to sit with that truth without distorting it to fit their own narrative. And so, you stop offering it freely. You start protecting your peace like it's oxygen, because it is. Without peace, your decisions become reactive. Your leadership becomes emotional. Your focus dissolves. And in that blur, you become predictable. Predictability, when you are in a position of influence, is dangerous. It gives people a map to your mind, and those maps don't always end up in safe hands. You learn to be present without being porous, to show up without showing all, to speak with warmth, but not with weakness. This is not performance, it's preservation. Preservation of purpose, preservation of clarity, preservation of the self you've worked so hard to understand and build. You begin to see that connection doesn't have to mean exposure. It can be built through presence, consistency, depth, not constant emotional display. You don't close yourself off entirely. You become selective, intentional. You choose to connect through purpose, not just through pain. You connect through shared values, not shared wounds. And in doing so, the connections you do build become stronger, not louder, stronger, because they're not built on dependency, they're built on respect. Seneca wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." And this applies not just to possessions, but to relationships. Craving constant closeness, constant reassurance, constant understanding. That's emotional poverty. Real strength is in the one who can sit in the unknown, in the misunderstood, and still remain steady. That steadiness doesn't mean you're unaffected. It means you're in control of how
Susie,
you
no, come on,
express
stop.
the more influence you hold, the more important that control becomes. Because people don't just watch what you say, they study how you carry yourself. Every word is measured, every reaction is interpreted. And in that spotlight, emotion isn't just a feeling, it's a signal. One you must learn to send with care, or not at all. So yes, connection requires vulnerability, but power demands a form of detachment. Not detachment from humanity, but from the impulse to be emotionally accessible to everyone, all the time. It's learning when to speak and when to hold back, when to share and when to remain silent, when to connect and when to protect. And as you walk this path, it gets quieter. The circle gets smaller. The conversations get deeper. And the responsibility gets heavier. But within that stillness, something profound happens. You stop reaching outward for safety. You start building it inward. And the more you do that, the less you need from the world around you. That's the paradox no one tells you. The more you detach from needing connection, the more intentional your connections become. The less you rely on being seen, the more you see clearly. And the less you give your emotions away freely, the more power they carry when you choose to speak. That's not coldness, that's maturity, that's clarity. That's the kind of power that doesn't shout. It simply stands, still, focused, untouchable. There's this image we carry when we hear the word fortress, stone walls, gates that never open, high towers and a moat between us and the world. But that's just architecture. The real fortress isn't made of stone or steel. It's made of intention, of boundaries no one sees but everyone feels. It's not a place you retreat to. It's something you carry with you. A state of mind that can't be breached by gossip, by judgment, or by the shifting winds of someone else's opinion. The strongest fortress is one that doesn't isolate you from life. It roots you so deeply in your own self that nothing outside of you holds the power to knock you off balance. And here's the truth most people miss. It's not about shutting people out. It's about not letting anything in that doesn't align with your values, your peace, your focus. The fortress isn't there to keep the world away. It's there to keep you whole. In a world that pulls you in 100 different directions, where expectations, comparisons, and distractions shout for your attention, building this inner fortress is not a luxury, it's survival. If you don't stand guard over your mind, someone else will take control of it. And they won't do it with force. They'll do it with flattery, with guilt, with manipulation dressed as concern. That's how breaches happen, not with an attack, but with an invitation. And once the wrong person steps into your inner world, it doesn't take long before confusion follows. You start questioning your instincts. You hesitate when you used to move with clarity. You seek permission where you once stood firm. That's the danger of a weak foundation. It doesn't break all at once. It crumbles slowly, quietly, until one day you look around and realize you're no longer living from your values, but reacting to someone else's noise. The fortress mindset changes that. You stop explaining yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. You stop defending your peace to those who benefit from your chaos. And most importantly, You stop letting your mood be dictated by external validation or criticism. You become sovereign, grounded, still. That's the paradox of strength. It looks like silence from the outside, but on the inside, it's a roaring fire that says, I know who I am, and I don't need you to agree with it. This isn't coldness, it's clarity. And clarity, once cultivated, becomes a shield. A soft, immovable boundary that doesn't need to push or pull. It simply is. Some will call it distance. Others might say you've changed. Let them. Because the moment your stability becomes uncomfortable for others, you've just revealed who was invested in your confusion. Carl Jung once said, the foundation of all mental illness is the unwillingness to experience legitimate suffering. That's what happens when you build no fortress. You suffer every time someone disapproves, every time you feel misunderstood, every time someone doesn't see your worth. But when you build this fortress, you accept a new kind of suffering, the kind that comes from restraint, from choosing to stay quiet when you could lash out, from letting people misinterpret you rather than wasting your energy trying to be understood. And over time, that suffering transforms into strength. You learn to observe instead of react, to sit in discomfort without rushing to fix it, to recognize that most situations don't need your energy, they need your stillness. That's the power of a fortified mind. It doesn't resist the world, it outlasts it. Like a mountain that doesn't tremble at every storm. It doesn't mean you're unfeeling. It means your emotions aren't running the show. It means you've built something steadier beneath the surface. Something that no rumor, no betrayal, no fleeting praise can touch. This inner stillness becomes the way you navigate everything. Conflict doesn't feel like chaos. It becomes information. Criticism doesn't sting. It becomes insight or noise, and you learn to tell the difference. Praise doesn't intoxicate. It simply passes through. And betrayal? Betrayal no longer breaks you, because you're not living in a way that relies on others to hold you together. That's what makes you untouchable, not because nothing happens to you, but because nothing outside of you decides who you are. But don't mistake this for isolation. This kind of strength invites connection, but only the kind that respects your boundaries. It allows for love, but not at the cost of self-abandonment. It opens the door, but it does not remove the threshold. People can walk with you, but not through you. And the ones who understand that, they'll stay. The rest will leave, and you'll learn not to chase. Because peace doesn't come from the presence of people. It comes from the absence of noise. Noise comes in many forms. Gossip, doubt, pressure to perform, pressure to explain, pressure to shrink. That's why this mindset matters. It doesn't just protect your peace, it preserves your purpose. And purpose without boundaries dissolves into performance. You forget why you started. You start making decisions from fear, from fatigue, from the need to prove something. That's what happens when the fortress is weak. You become reactive. But when the walls are strong, you become strategic, intentional, rooted. Epictetus said, no person is free who is not master of themselves. That mastery begins in the mind, in the discipline to hold your ground when the world pushes, in the wisdom to say no, not with anger, but with certainty, in the courage to walk away from anything that tempts you to betray your own integrity. That is the essence of the fortress. It doesn't control others. It controls your response to them. And in that control, there is freedom. A mind like that doesn't need applause. It doesn't need reassurance. It doesn't even need to be understood. It just needs to be aligned with truth, with purpose, with something deeper than the moment. And once you build that alignment, you'll start to see things for what they are, not what you hoped they would be. That clarity may cost you relationships, opportunities, comfort, but it will give you something far more valuable, consistency, direction, inner power. And as that power grows, you begin to move differently, not faster, not louder, just with more precision. You no longer feel the need to explain yourself to everyone. You choose where your energy goes. You become less accessible to drama and more available to purpose. You let go of the need to be liked and embrace the freedom to be real. And with every boundary held, your mind becomes quieter, your heart becomes lighter, your path becomes clearer. That's the fortress. It's not a wall that keeps the world out. It's a foundation that keeps your strength in. It doesn't make you hard, it makes you whole. It doesn't make you distant, it makes you discerning. And when the storms come, as they always do, you don't fall apart. You don't break. You remain. Still, clear, untouched. Not because nothing tried to shake you, but because you finally built something that nothing could move. Betrayal doesn't begin with a knife. It begins with trust, with comfort, with the soft moments where your guard is down and you believe, just for a second, that someone sees you and would never harm you. That illusion is the real danger, because betrayal doesn't come from strangers. It doesn't shout from a distance. It whispers from the seat beside you, from the friend you called family, from the colleague you mentored, from the one who knew the way in, not by force, but by invitation. And once you've been betrayed not once, but several times, you start to realize something that cuts deeper than any act itself. Betrayal is a pattern, not a surprise. It's not always malicious. Sometimes it's born of weakness, of jealousy, of desperation. But the outcome is always the same. You're left holding the broken pieces of something you thought was solid. And the instinct is to ask why, to replay every conversation, to blame yourself for not seeing it coming. But the truth is, the clues were always there, subtle, overlooked, dismissed in the name of friendship. That's how betrayal always works. It hides behind familiarity. It blends in with loyalty until the moment it doesn't. And by the time you realize it, it's already done its damage. You learn quickly that closeness isn't the same as alignment. That just because someone walks with you doesn't mean they're walking for the same reasons. Some walk beside you because they believe in where you're going. Others walk beside you to see how far they can follow before they push you off the path and take your place. And it's painful, not just because of the loss, but because of the clarity it forces on you. You begin to see the small ways you ignored your instincts, the tiny moments you brushed off their envy, the times you thought they'd never do that to me, only to find out they already were. And here's where most people go wrong. They become cynical. They shut everyone out. They let betrayal harden them into suspicion. But the wiser path isn't isolation. It's discernment. It's learning to observe without always reacting, to listen between the lines, to trust, not blindly but with awareness, because you don't need to expect betrayal from everyone. You just need to stop being surprised when it comes from someone you once let close. The Stoics never told us to expect perfection. They told us to expect human nature, and human nature left unchecked will always serve itself first. Seneca once said, "The man who has anticipated the coming of troubles takes away their power when they arrive." And that's what this awareness gives you. Not bitterness, but strength. Not fear, but foresight. You stop handing out keys to your heart just because someone smiles. You stop sharing your deepest plans with people who haven't proven they know how to hold your silence with respect. You stop offering loyalty in advance and start letting time reveal who's really for you. What you start to notice is that betrayal always has a rhythm. It follows the same sequence: intimacy, comfort, subtle shifts, then the break. And if you pay attention, you'll catch the signs before the break happens. A certain look when you succeed, a subtle distance when you need support, a shift in language, less we, more me, It's not paranoia, it's pattern recognition. And the longer you live with clarity, the easier it is to see. But what makes betrayal so destructive isn't just the act, it's what it does to your belief in connection. It makes you question the good ones. It makes you hold back with people who've done nothing wrong. And if you're not careful, it poisons your view of loyalty altogether. That's why the fortress of the mind matters. That's why the filters you build aren't cold, they're necessary. Not because everyone is out to get you, but because not everyone is meant to go where you're going. And some people, even those you love, will try to sabotage you just to keep you close. Because your growth makes their stagnation unbearable. There's a quiet violence in betrayal that doesn't come from anger. It comes from comfort. The person who betrays you doesn't do it with malice in their eyes. They do it with the belief that you'll recover, that you'll understand, that they have no choice. They justify it. They reframe the story in their favor. And that's what makes it sting. The absence of accountability. The betrayal is compounded by the fact that they believe they're still the victim. But you don't have to carry that weight. You don't have to seek justice from the person who fractured your trust. You don't have to win the argument or even confront them. You just have to decide. This chapter ends here. No more energy, no more access, no more wondering if it could have been different. Because it wasn't. And the only way forward is forward, without them. Carl Jung once observed that shame is a soul-eating emotion, and betrayal often carries shame, not just for what they did, but for what you didn't say. You blame yourself. You feel foolish, exposed. But shame is only powerful when it goes unexamined. The moment you step back and see betrayal for what it is, not a sign of your weakness, but a lesson in clarity, you begin to take back your strength. You don't become harder, you become wiser, sharper, more tuned into the silent language people speak when they think you're not watching. Eventually, you'll be grateful, not for the pain, but for the precision it gave you, for the way it taught you to protect your peace without apology, for how it carved a line between those who say they're loyal and those who show it. You'll see that every betrayal was a kind of brutal grace, stripping away the illusions you clung to, exposing the cracks in your foundation, and giving you the chance to rebuild, not with bitterness, but with discernment. And that discernment becomes your strength. You stop explaining your choices. You stop oversharing your dreams. You let people earn the right to stand beside you, not through words, but through consistency, through presence, through how they act when you're not useful to them. That's how you know. Not when things are good, not when the path is easy, but when silence falls, when your back is turned, when your light threatens to outshine theirs. So you become intentional. You keep your circle small, not because you're afraid, but because you've seen what happens when it's too wide. You speak less, not because you lack trust, but because you've learned the value of holding some truths for yourself. You expect less, not because you're jaded, but because you're done giving more than people are willing to give back. And through it all, you hold your center. You don't let betrayal define you. You let it refine you into someone who walks with a quiet strength, who loves with boundaries, who leads with clarity, and who never forgets. The people who are closest to you will always carry the greatest power to hurt you, which is why your greatest power must be knowing exactly who and what is worth the risk. Trust feels simple when you're young. You give it without hesitation, assuming that if your intentions are good, theirs must be too. You share, you open up, you believe. And for a while, that innocence feels like strength. It creates bonds, it builds warmth, it makes the world feel safe. But safety built on assumption is fragile. Eventually, life teaches you that trust is not a gift you hand out freely. It's a currency, one of the rarest. And every time it's spent in the wrong place, it costs you more than you thought it would. That's the lesson most people learn too late. That trust, once given freely, becomes a calculated risk. The higher you climb in life, emotionally, professionally, spiritually, the more that risk increases, because now your decisions carry weight, your words echo further, your vulnerabilities, once harmless, now become tools in someone else's hands, if they choose to misuse them. And while it doesn't mean you stop trusting, it means you start choosing. Carefully. Not with fear, but with awareness. Not from paranoia, but from pattern recognition. You begin to understand that trust isn't something you owe anyone. It's something they earn, slowly, consistently, and not just once, but over time, through action. There's a kind of grief in that realization, because it means letting go of the idea that you can fully relax in every room, that you can be fully seen by every person who claims to care. It means that even the people closest to you have limits, and that proximity doesn't equal loyalty. That truth stings at first, but it also sharpens you. You stop mistaking charisma for character. You stop equating shared history with shared intention. And most importantly, you stop confusing kindness with alignment. To be powerful is to be deliberate, not defensive, not closed off, just intentional. You understand that trust isn't just about what someone says, it's about what they do when it's inconvenient for them, when no one is watching, when they have nothing to gain. That's the test most people fail. Not because they're evil, but because they haven't done the work to hold someone else's trust with care. And trust, when placed in unsteady hands, doesn't just break, it backfires. This is why the wise grow quieter, why they speak less, share less, move more in silence. Not because they've lost faith in people, but because they've found peace in being selective. They've learned that some people want your trust not to honor it, but to access you, to use it as leverage, as proof of closeness they haven't really earned. And when you've been burned enough times, you stop letting words convince you. You start looking for consistency, and not just in how someone treats you, but in how they treat people who can do nothing for them. Aristotle once said, "We are what we repeatedly do." And in the realm of trust, that means you pay attention not to grand gestures, but to repeated behavior, to how someone shows up when you're silent, to how they speak about others behind closed doors, to whether they protect what you share when you're not in the room. Trust, then, becomes less about the stories people tell and more about the patterns they reveal. This shift changes your relationships. It doesn't make them colder, it makes them clearer. You no longer feel the need to be fully understood by everyone. You stop offering your inner world like a gift to anyone who asks. You start holding it with reverence, because you realize that the more sacred something is, the fewer hands it belongs in. And your thoughts, your doubts, your dreams, those are sacred. Not because they're perfect, but because they're yours. There's a kind of strength that comes from keeping certain things for yourself. Not out of secrecy, but out of self-respect. You realize that not every insight needs to be spoken, not every plan needs to be shared, and not every feeling needs to be validated. The powerful don't hide. They refine. They withhold not out of fear, but out of discipline. They know that once trust leaves your hands, it belongs to someone else, and not everyone is worthy of that responsibility. But this doesn't mean you become cynical. It means you become calibrated. You still love, but you love wisely. You still connect, but with boundaries. You still open up, but only to those who have shown that they know how to carry what you hand them. And even then you watch, not with suspicion, but with awareness. Because trust, when given too quickly, turns into a liability. But when given with discernment, it becomes a bridge that strengthens both sides. Carl Jung believed that The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. And transformation requires integrity. It requires presence. It requires the willingness to hold another person's truth without twisting it, leaking it, or using it as a mirror for your own insecurities. Most people aren't ready for that kind of responsibility, and that's okay. But once you see that clearly, you stop expecting it. And in that release, you reclaim your power. You begin to notice the spaces where your trust has been stretched too thin, where you've over-explained yourself, overexposed yourself, where you've given people access to places within you that they hadn't earned. And slowly, you begin to seal those doors. Not with anger, but with grace. Because you're not punishing anyone, you're protecting what matters. Your focus, your peace, your vision. And what's beautiful is that the more selective you become, the more honest your life becomes. The relationships that remain are stronger. The conversations are deeper. The silence is richer. You don't need to perform. You don't need to convince. You just exist, fully, without defense. Because you've learned to trust yourself first. And that's the trust that matters most. Once you hold that, everything else becomes easier to navigate. The world doesn't need more open books. It needs more wise authors, people who know which pages to share and which ones to keep close. People who understand that trust is not a transaction, it's a bond. And bonds, when formed without care, become chains. But when formed with intention, they become anchors. So yes, trust is a risk, always. But now it's a risk you measure, a gift you protect, a language you speak with precision, not impulse. And in that precision, you find something the reckless never will: peace. Peace in knowing that what's shared is respected, what's held is safe, and what's built is solid. You don't have to be suspicious of everyone, just awake, just grounded enough to see clearly, to trust wisely, and to never again hand over your power disguised as vulnerability to someone who hasn't proven they know what to do with it. That's not caution, that's wisdom. And wisdom is the currency of the truly powerful. Clarity isn't something you stumble into, it's something you make room for. And more often than not, that room begins with distance. Not emotional detachment in the cold, indifferent sense, but distance in the way a painter steps back to see the whole canvas. You can't understand a situation while you're still wrapped in its emotion. You can't make sharp decisions when your vision is fogged by closeness, comfort, or urgency. That's why the ones who lead well, think well, and live well are often misunderstood as distant. But distance isn't rejection, it's reflection. There's a quiet kind of power in learning how to step back, to not jump at every emotion, to not react to every tone in someone's voice or every shift in someone's behavior. When you're close to everything, too close, you become reactive. You start seeing threats where there are none. You start projecting fears instead of identifying facts. And that's how chaos enters. Not because the world got louder, but because your inner world stopped filtering the noise. The Stoics knew this. They didn't talk about control as domination. They spoke of it as inner command. Seneca wrote, "He who is brave is free." But bravery isn't charging in. Bravery is knowing when to hold back. Holding back is harder than acting. It requires more strength to pause than to speak, more clarity to observe than to intervene. But this is the foundation of real power, not performance, but precision. When you operate from clarity, you don't need to control others. You control the one thing that truly matters, yourself. And when you can do that, your environment stops becoming a battlefield and becomes a space for strategic movement. You start to respond instead of react. You move with timing instead of impulse. You see patterns instead of just people. That shift changes everything. Suddenly, you're no longer sucked into every conflict. every invitation to drama, every emotional wave. You recognize that peace isn't found by avoiding problems, but by standing still within them. Distance gives you that stillness. It's the space between emotion and action where your real power grows. Because once you've paused, once you've breathed, once you've removed yourself from the immediate pressure, you can actually see not just what's happening, but why it's happening. And more importantly, how to move through it without losing yourself. Clarity isn't always comfortable. It will ask you to acknowledge things you'd rather avoid. It will reveal truths about people you care about, decisions you've made, and patterns you've repeated. But without that clarity, you're just surviving. And survival without insight becomes a loop, a cycle of reaction, regret, reset. Distance breaks that cycle. It slows you down just enough to notice the choice before the mistake. That's the kind of control most people never reach. Because most people are still trying to control the world instead of their perception of it. If your inner voice is always drowned out by the expectations, judgments, and demands of others, you're not really living your life. You're performing someone else's version of it. And performance is exhausting. It's not sustainable. It's also not strategic. Clarity allows you to choose where your energy goes. You no longer feel the need to attend every argument you're invited to. You don't jump to fix every problem, explain every decision, or justify every change. You begin to understand that most noise is not an emergency. It's just distraction. And when you live in distraction long enough, confusion becomes your default. You start doubting what you already know. You start second guessing your intuition. You start asking questions you've already answered just because someone else doesn't like your answer. Distance is how you take that power back. Not by withdrawing from the world entirely, but by withdrawing your urgency to be understood by it. You're not here to be available to everyone's emotions. You're not here to carry the weight of every room you walk into. You're here to move with clarity, to see what's yours to carry and what isn't, to discern when to speak and when silence is the wiser choice. As you step into this way of living, something subtle shifts in how you experience conflict. You stop seeing it as something to fix and start seeing it as information. Not everything needs resolution. Some things just need space. Some people just need time. And some problems aren't yours to solve. That kind of clarity protects your energy. It protects your time. It keeps you aligned with your direction, not distracted by detours that don't lead anywhere worth going. This is the difference between movement and momentum. Anyone can be busy. Anyone can make noise. But those who move with purpose, who act with intention, who build with vision, they do so from a place of inner stillness. And stillness can only be accessed when you step away from the pull of emotional chaos. When you give yourself enough distance to remember what matters and what's just noise. The more you practice this, the more natural it becomes. You'll find yourself responding slower, but with more weight. You'll feel the urge to speak and choose silence instead. You'll notice patterns in others you used to miss. You'll see opportunities before they arrive and threats before they're fully formed. Because distance gives you foresight. And foresight isn't magic. It's just the reward of patience. You won't always get it right. Sometimes you'll still act on emotion, still get pulled into the storm, still say something you regret or move too fast. But even then, the distance you've trained yourself to hold will shorten the damage. You'll recover faster. You'll return to center with less friction, because the mind that's practiced in clarity doesn't stay lost for long. And as this clarity deepens, you'll notice another change. You stop explaining yourself. You stop needing to. You understand that clarity doesn't need validation. It doesn't beg to be understood. It simply stands, unshaken. And in that stillness, you become a mirror. The people around you will feel it. Some will be drawn to it. Others will be unnerved by it, but either way, they will respect it. Because the world respects what it cannot shake. That's the power of distance. It's not isolation, it's alignment. It's not detachment, it's discernment. It's the space where you remember who you are without the world constantly trying to tell you who you should be. It's where you refine your focus, strengthen your boundaries, and reclaim your voice. In that space, control becomes simple. Not because you dominate everything around you, but because you've mastered the only thing you ever needed to, yourself. And from that mastery, clarity flows. Quietly, relentlessly, without force, without noise. Just presence, just power, just peace. Most people see leadership as a performance, a role you step into once others decide you're ready. A set of traits, charisma, confidence, command, that suddenly appear the moment the spotlight hits. But real leadership doesn't begin when the world starts listening. It begins long before that, in the silence. In the moments when no one's watching, when there's no applause, no confirmation, no one telling you you're on the right path. That's when the mask of leadership is forged. Not as a deception, but as a layer of resilience. Not something to hide behind, but something that holds you together when everything around you is uncertain. You don't just wake up one day and lead. You build yourself into someone who can hold that weight. And that building happens privately, in doubt, in frustration, in decisions you have to make without consensus or validation. The first person you have to convince is yourself. Not with words, but with action, with consistency, with your ability to keep going when everything inside you wants to give up. Leadership is tested most in the absence of recognition, when there's no one to tell you that you're doing well, and yet you move forward anyway. What many don't realize is that strength in leadership is rarely loud. It doesn't need to announce itself. It doesn't need to dominate a room. Often, it just stands still. Not because it doesn't feel the pressure, but because it's learned not to be ruled by it. The people who lead with quiet strength have already fought their biggest battles, not in public, but in private. They've wrestled with doubt in empty rooms. They've sat with failure when no one else knew they were breaking. And through that process, they built something unshakable inside. Something that doesn't flinch when the world turns cold. You begin to understand that leadership is less about being followed and more about being rooted. About knowing who you are when everything familiar is gone. When those who once supported you change direction. When the outcome is unclear and the pressure mounts. That's when the inner voice has to be louder than the noise. Not louder in volume, but louder in conviction. The kind of conviction that isn't dependent on results or praise. The kind that lives in the actions you take when doubt is screaming in your ear. Carl Jung once said, "The world will ask you who you are, and if you don't know, it will tell you." That is the essence of private leadership. Knowing yourself before the world tries to define you. Building your foundation so strong that you don't need to raise your voice to be heard. You don't need to prove your worth. You just embody it. And that embodiment comes through 1,000 quiet choices. The choice to get up when it's easier to stay down. The choice to act with integrity when compromise would be more convenient. The choice to remain steady when everything inside you feels unstable. When you lead from that place, you stop needing to be the loudest in the room. You stop needing to explain your every move. You realize that power isn't in the display, it's in the discipline. And discipline doesn't grow in public. It grows in silence, in solitude, in the boring, relentless repetition of doing the right thing without anyone noticing. Most people won't see it. They'll only see the outcome, the title, the speech, the presence. But those are just the surface. The real weight is carried in private, long before the world decides to listen. It's in those private moments that the mask becomes necessary, not as a lie, but as a structure, a way of keeping yourself focused when the emotions rise, a tool to keep your doubt from leaking into your decisions. It's not about hiding who you are. It's about protecting what you've built from being shaken by every breeze. Because the truth is, even when you're strong, you're not immune to fear. You're not exempt from insecurity. You just don't let it dictate your next move. That's what the mask helps you do. Hold your ground long enough for clarity to return. And with time, that mask becomes less about hiding and more about honoring your responsibility. You're not just leading for yourself anymore. People look to you in crisis. They borrow your calm when they have none. They watch how you move, how you speak, how you carry pressure. And what they need most isn't perfection. They need steadiness, a sense that even if everything else is crumbling, you won't. Not because you have all the answers, but because you know how to move through chaos without becoming it. This is why the strongest leaders are often misunderstood. Their silence is mistaken for aloofness. Their restraint is seen as indifference. But those who've worn the mask long enough understand that real power isn't about reaction, it's about regulation. They don't rise and fall with every win or loss. They move with rhythm, not reactivity. And that rhythm was practiced long before anyone saw it. Even now, if you're building something, if you're trying to lead your own life with purpose, the hardest part will always be believing in yourself when there's no echo to reinforce your direction. When you're doubted, when your efforts are unseen, that's where you shape the version of you the world will later admire. Not on stage, not in spotlight, but in the dark, in the discipline, in the unwavering choice to keep going when no one claps. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that praise and criticism are both meaningless noise, that what matters most is living in accordance with your values, regardless of what others say. That principle anchors real leadership. Not popularity, not visibility, but alignment. The kind of alignment that lets you move through fire and remain composed, that allows you to lose people without losing yourself, that gives you the strength to carry others without collapsing. Eventually, the world may catch up. They may begin to see the strength you've been cultivating all along. They may recognize your resilience, your wisdom, your grace under pressure. But whether they do or not is secondary, because the purpose of leadership isn't to be seen, it's to serve, to carry weight most people don't want, to make decisions that cost you comfort, and to do it all without needing recognition in return. So when you stand alone, when the path feels quiet and the burden feels heavy, remember this: you're not weak for wearing the mask. You're not inauthentic for protecting your peace. You're not fake for showing restraint when everything feels like breaking. You're just leading quietly. It's the world really sees those feelings. And if you keep yourself in the dark, with discipline, with intention, with clarity, and no matter how loud the world becomes, you'll never be moved by it. Because the strongest leaders never began with applause. They began with silence, with doubt, with solitude, and through it all, they became something few ever dared to be: unshakable. Solitude isn't about escaping the world, it's about returning to yourself. In a time where distractions are endless, being alone with your own thoughts is often viewed as uncomfortable, even dangerous. But the truth is, the discomfort we feel in solitude isn't because we're alone. It's because we're finally facing what's inside. The noise we try to drown out with conversations, entertainment, and obligations, that noise is often coming from within. And in solitude, there's no one left to blame, no one to validate, no one to perform for. It's just you and what you've avoided. That's why so many run from it. But the powerful, they walk toward it. To be fully present with yourself, is one of the rarest forms of courage, because there's no mask to wear when no one is looking. There's no role to play. What's left is the raw material, the insecurities, the fears, the doubts, and the responsibility to sort through them. This is where refinement begins. This is where clarity is born. When you give yourself permission to sit in stillness, to ask uncomfortable questions without flinching, you start to realize that solitude isn't a punishment. It's a tool, a mirror, and often the only place where truth has room to rise. The world rewards those who are loud, busy, and constantly seen. But wisdom grows in the unseen moments. The real decisions, the ones that change your life, are rarely made in crowded rooms. They're made in quiet reflection. That's the paradox. The people who seem to move the world are often the ones who spend the most time away from it, alone, not because they hate people, but because they know power comes from understanding their own mind before being influenced by others. There's a kind of strength that only silence can build. When you stop needing the presence of others to feel valuable, everything changes. It's not that relationships or connections become meaningless, they become clearer. You stop chasing people who were never meant to stay. You stop bending to please crowds that don't care. And instead, you begin to attract those who recognize the stillness in you. People are drawn to those who don't need them to feel whole. That's what makes solitude magnetic. It reveals the difference between attachment and connection. The most powerful decisions are often made in solitude. The quiet choice to walk away, the difficult decision to let go, the moment of clarity that changes the entire direction of your life. These things rarely happen in chaos. They require space and the ability to hear your own voice without it being drowned by the opinions of the world. When you learn to retreat into yourself not as an escape, but as a practice, you begin to uncover a version of you that doesn't rely on approval, a version that knows, that listens, that leads. And awakening doesn't come from being surrounded, it comes from being still, from noticing your thoughts without judgment, from facing what's been buried beneath your constant motion, from accepting that growth often begins where comfort ends. Solitude is the place where you meet your future self, not the version shaped by noise, but the one forged in silence. People often confuse being alone with being lonely, but they're not the same. Loneliness is the ache for something outside of you. Solitude is the comfort in knowing you have everything you need within. When you start to feel at home in your own mind, external validation loses its grip. You don't chase attention because you're already seen by the one who matters most, you. You don't beg for love because you've given it to yourself first. And from that fullness, everything else becomes a choice, not a need. You begin to notice how the quiet reorganizes your thoughts, how it reveals what actually matters. You see the patterns that used to control you, the stories you've told yourself, the roles you've played, and slowly you start to rewrite them. In solitude, you don't just think, you evolve. You step away from who the world told you to be and return to who you were before it all got noisy. You shed layers that never belonged to you. And what remains is honest, clear, powerful. The ability to be alone and still feel whole is a superpower. In a world obsessed with connection, the person who is content in their own company holds the upper hand. They aren't moved by gossip. They don't shrink under pressure. They respond rather than react. They carry a calmness that can't be faked, because it was built in the dark, sharpened in the silence, and proven in the moments when no one was watching. You'll find that solitude doesn't make you harder. It makes you wiser. You become more intentional with your words, more aware of your energy, more protective of your peace. You stop offering explanations to people who were never listening. You stop proving yourself to those who doubted you. And instead, you live. Quietly, deliberately, authentically. Because once you've tasted the clarity of solitude, the noise of the world becomes optional. Marcus Aurelius said it best. Nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. That retreat is always there, waiting, not for the perfect moment, not for permission, but for you to choose it, to step away from the endless noise and return to the source, yourself. Because no matter where life takes you, your most powerful ally will always be the part of you that can sit in silence and still stand tall. So the next time the world feels overwhelming, don't run toward more noise. Don't fill your time with what's easy. Step back, be still, listen, not to the world, but to the quiet voice inside you that knows who you are. That voice may be soft, but it's never wrong. It's the compass in the chaos, the foundation under pressure, the strength that no one sees but everyone eventually feels. You don't need a crowd to be complete. You need clarity, and clarity often comes wrapped in silence, in solitude, in the moments that look like nothing on the outside, but shift everything within. That's where the powerful are made, not on stages, not in rooms filled with praise, but in the quiet, where they remember who they are without the world telling them who they should be. There's a strange pressure in today's world to always be saying something, to explain, to react, to defend, to clarify, as if every pause in conversation is a missed opportunity, or every unspoken thought is a weakness. But silence isn't weakness. It isn't the absence of thought. In fact, it's often the presence of deeper thought. The more powerful someone becomes, the more they learn this truth. Not everything requires a response. Not every rumor deserves your breath. And not every opinion needs your correction. Silence, in its truest form, is not avoidance, it's strategy. People fear what they can't read, and nothing is harder to read than someone who doesn't react. Someone who doesn't rush to prove their side, doesn't scramble to fix perceptions, doesn't panic when misunderstood. In silence, there is control. Control over your energy, control over your image, control over the battlefield itself. Because when you're silent, the other side starts guessing, and in their guessing, they reveal more about themselves than you ever could by speaking. That's the brilliance of stillness. It's not passive, it's surgical. But silence takes discipline. It's tempting to explain yourself, to want to be seen and understood, to correct every wrong impression. But power doesn't need to be understood. It needs to be unshaken. The moment you start chasing clarity from others, you give them control over your state. Silence breaks that cycle. It places the burden of interpretation on them, while you stay centered in your own calm. And that calm, that's your fortress, because the louder the world becomes, the more rare and valuable your silence becomes. We live in a time where everyone has a microphone, everyone has a platform, but few have the strength to say nothing when it matters most, to let actions speak, to let presence carry weight. It's easy to shout, it's easy to react, it's easy to flood the space with noise, but the one who remains quiet when others are loud, who observes while others scramble to be seen, that's the one people start watching more closely. Not because they're hidden, but because they're unreadable. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And that's what silence often demands. Acceptance. The kind that says, "I don't need your version of me to be whole." You begin to understand that silence is not the void. It's the container, the space where you decide what enters and what doesn't, what matters and what doesn't, who you engage and who you leave unanswered. That's not arrogance, it's focus. Silence also gives you time. Time to think clearly, to separate emotion from principle, to decide if speaking would actually serve you or just satisfy your ego. And in that space, you gain leverage. You see the long game while others are stuck in short-term reaction. You play chess while they play checkers. That's not manipulation. It's maturity. The maturity to understand that not every fire needs to be fought. Some burn out on their own. And the ones that don't, you handle them with clarity, not panic. It's in the silence that your reputation is shaped. Not by you, but by how others speak about you when you don't defend yourself. And that reflection, that mirror of the room, tells you more about them than about you. Because if someone changes their opinion of you simply because you didn't speak, they were never holding your truth. They were holding their need for control. And when you stop giving that to them, they feel discomfort. But that discomfort isn't your responsibility. When you lead with silence, people begin to respect the way you move. Not because you intimidate them, but because you create space for mystery. And mystery, when anchored in integrity, becomes presence. People lean in. They pay closer attention. And eventually, they learn to listen more and speak less, just by being around you. That's leadership. Quiet, composed, intentional. This doesn't mean you never speak. It means you choose when, and more importantly, why. Speaking from clarity is different than speaking from pressure. One is rooted in truth. The other is driven by fear. And you can feel the difference. So can everyone else. There's a weight in words that are used sparingly. They land differently. They echo. Because silence prepared the space for them to be heard. Marcus Aurelius believed that we should waste no time arguing what a good man should be. We should just be one. And that's the deeper principle behind strategic silence. It's not about withholding truth. It's about embodying it so fully that it no longer requires explanation. You become the proof. Your life becomes the answer. Your peace becomes the message. As this mindset takes root, you begin to navigate the world differently. You stop jumping to defend every misunderstanding. You stop needing to correct every critic. You stop reacting to things that used to drain you. And in that restraint, you find energy returning. You find time stretching. You find your thoughts gaining clarity. Because silence isn't empty. It's where everything important begins to form. Even your relationships change. People begin to approach you with more intention. They choose their words more carefully, not out of fear, but out of respect. Because they've seen that you don't fill space just to be heard. You wait, you watch, you respond with meaning. And when you do speak, it's worth listening to. This is the kind of presence that doesn't need volume. It doesn't need grand gestures. It just is. And people feel it before they understand it. That's why silence is so powerful. It transcends explanation. It moves through rooms, not with noise, but with energy. And the ones who master that energy, they don't just lead, they shape perception, they guide emotion, they hold space in a way few ever learn to. But make no mistake, this isn't about detachment from the world. It's about deep connection to yourself, to your values, to your inner compass. So that when the noise rises, you don't rise with it. You remain still, grounded, focused. And from that stillness, every move you make becomes intentional. Every word meaningful. Every silence deliberate. So no, silence isn't emptiness. It's the most strategic form of presence. It's the pause that gives your mind room to think. It's the boundary that protects your energy. It's the posture that teaches others how to approach you. And the longer you live this way, the more you'll see. Power isn't in how loudly you speak. It's in how deeply your silence is felt. Most people want to be liked. It's natural. It feels good to be accepted, to be praised, to be seen as agreeable. We grow up conditioned to seek approval from parents, teachers, peers. And in many ways, that approval becomes our compass. If people clap, we're on the right track. If they frown, we retreat. But leadership doesn't work like that. Leadership begins where popularity ends, because at some point, to lead is to decide. And decisions, real ones, the ones that carry weight, don't come with universal applause. They come with risk, with backlash, with silence. It's easy to be liked when you're saying what people want to hear, when you're reflecting their expectations back to them, when you're smiling, nodding, agreeing. That's performance, not leadership. But step outside of that comfort. Say what's needed instead of what's wanted. Draw a boundary, hold a standard, make a hard call that benefits the mission but upsets the moment. That's when the true test begins. Not when people love you, but when they don't, and you keep going anyway. Because leadership isn't about keeping the peace. It's about holding the vision. The unpopular truth is that many of the most important decisions you'll ever make will make people uncomfortable. Some will misunderstand you, others will resent you, and in those moments, you'll feel it, the urge to backpedal, to soften your voice, to blend in again. But if you do, you lose yourself, and the role becomes hollow. Influence without integrity is manipulation, and the ones who manipulate may be liked, but they're never trusted. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and who you truly are may not fit into the mold others built for you, especially not when you're leading. The moment you step into responsibility, you're no longer living for agreement. You're living for alignment with your values, with your clarity, with your internal compass that won't always match the mood of the room. And that misalignment, that tension between what's right and what's popular, is where true leadership takes shape. It's in that space that the pressure builds, not just from others, but from within. You'll ask yourself, am I being too harsh, too strict, too distant? And sometimes the answer will be yes. But more often, the discomfort isn't a sign you're doing it wrong. It's a sign you're doing it alone. And that's the cost. That's the tax for leading with integrity instead of charm. You carry the weight, not of approval, but of clarity. And clarity often walks alone. What people won't tell you is that the crowd doesn't know what it wants until after you've succeeded. They'll question you on the way, doubt your methods, push back on your vision. And yet, when the result comes, when the dust settles, they'll rewrite the story. They'll call it obvious, predictable, inevitable. But you'll know the truth. You'll remember the nights you stood in rooms full of silence, knowing you were right and wondering if it would matter. You'll remember the moments you felt completely unseen but refused to bend. That's not pride. That's responsibility. Seneca wrote, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." That's the inner steel leadership requires. The strength to remain upright when others try to fold you. The discipline to choose silence when you're baited to react. The resilience to stay grounded when criticism comes dressed as concern. Because not everyone who questions you is trying to help. Some just want to see you shrink. And you will be tempted to shrink, to make your choices softer, more palatable. But each time you do, you chip away at the clarity that got you there. You dilute your vision just to ease the discomfort of those unwilling to carry their share of the burden. But leadership was never meant to be carried by consensus. It's carried by clarity, and that clarity must be protected, even if that means walking alone. That's why popularity becomes a trap. Because the more you chase it, the more you lose yourself. The more you need it, the easier you are to control. A leader dependent on applause is a puppet. One shift in public mood, one wave of criticism, and they crumble. But a leader grounded in principle can't be moved by noise. They may feel it, but they don't fold. They listen, they adjust, but they do not surrender their core. Eventually, this becomes your identity. Not because you chose isolation, but because you chose integrity, and integrity, by its nature, is lonely. Not always, not forever, but often enough that you must get used to the quiet, used to the silence that follows a hard decision, used to the tension that comes when you say no to what everyone else says yes to. But in that silence, something powerful happens. You stop needing their approval. And once you no longer need it, your decisions become sharper, your vision becomes cleaner, and your presence becomes undeniable. You'll still feel the sting when people turn. That's part of being human. You'll still question yourself. That's part of being wise. But what you won't do is fold. Because you'll have built something no opinion can break. A life aligned with truth, not trend. A voice anchored in principle, not performance. And when people finally see the results of what you stood for, when they come around and say they believed in you all along, you won't feel the need to correct them. Because the leader doesn't lead for applause. The leader leads so others can grow, even if that means growing without thanks. Even if that means being the villain in their story for a time, until they write a new one. So no, popularity is not the measure. It never was. Anyone can be liked. It's easy to be agreeable, but leadership means drawing lines in sand that will get washed over and redrawn again. It means making choices that won't make sense until the result appears. It means speaking truth in rooms that only reward silence. And most of all, it means being at peace with being misunderstood, knowing that your clarity is not up for negotiation. In the end, the people who follow won't follow because you made them feel good. They'll follow because you made them feel safe, because your strength gave them permission to find their own, because you didn't chase their approval, you led with conviction, quietly, unshaken, and that presence, that unspoken authority, speaks louder than any crowd ever could. There's a kind of strength that doesn't shout. It doesn't force its way into the room or try to dominate conversations. It just exists, quietly, unbothered, unmoved. That kind of strength doesn't come from power or status. It comes from peace. And not the surface kind of peace you find in a vacation or a compliment, but a deeper one. The kind that doesn't depend on anything outside of you. The kind that stays with you even when everything else is falling apart. Because the real test of a person isn't how they act when things are calm. It's how they hold themselves when nothing is going their way. When the noise gets loud, when the chaos closes in, when the expectations stack up. That's when you find out whether you're grounded or just pretending to be. The world will always find new ways to pull you out of your center. Criticism, rejection, sudden change, pressure. And if you don't have an anchor within yourself, you'll drift. You'll react to everything. You'll get offended by everything. You'll try to manage other people's opinions, their emotions, their projections. And in doing so, you lose control, not over them, but over yourself. The more reactive you become, the less influence you actually hold. Because now, you're being shaped by the very things you think you're trying to lead. That's the illusion of control. That you can change the external world by managing it directly. But true control doesn't work that way. It flows outward, not inward. You don't control the storm by shouting at the clouds. You control it by building something inside that no storm can move. That's where inner peace becomes more than a feeling. It becomes armor. Not the kind that hardens you, but the kind that protects you without changing who you are. It takes discipline to live this way. To pause when everything in you wants to react. To breathe instead of lash out. To stay rooted in what you know instead of what you feel in the moment. It's easy to get swept away by emotion, especially when you feel disrespected, overlooked, or misunderstood. But that's the trap. Because if anyone can pull you off course just by pushing the right button, then your peace was never really yours. It was conditional. It was borrowed. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." That discomfort you feel when someone criticizes you unfairly or challenges you without cause, that's not just about them. It's a reflection of what inside you is still unsettled, still raw, still unguarded. And the more you use those moments to reflect instead of react, the more power you regain, not over them, but over yourself. And that kind of power doesn't just protect you, it shapes the way people experience you. You become harder to provoke, not because you've shut off emotionally, but because you've mastered the art of keeping your balance. You start responding with precision, not panic. You don't rush to fill silence. You don't fight to win every conversation. You simply remain present, aware, and calm. And that calmness, it's magnetic. It disarms people. It makes them rethink their approach, because they can't figure you out. And what people can't figure out, they begin to respect or fear. But the goal isn't to intimidate, it's to lead. And real leadership doesn't come from controlling others. It comes from setting the tone, from modeling what it looks like to stay steady when things get messy, from showing people that chaos doesn't have to define them. That peace is not weakness, it's authority. It's the kind of authority that makes people feel safe in your presence, even if they don't understand why. Because you're not reacting like everyone else. You're not triggered like everyone else. You're still calm, grounded, in command. And here's what most people miss. Inner peace isn't passive, it's active. It's something you practice daily. Through the way you speak to yourself, through the way you manage your time, through the way you respond to your emotions when no one else is around. It's forged in the small decisions, the ones that feel invisible but shape your entire mindset. Choosing not to argue when it won't change anything. Choosing to walk away from what drains you. Choosing to slow down when the pressure says, go faster. These choices add up. They become your foundation, your anchor. Seneca said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." And he was right. Most of the chaos we experience isn't in the world, it's in our minds. It's the stories we tell ourselves about what might happen, what they might think, what it might mean. And if you don't learn to separate reality from reaction, you'll drown in your own thoughts. But when you're grounded, when your inner world is quiet, you start to see the difference. You stop creating problems that don't exist. You stop letting imagined scenarios steal your peace. And this shift affects more than just your emotional state. It sharpens your judgment. It makes your decisions cleaner, your actions more effective. Because now you're not chasing control, you're living from it. You're not wasting energy managing how you're perceived. You're using that energy to move with purpose. And that kind of movement doesn't need to be fast. It just needs to be intentional. That's what separates reactive leadership from powerful presence. The ability to move slowly, calmly, even when everything around you is speeding up. Eventually, people notice. They may not always say it, but they feel it. They feel the difference when you walk into the room, when you speak, when you stay quiet, when you say no without apology, when you lead without drama. It shifts the dynamic, because now your presence speaks before you do, and in a world addicted to noise, presence is louder than volume. It carries further. It stays longer. So when the chaos comes, and it always will, don't meet it with panic. Don't let it dictate your mood, your tone, your choices. Return to yourself. Return to what you know. Return to your core values, the principles you live by, the calm you've worked to build. And if you lose that peace for a moment, don't beat yourself up. Just come back. Reclaim it. Protect it. Because that peace is your edge. It's what makes you rare. What makes you powerful. What makes you untouchable. Not because the world stops spinning, but because you've learned to stand still, not because nothing moves you, but because you've mastered how to move through it. And that mastery, that quiet, steady, internal mastery, is what real leadership is built on. Not control over others, but calm within yourself. Always. Most people hear the word lonely and immediately picture sadness, emptiness, isolation, a lack of warmth or connection. But there's another side to it, a quieter, less understood side. Because loneliness in its purest form isn't always painful. Sometimes it's peaceful. Sometimes it's powerful. It becomes the rare kind of solitude that doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't demand that you entertain, explain, or impress. It simply lets you be. And in a world that's constantly trying to mold you, that space, where you don't have to perform, where no one's watching, isn't a punishment. It's freedom. There comes a moment when you stop fearing solitude and start needing it. Not because you hate people, not because you're bitter or angry or withdrawn, but because the noise becomes too loud, the expectations become too heavy, and you start to realize that the more people you surround yourself with, the more you're pulled away from who you really are. Opinions, assumptions, projections, they start to shape your choices, your voice, your identity. Until one day you look in the mirror and you barely recognize yourself. That's when the silence calls, not as an escape, but as a return. The truth is, the most powerful people in the world, those who move with certainty, who lead with calm, are often the most solitary. Because they understand something most people don't. You cannot know yourself in a crowd. You cannot build clarity in chaos. You need distance, stillness, a space untouched by outside influence. That's where your real thoughts surface. That's where your true values rise. It's where you begin to ask, who am I when no one is watching? Who am I when I stop performing? And the answers, though quiet, change everything. Solitude gives you back your sovereignty. You get to act without looking over your shoulder, to speak without softening your words to make them easier to digest, to create without worrying if it will be liked, to live on your terms, not because you don't care about others, but because you finally care enough about yourself to stop diluting your essence. In solitude, you're no longer reacting, you're choosing. And those choices, made without pressure or performance, become the foundation of real freedom. Carl Jung once said, loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you. That line hits deeper than most realize, because the worst kind of loneliness isn't when you're alone. It's when you're surrounded by people, but still feel unseen. When your soul speaks a language no one around you understands. When your silence says more than your words ever could, but no one hears it. That's the kind of loneliness that wounds, the kind that makes you question your place in the world. But the other kind, the kind you choose, is not a wound. It's a weapon. It's a way of protecting your vision, of shielding your energy, of building something that doesn't need validation to survive. You don't need to explain why you take time for yourself, why you skip the party, why you walk away from shallow noise to sit with deep thoughts. You just do it. And that unapologetic decision to stand alone, at least for a while, becomes a filter. It reveals who can meet you in that silence, and who only wanted your presence when it was convenient or entertaining. There's clarity that comes when you're alone, not the kind that hits like lightning, but the kind that grows slowly, gradually, like fog lifting. And as it does, you see things you couldn't see before. You see the people who only reached out when they needed something, the ones who smiled but never listened, the habits that drained you, the places you went to escape yourself. And you start to make subtle shifts. You start speaking less and listening more. You start saying no without guilt. You stopped chasing closeness with people who made you feel distant, even when they were near. And then, something remarkable happens. You stop being afraid of being misunderstood. You stop needing to be liked by everyone. You stop begging for someone to hear what you've been trying to say. Because now, you've heard yourself. And in that space, you've built a relationship with the only person who'll be with you for life, yourself. That's not loneliness. That's alignment. That's the foundation of power. Because when you're no longer dependent on others to define your worth, you become untouchable. You stop shrinking to fit. You stop bending to please. You stand firm, not hard, not bitter, but clear. This doesn't mean you reject connection. It means you raise the standard. You no longer settle for being half understood. You no longer give your time to people who drain your silence just to fill their own. You learn to enjoy company, but not need it. You welcome conversation, but you don't chase it. You share your truth, but you don't water it down to be digestible. You begin to walk a little lighter, not because life got easier, but because you're no longer carrying the weight of trying to be everywhere and everything for everyone. There will be moments, of course, when solitude feels sharp, when the silence is louder than usual, when you miss the warmth of another voice, the ease of shared laughter. That's part of the process. Even the strongest among us feel that ache. But strength isn't about never feeling lonely. It's about not letting that loneliness drive you back into places that made you forget yourself. It's about learning to sit with that ache and trust that it's not a sign of failure. It's a reminder of how deeply you feel, how much you value connection, and how sacred your energy is. Eventually, that space you once feared becomes your sanctuary. A place where you write, reflect, heal. A place where no one interrupts your thoughts, where your vision can stretch without limits. You begin to crave that stillness, not because the world has nothing to offer, but because you've realized that everything you were chasing out there was always rooted in something you hadn't yet found in here. And now that you have, you protect it like your life depends on it, because in many ways it does. So let them call you distant. Let them wonder why you disappeared. Let them misunderstand your silence. What they don't see is what it's building. What they can't hear is what it's teaching you. And what they'll never touch is the kind of strength that grows when no one else is around. Not because you're hiding, but because you're becoming. Not because you're broken, but because you're whole. And you're finally listening to the voice that's been drowned out by noise for far too long. That's not loneliness. That's liberation. That's the purest kind of freedom. The freedom to be fully yourself, without compromise, without explanation. And once you've tasted it, you'll never go back. You'll never again trade your peace for company. You'll never again fill your life with people just to feel less alone. Because now you know, being alone isn't the same as being empty. Sometimes, it's the only way to be full. Most people chase attention like it's oxygen, filling every silence, responding to every message, showing up in every room just to be seen. But real influence doesn't work like that. It isn't about being the loudest voice or the most present face. It's about presence with weight, words that echo, appearances that matter. The more available you are, the less people notice you. Because anything that's always there starts to fade into the background. It becomes familiar, expected, and eventually taken for granted. That's why the most powerful people aren't always visible. But when they do show up, you feel it. There's something deeply human about craving what we can't have. It's wired into our psychology. Scarcity makes us look twice, makes us lean in, makes us wonder. So when someone holds their presence carefully, not out of arrogance but out of intention, it forces others to assign meaning to it. Their silence feels mysterious. Their time feels expensive, and their attention feels earned. This isn't about manipulation. It's about understanding value. Because just like gold, the rarer your presence becomes, the more people start to treasure it. You become less of a constant and more of an event. It's easy to believe that in order to matter, you have to be everywhere, every social post, every conversation, every meeting. But that strategy spreads you thin. It makes your presence diluted, predictable, and influence, true influence, requires density, not volume. It's not about how often people see you. It's about how deeply they feel you when you're there. And when you're constantly available, constantly explaining, constantly proving, you rob yourself of that impact. The silence that could have spoken for you gets drowned in noise you never needed to make. Carl Jung once said, "The more compulsive a person is in impressing others, the less he is impressed with himself." That's the trap many fall into. Always showing up, always needing to be visible, always broadcasting. But the ones who command a room without saying a word, they've learned to let absence speak. They've learned that influence isn't about chasing admiration. It's about creating space for others to recognize your value without you having to sell it. They don't need to compete for attention because they've created an energy that attention naturally follows. There's a discipline in withdrawal, in holding back, in not reacting to every provocation or chasing every opportunity for visibility. Because what you withhold becomes powerful. People wonder what you're thinking. They anticipate your input. They respect your timing. You stop being predictable, and that unpredictability makes you magnetic. You become the person who doesn't always speak, but when you do, people listen. Because you've trained them to expect substance, not noise, intention, not filler. And that difference sets you apart in a world that over-explains and underthinks. You also begin to see how much of your energy was being spent trying to be seen by people who were never really looking. How many times you showed up out of fear of being forgotten. How often you gave your presence away like it had no cost. But when you reclaim that power, when you start showing up on your terms, not out of insecurity, you realize something. People start chasing the version of you that no longer chases them. You're not just noticed, you're remembered. Not because you shouted, but because your silence said something they couldn't ignore. Withdrawing attention also creates room for reflection. When you're not constantly performing, you can observe, you can listen, you can learn. You begin to move with precision instead of impulse. Your decisions become more deliberate, your actions more meaningful, and your words, when you finally choose to use them, cut deeper, land harder, and linger longer. That's the kind of presence that sticks, the kind people talk about even when you're not around. Because you've become more than a person in the room. You've become a standard, a benchmark, a reference point for presence with purpose. And this doesn't mean you isolate yourself. It means you refine your timing. You learn that being everywhere isn't the same as being effective. That attention is not the prize. It's the byproduct of mastery. You don't need to insert yourself into every discussion. You don't need to be the center of every plan. You just need to move with such clarity, such self-respect, that when you do choose to engage, it carries weight. And when you don't, it still carries meaning. Because even your absence has become part of your influence. The shift is internal first. You stop measuring your worth by how many people see you. You stop craving applause. You start building silence into your strength, distance into your strategy. And when you finally release that need to be constantly validated, you become something rare, something people can't quite define. That mystery, that quiet confidence, is what makes them lean in. Because we don't chase what's always in front of us. We chase what holds itself just out of reach, what requires effort to understand, what demands our attention without asking for it. You realize that presence is not a performance, it's an offering, one that becomes more powerful when it's not handed out freely, but reserved for moments that matter. And the people who truly see you, who truly value you, won't need you to be everywhere to feel your influence. They'll feel it in the silence, in the choices you make, in the spaces you no longer fill with noise. Influence, after all, isn't about being loud. It's about being unmistakable. And when your energy carries that kind of weight, you don't have to force people to notice. They just do. Eventually, people stop questioning your quiet. They stop mistaking your absence for weakness. They start seeing it for what it is: a deliberate withdrawal, a conscious move, a decision rooted in clarity, not avoidance. Because power isn't proven by how often you speak, it's proven by how much your silence says, by how people respond when you enter the room, and what they feel when you leave it. And the ones who understand this, who practice it, become impossible to ignore, not because they chase the spotlight, but because they outgrow the need for it. So while the world continues to scramble for attention, posting, performing, shouting, you remain still, intentional, unbothered. You build a presence that doesn't shout for recognition, but commands it through restraint. You don't force your value onto anyone. You allow them to come to it on their own. And when they do, it's not because you beg to be seen. It's because your absence was loud enough to remind them what your presence felt like. And that is the kind of influence that lasts. In a time when everyone's fighting to be noticed, the ones who choose to be rare become unforgettable. Because what's scarce isn't just desired, it's remembered. Not for how often it showed up, but for how it made people feel when it did. Power is often misunderstood. People say it corrupts, that the moment someone rises, they turn cold or ruthless or self-absorbed. But the truth is usually more uncomfortable than that. Power doesn't create something new inside of you. It just turns up the volume on what's already there. It strips away the mask of politeness, the illusion of humility, the performance of virtue. It removes the need to pretend. And suddenly, the parts of you that were once buried beneath fear or self-doubt begin to surface. Power doesn't corrupt, it reveals. That's why those who chase power without ever looking inward tend to fall apart the moment they get it. Because what they've been hiding from in the quiet, those unresolved insecurities, the lack of self-discipline, the hunger for validation, doesn't disappear with success. It grows teeth, it spreads, and it begins to spill into every decision they make. The ones who become dangerous aren't the ones who hold power. They're the ones who never learned how to hold themselves. Because power, in the hands of the ungoverned, becomes a mirror turned outward, and it reflects their chaos onto the world. But those who've done the inner work know better. They understand that the climb isn't about status or applause. It's a test. The higher you go, the more eyes are on you. The more your choices echo, the more your silence speaks. That's why the truly powerful disappear into themselves before they rise. Not to isolate, but to understand. To clean the lens through which they see the world. To strengthen the hands that will eventually carry more weight. Because if the foundation isn't strong, no height is safe. Self-awareness is not a luxury at the top. It's a necessity. Without it, power becomes noise, influence becomes manipulation, and leadership becomes theater. But when you've faced your own shadows, when you've sat in your silence and asked yourself the hard questions, power doesn't intoxicate you. It humbles you, because you start to see how fragile it all really is, how easy it is to lose yourself in praise, how tempting it is to believe you're above correction, and how vital it is to keep returning to yourself for clarity. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That's the hidden trap of power. Without introspection, you start believing your impulses are wisdom. You confuse fear with instinct. You justify pride as principle. And before long, the very thing you once sought to master ends up mastering you. But when you bring your unconscious patterns into the light, when you catch yourself before ego takes the wheel, you begin to steer with purpose instead of impulse. Discipline becomes the quiet thread running through everything you do. Not the discipline that shows off, but the kind that says no when no one's watching. The kind that builds when applause is absent. The kind that stays rooted when opportunities to exploit, impress, or dominate present themselves like easy victories. It's this type of inner restraint that separates real strength from loud ambition. Because power handed to someone without that restraint is like placing fire in the hands of a child. It burns more than it builds. And so the powerful retreat, not as a sign of weakness, but as a preparation for presence. They create space to think clearly, to reconnect with principle, to remember why they started. They don't need to be seen to feel significant. They don't need to control others to feel in control, because they've learned that the hardest person to lead is the one in the mirror. And once they've done that, leading others becomes a responsibility, not a performance. A sacred weight, not a spotlight. The true cost of power is that you can no longer hide. The world looks to you not for perfection, but for clarity. And if your soul is cluttered, your leadership will be too. That's why arrogance isn't a byproduct of power. It's the echo of an unexamined self. And humility, contrary to what many believe, doesn't mean shrinking. It means understanding the gravity of your role and still choosing to move with care. To listen more than you speak, to think longer before you act, and to know that every choice casts a shadow, sometimes longer than you'll ever see. This is why the strongest leaders don't rush. They don't react. They respond. They carry silence like a blade. They move through conflict with calm, not because they feel nothing, but because they've trained themselves to feel everything without being ruled by it. They've spent years learning how to stand still in storms without collapsing. And it's that stillness, not their charm, not their charisma, that earns them respect. The tragedy is that many will only seek inner growth after they've been broken by their own power, after the position or the status or the influence has amplified their weaknesses so loudly they can't ignore them anymore. And sometimes, by then, the damage is already done. Reputations crumble, relationships fracture, trust dissolves, because power without self-mastery always leaves a trail behind it. A trail of people who saw the mask slip, who heard the words that should have never been said, who felt the consequences of a person who never truly knew themselves. But it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to wait until power exposes you to begin that inner work. You can start now, in the silence, in the ordinary, in the daily practice of checking your intentions, of asking yourself what you're really after and why, of sitting with the discomfort that comes from realizing you're not as in control as you thought, but being brave enough to learn anyway, because the ones who become unshakable are rarely the ones who began with power. They're the ones who began with self-respect. You learn to lead yourself before leading others, to hold your own emotions before holding authority, to guide your thoughts before guiding anyone's path. And when that kind of order exists within you, it's visible without you even trying. People can sense it in your voice, in your stillness, in the weight of your presence. Not because you've built a persona, but because you've dismantled everything that wasn't real and rebuilt from the ground up with intention. So if you ever find yourself rising, whether it's in business, in influence, or simply in the eyes of others, remember this. What's behind your eyes will be seen, not right away, but slowly, subtly, over time. Your habits will leak into your leadership. Your fears will echo in your decisions, and your insecurities will shape the way you treat those beneath you. That's the real weight of power, not just having it, but carrying it cleanly. And if you've done the work, if you've stared into your darkness and didn't flinch, if you've trained your mind to stay calm when chaos knocks, then power won't corrupt you. It'll clarify you. It'll illuminate the structure you've spent years building inside. And that kind of power, not the loud kind, but the quiet, composed, anchored kind, is what creates change that lasts. Not because it forced people to follow, but because it gave them something real to follow, something rooted, something earned, something unshakable. At first, we're all chasing something loud: recognition, applause, attention. The eyes of others become our compass, and the noise becomes a kind of fuel. It feels good to be seen. It feels like progress. But as you climb, through discipline, through silence, through trial, that noise begins to fade. The crowds thin out. The people cheering you on get busy with their own lives. And suddenly, you're left with something most never prepare for: quiet. The summit isn't crowded, not because few are capable of the climb, but because few are willing to continue without constant affirmation. The silence for many feels like failure, but for the wise, it's where the real work begins. There's a strange shift that happens when you no longer need to be celebrated, when you stop looking back to see who's watching and start looking inward to see who's guiding. The powerful understand this shift. They don't climb for the praise. They climb because they know that only in that quiet place can you actually hear your own thoughts. Only there can you face yourself without distraction. And that's the part most people miss. The top isn't a stage, it's a mirror. And if you've never learned to stand in front of it without flinching, you'll sabotage yourself the moment you arrive. The summit strips away illusions. It shows you whether your ambition was rooted in purpose or performance, whether your drive came from inner clarity or outer validation. Those who climb for image often crumble under the weight of isolation. They begin to question everything. They look for ways to descend, not because they failed, but because the silence was louder than they expected. But those who climbed with intention, they sit in the silence, not as punishment, but as peace. They understand that presence doesn't require an audience. It requires alignment. Carl Jung once wrote, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing, which makes my life worth living." That kind of solitude, the summit kind, is not just about being alone. It's about being so deeply connected to yourself that you're no longer desperate for connection from others. It's about knowing who you are without needing the world to agree. And in a culture that equates attention with value, that kind of self-possession is revolutionary. But make no mistake, the silence tests you. It will ask you to reconsider your beliefs, your motives, your identity. It will bring up insecurities you thought were long buried. It will challenge your patience, your confidence, your direction, and it will do so quietly, without drama, without chaos. Just a slow, steady mirror held up to your soul, and that's why so many turn back. Not because they aren't talented, but because they aren't ready to meet the person waiting for them at the top. The summit demands presence. It demands that you stop outsourcing your sense of worth, that you stop performing and start listening, that you stop collecting titles and start cultivating truth. And it's hard, because no one is clapping for you anymore. No one is feeding your ego. No one is there to soften the blow when you realize that you've built your identity around being liked instead of being whole. The top reveals all of it, gently, brutally, honestly. But if you stay, if you don't run from the silence, you begin to hear something deeper. You begin to access a kind of clarity that can't be.
Can I turn on the fan?
You don't need noise,
The house?
presence.
Yeah, I shouldn't.
Your
Well,
words
the
slow down.
73 is
Decisions become
Or
you become more aware
right
of
underneath
impact.
the cool fan.
Not because others are watching.
What?
Because
It's right, but
Yeah, just turn everything off. That's not cool enough that you.
Because at the summit, you don't shout, you whisper. And those whispers carry further than the loudest noise at the base. They carry weight because they come from.
The other day, my job, I was explaining to people on foreign dimensions. I work in circus, and people choosing to do the name. You there, sir? Ask you, what do you call the person with ADHD? That's right. Speaking of little people, and these shootings are often done by the same word. I'm looking at you, mommy.
This remains the thing I have never heard. Michael Jackson famously wasn't very comfortable playing instruments, so this is him singing the parts and the harmonies on the demo of his song "Beat It." It's such a cool look into his creative process, and I love it. It blew my mind. Check it out.
This is the vocal harmonies on the choruses of Beat It. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And they're attacked by a fever. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And they're attacked by a that's not even a vagina. That's a mutant inverted fucking whole thing. Like, that's not pussy.
Why would you even do in that situation? You go to the hotel room. That's not what I'm saying. That's not.
I honestly think a crime for full details. Without further ado, I'm joined today by Transform.
Yeah, I think
Some kind of it should if it's not right, it should be
salt level. Like if like you're not disclosing, it's like when you have like an STD or something. If you're not disclosing it, because it's a reason why they. Yeah. That's the thing.
yeah. Go ahead.
Strictly curious on your standpoint.
Yeah.
There is, I forget exactly which country, but they are lobbying to make it